play. The Mustangs are sitting at 2-1 of the season with a come-from-behind win for the Baylor Bears, and Dallas is their only blemish. They, too, are a little miffed at their play to date. Fitting for this last matchup to have two quality teams that woke up on the wrong side of the bed joining us for this early kick at Hell's Half Acre. Time to bring up our broadcast partners, and I'll start with Justin Fuente. Coach, you've been a part of many big rivalry games over the years, including this one. All coaches talk about prepping the same way, treating all games the same, yada, yada, yada. Come on and come clean to us now. These games and the emotion of them has to seep into the mindset and the approach of both players and coaches, doesn't it?
Well, as a player and a coach, these are the games that you remember. When you're old and you're sitting around the campfire talking with your old teammates, these are the games you talk about. And leading into these games, coaches will often tell their players, this is a big game because you made it a big game. Through your preparation, your selflessness, your attention to detail, effort, and play. So let's not change any of that because it just happens to be a big game. But dang, these things are so much fun. When you take into account the history of the series, discord between fan bases and cities, the familiarity amongst the players, combine that with the fact both these teams are good and possibly really good, you got a recipe for something special. And as you mentioned, both head coaches had plenty of reasons to be grumpy and get after their teams this week. I am certain emotions will be running high, the level of play will be excellent, and everyone listening is in for a treat.
It's going to be fun. Elvis Gallegos, you played in these games back in the day. You know what these games mean as far as the emotion is concerned. I know you lost one. Well, I know you lost one time to them, right? After that huge win against Oklahoma. You don't want to talk about it. That game still sticks with you today. But you can relate to what these TCU players have had to suffer through over the last year, right?
Yeah, I mean, thanks for bringing that up. And I'm probably on the other side of what Coach just said, is one of those games that you want to forget. I mean, yeah, it definitely hurts. I mean, for me, in that 2005 year, we had an SMU team that was sandwiched between a top 10 OU team that we beat and a Utah team that had an 18-game win streak that we beat. We went 11-1. They took a lot from us. What hurts most about that was that was the last time that I faced SMU. So, yes, if there was a chance to play one more game, this would be the one that I'd want to play. I mean, this means a lot. So no doubt that this TCU team, it stung with them. It has stayed with them all offseason. I promise you, there's a lot of conversations in the summertime and the offseason was about last year's loss leading up to today's game. This team, I think today, especially with the build-up and the last time that they'll play, they're going to empty the tank today. It's going to be a bloodbath. If anything, I told Coach Fuente before this pregame shows, I'm worried about TCU having anything left over on a short week next week against Arizona State, because I do think so much on the line. These guys are going to play at a high level all night today.
Hey, let's worry about this one first.
Yeah, I'm with you,
okay,
but I'm just saying, they're going to empty the tank today. It's a lot on the line, I know.
Back in the Marin Studios is our Dave Shook, set to prep the tailgate table for a full day of college football with eyes on this one, especially. Dave, what's on the agenda for this edition of Inside TCU Football, my man?
Thanks, Brian. Lots to get to on today's edition of Inside TCU Football, including our two-part sit-down with Frogs head coach Sonny Dykes as he breaks down the final battle for the Iron Skillet, coming your way in about 30 minutes from now. But before that, Landry and Elvis will give us an inside look at the Mustangs in today's edition of the Safety Bros Breakdown, and I'll bring you today's TCU story with Frogs punter Ethan Craw, as well as a look at all of today's action around college football. Up next, though, Elvis and I are going to go around the conference in this week's edition of Big 12 Today. But first, fans, don't forget that TCU Football is brought to you by EECU, proud to be the official credit union of the Horned Frogs. You're listening to Inside TCU Football, getting you set for the Frogs and the Mustangs in the final battle for the Iron Skillet from Fort Worth. Back with more after this from Toyota.
The Toyota Trucks Game Day sales event is on, and there's no one key to victory. You need strength, power, agility, the team that shows up ready to win. And Toyota Trucks, they bring the full roster. Kick off the season with big savings at the Toyota Trucks Game Day sales event.
Toyota is a proud sponsor of TCU Athletics. Fear the Frog and fuel the power in a Tundra or Tacoma. Built to take you wherever the road leads. Find yours today.
Toyota, let's go places. See packages and options at toyota.com for feature availability.
What's the difference between filing online and filing with a local Liberty Tax expert? At Liberty Tax, you'll get personalized support from a trained professional who'll take the time to get to know you and your unique tax situation. Whether you're wanting to file in person or remotely with a nearby expert, we've got you covered. Visit libertytax.com to book an appointment or to learn more about remote tax prep. Liberty Tax. your trusted tax experts for life. See website for details and eligibility.
At Frost, we believe in going the extra mile, like opening more locations to be a part of more communities. Overdraft grace, which means no fee if you overdraw your Frost Personal or Frost Plus account by $100 or less. And the little things like cookies, coffee, or that time when there was a fire at a Fort Worth daycare and Frost bankers entertained 26 kids with snacks and games until their parents could pick them up. That actually happened. Frost, exactly what you unexpected.
This is former Frog quarterback Jeff Ballard, and you're listening to the Horned Frog Sports Network from Learfield.
Hey, Horned Frog fans, want to give your kids the ultimate football experience at TCU? Well, create a memory they'll cherish forever as you join us for a chance to be a part of TCU's Bleacher Creatures and run out onto the field pregame with the Frogs. Just show up 20 minutes before kickoff at the Southeast Scoreboard, and your kids will get to run with America's favorite mascot, Super Frog, onto the field. All kids who participate get a free Frogs jersey, courtesy of Cook Children's. See you game day at the Carter, and don't forget to bleed purple.
At TCU, our students mean business. With more than 36,000 internship hours logged every year, Horned Frogs are gaining real-world experience and making their marks in the professional world. Is your business looking for driven, talented interns? Hire a Horned Frog and bring that dedication and skill to your team. Visit tcu.edu/hireafrog to find out how you can tap into this incredible pool of talent. TCU, lead on with impact.
It's the Big 12 today. News, notes, and hot opinions. Here are Dave and Elvis.
Frogs and SMU from Amon Carter Stadium. Kickoff coming your way just after the top of the hour as we welcome you back to Inside TCU Football. And it is time for this week's edition of Big 12 Today, going around the league and discussing some of the biggest news and notes from this week is Elvis Gallegos, who's out at Amon Carter Stadium in Fort Worth. And Elvis, in recent years, we've seen college football follow in the steps of the NFL by exporting some of its early season games overseas in an effort to raise awareness and, of course, the revenue for the participating schools and leagues. The Big 12, though, has taken that a step further, though, by exporting some actual conference games, with Kansas State and Iowa State playing in Ireland in week 0 earlier on this season. But word came down this week that won't be a one-shot deal, with Kansas and Arizona State reportedly set to participate in the inaugural Union Jack Classic from Wembley Stadium in London next season, the first of what could be 2 straight years that the Big 12 will be part of that new event. You don't necessarily like giving away a home game, but having the Frogs play a non-con game in Dublin next year is one thing. But is moving conference games away from home stadiums worth the exposure for the league when a loss 5,000 miles from home could have a major impact on the league race for one of those teams?
Man, that's a great question. I'm not a fan of a conference game out there. You know, especially you take a look at what happened to Florida State. You take a look at what's happened to Kansas State coming off that loss in Dublin. I mean, I love that the game's expanded over there. Don't get me wrong. I'm actually waiting to see when he gets into Mexico. But you follow the money. You see what the NFL is doing. It makes a ton of sense. I'm all for it, Dave. I just don't know if I like conference games out there.
Especially ones that could have a major impact on the league race, where you're giving away a home game potentially. Yeah, it's a tough deal sometimes, but kind of the price you pay for expanding the reach of the league. Now, one team that really has had their season turned on its head after participating in one of those league games, like you mentioned, is Kansas State. Cats may be the nation's most disappointing team after starting the season ranked in the top 20 and considered one of the favorites in the Big 12. They lost a tight but sloppy game against Iowa State in Dublin in the opener and haven't really seemed to get their legs under them since that. In fact, the only thing keeping them from being winless so far this season was Avery Johnson going Superman on the final drive of the team's come-from-behind win over FCS Power North Dakota in week 2. Elvis, the Cats are off this week, but is that going to help get them kind of regrouped and get things turned around, or are there real fatal flaws with this roster that everyone seemed to miss before the year?
Well, I think, yeah, no doubt a lot of people really missed this. I mean, this is a shocker. I do think that the bye week could come at a better time for them. But you look at, they just haven't looked the same. Defensively, they're not as sound. They've typically been a team that's going to be really physical up front. They play really well on third downs. They get off the field. You haven't really seen that. They haven't been the most physical team on the football field. They're making mistakes. That's not typical of Kansas State. And I also think you look at the quarterback. I mean, this young kid, there's probably been too much pressure on him. I think expectations were too high. He's pressing a little bit. Might not be as good of a passer yet. It's probably trying to go to his legs a little too much. So I think think you combine all that, I'm sure Coach Kleiman is ready for a break, ready for a bye week where he can clean things up, get back to the basics, get back to the fundamentals, because nobody saw this coming. I should say I definitely didn't see it coming, Dave.
They're 1-2 right now. Are they making a bowl game?
Yeah, I do. I mean, there's still a lot of talent on that team, and I think they're a very well-coached team. They've got to get a lot more sound. They got to get back to what made them great. Right now, to your point, to the very first point of the question is, I think the bye is coming at a great time for them.
All right, thanks, Elvis. That's this week's edition of Big 12 Today as we continue to count you down to the Frogs and the Wildcats coming up from Fort Worth, or check that, the Mustangs from Fort Worth. Coming up next, it's the first look at today's Coors Light scoreboard as we update you on a busy weekend in college football. That's coming up after this from SeatGeek.
Hey, Horned Frog fans, it's college football season, and SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of Hail Marys and walk-on heroes. SeatGeek makes it easy to find tickets so you can be a part of all the action this season. Whether you're buying or selling tickets to TCU football games or to any other live event in your area, SeatGeek is the place to do it. SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of the TCU Horned Frogs. Let's go, Horned Frogs! SeatGeek.
When you shop Tom Thumb online or in our app, you can count on us to shop your order with the same care you would and have it ready for pickup or delivery in as little as 30 minutes. Plus, save $30 off your first online order and let Tom Thumb take the hassle out of shopping while racking up the savings. With free pickup or delivery, you will always get the same great prices, deals, and rewards as in-store. Shop online at TomThumb.com or in the app. Tom Thumb, DFW's local grocer since 1948.
At Texas Health, we're proud to support TCU. From primary care to urgent care, from our growing number of hospitals to at-home care and virtual visits, Texas Health offers more ways to connect with the care you need, so you can spend more time on what matters most, like watching the game. Learn more at texashealth.org/TCU. And go Frogs!
This is Tank Carter, and you are listening to TCU Football on the Horned Frogs Sports Network from Lairfield. Go Frogs!
At TCU, we're investing in potential. On average, 80% of Horned Frogs receive financial aid that helps fuel their dreams and futures. You can help by supporting student scholarships. Your generosity plants the seeds of opportunity, allowing students to grow into tomorrow's leaders and innovators. Visit tcu.edu/give to contribute. Large or small, your gift matters. TCU, lead on with impact.
Looking for top talent? TCU is a magnet for the nation's brightest minds. After graduation, half of our students choose to stay and work right here in the Lone Star State, bringing their skills and passion to local businesses. Our graduates are making an impact, and they're ready to make a difference in your organization. Ready to connect with the best? Visit tcu.edu/hireafrog to learn more about how TCU talent can help your business thrive. TCU, lead on with impact.
Up to the second scores and highlights from the Maritz Studios. It's the Coors Light scoreboard. Coors Light. When rivalries heat up, choose chill. Official beer of the Horned Frogs. Celebrate responsibly. Here's Dave Shuck.
Frogs and the SMU Mustangs in the 104th and final battle for the Iron Skillet, coming your way from Amon Carter Stadium just after the top of the hour. And it is time for the first look at the Coors Light scoreboard, taking a look at all the action from around college football. And to borrow a Christmas jingle, it's beginning to look a lot like Big 12 conference football season out there right now, with 3 conference games on tap today, including a monster game to open the day just after the top of the hour, as 17th ranked and unbeaten Texas Tech travels on the road to Salt Lake City at Rice-Eccles Stadium to take on 16th ranked Utah, also unbeaten at 3-0, in a battle that will ultimately get the inside track toward Arlington for one of those two teams. 2 other conference games a little bit later on today, including a 5 o'clock kickoff in Lawrence at David Booth Memorial Stadium in Kansas, as the Jayhawks look to get to 3-1 on the season as they welcome in the Mountaineers of West Virginia, coming off that big win in the backyard brawl last week against arch rival Pitt. And then the final conference game of the day comes your way at 6:30 as the Baylor Bears welcome in the defending Big 12 champion in the first conference game for both at McLean Stadium in Waco, 6:30 the kickoff between the Bears and the Sun Devils. We'll take a look at action from around the top 25 a little bit later on in the broadcast, but first, fans, don't forget TCU football brought to you by EECU, proud to be the official credit union of the Horned Frogs. Coming up next, though, on Inside TCU Football, as we continue to count you down towards today's game between the Frogs and the Mustangs, Landry Burdine joins the broadcast as he and Elvis give us this week's scouting report in the Safety Brothers Breakdown, brought to you by Cook Children's, coming up after this from Coors Light.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End the friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you're planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill.
Celebrate responsibly. 2025 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
As Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas celebrates 95 years being right here, what we're really celebrating is our members, our very own Texans, who've been making an impact on the health and wellness throughout our communities by giving, serving, through caring. After all, being customer-owned since 1929 has allowed Blue Cross to continue focusing on our one true reason for being, the well-being of all Texans. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas. Texas born, 95 years strong.
A smooth, close Barbasol shave in the morning lifts your confidence. That rich, creamy lather will catapult you to greatness. Nothing can stop you today. Well, except that traffic jam. Barbasol, it's a can of can-do.
If you can plan barbecues and weddings, you can plan to protect yourself from a natural disaster. Sign up for local alerts, prepare an emergency kit, and make a family communications plan. Get started at ready.gov/plan.
Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
Hi, this is Norm Bulash, and you're listening to TCU Football on the Horned Frog Sports Network from Learfield.
The Fellowship of Christian Athletes on TCU's campus is having a tremendous impact in the lives of coaches and athletes at TCU. They're impacting their lives through weekly Bible studies, mentorship, one-on-one weekly discipleship. TCU FCA is not only helping our coaches and athletes to be champions in their particular sport, but more importantly, they're helping them be champions in life. To learn more about FCA, go to tcufca.org to have a lasting impact in students and coaches at TCU.
Imagine blowing the frog horn, or getting exclusive pregame Moncrief Field access, or touring the press box, plus snapping photos with the Spirit members. Well, these are all part of the TCU game day experiences. To grab these premier opportunities, download the Riff Ram app or head to gofrogs.com/experiences. Remember, they go on sale every Monday of game week. Don't get that FOMO feeling. Be right in the middle of game day and bleed purple.
Insight only former Frogs can provide. They can talk it because they played it. X's and O's with the Safety Bros. Landry and Elvis are on deck. Brought to you by Cook Children's.
Back at Amon Carter Stadium for the 104th meeting between TCU and SMU. Elvis and Landry here. And Landry, before we break this game down today, let's talk about this rivalry. Let's get your thoughts on what you think on this being the last game that these two teams are playing.
Unpopular opinion, I hate it. I really do. I mean, I like playing rivals. I love that part of college football.
Yep.
And I think it's one of those things that we've lost in today's game of, you know, chasing money and chasing an eye on chasing everything. What are we doing this for? It's to beat your neighbors. It's to beat the guys that you hate. And I just think the fans, whether they admit it or not, really enjoy these games. I know I do. I used to love playing SMU. They used to put it to us, I'll be honest with you. And so, no, I'm not a fan. I like driving down the road and playing SMU and trying to get it done.
That's a pretty good thought. No, you're right. And I do think, though, since they're in the ACC, it does change things. I think before they were in, I was on the camp that say, hey, it's time to just change it up, maybe do something different, take a little break. But, no, I'm with you. I'm not really excited about these two teams not playing.
Well, they're putting up a fight now. That's the other thing.
They're pretty good.
Too. I mean,
what Rhett's doing is a good job.
15 years, it was pretty ugly. So
no doubt.
I agree with you.
I'm with you on that. Maybe it'll come back someday. But for now, all right, let's break down today's game. Let's start on the defense. Scott Simons, defensive coordinator, has done a really good job, in my opinion, since he's been there. He's a 4-2-5 guy. Obviously plays a very aggressive style. He's going to bring multiple pressures, loves size up front, speed on the edge. He can play a 3-3-5 against passing teams, but also get in the bare fronts and all those tight fronts on run game people. So what are your thoughts? What are you seeing on this SMU defense?
Well, they're not as big up front as they were last year. That was the thing that really got TCU. I mean, SMU in that 66-44 ball game dominated TCU up front, and largely it was that SMU defensive front, and those guys are gone. And so that's good news for TCU. What I will say, one of the things that concerns me when you pop on the film, this is a very aggressive and active defense. You go back and you watch the Baylor tape, they racked up 5 sacks against Baylor in that game. Their third down defense last week against Missouri State was perfection. I mean, when do you see 0 out of 12, especially against a team, a Ryan Beard coach team that's a really good offensive staff? They give up no third down conversions. And so, you know, from that standpoint, this is a really good defense. They're not as big up front. They're very good on the back end, though. And when you look at, the safety, Elvis, what's his name? Wachovia, I think.
Wachovia,
yeah,
Moses,
he's a really good
yeah.
player, and I think he's one to keep an eye on.
No, I think you're right. I think Scott Simons tried to play a little vanilla and not show too much, but when he needed to dial it up on third down, they were really sharp last week. And keep an eye on that linebacking crew. If they're healthy, there could be trouble for TCU. All right, offensive side. Case Woods does a good job. We know Rhett Lashley's the one who calls the shots over there. Power run team, but obviously from an air raid background, love the verticals, love the tempo. They're explosive plays based. They want to get chunk yards, especially now that they got a mobile quarterback who's pretty good. What are you seeing on that side of the football?
Yeah, I don't think Kevin Jennings has been as good this year. And, you know, I think I'm a big believer in him. I'm a big fan of his. I just don't think he has commanded the offense as well this year as he did last year, and maybe they're just calling it differently for him. You know, last year I think they had it simplified because he was just coming in. In fact, TCU was his first start of the season last year, and you know, so I think that's one thing. I think TJ Harden has looked good, and obviously Romello Brinson is the guy they're going to try to get the ball to on the outside. But I think one of the things when you pop on the tape again and watch this team, who on this SMU offense is taking off the top, right? Who is the guy that you're just scared of? And I think that bodes well for the Frogs. Now, here's the problem, though, man, and this is something I want to keep an eye on. Last year, one of the Frogs' biggest problems was getting off the field on third down. SMU converted 7 out of 12, I think, on third down. They just crushed them, and that's going to be something I think you have to keep an eye on this week.
Yeah, no doubt. 12 of 17 for the TCU Frog defense last week against Abilene Christian. That's a problem. Yeah, it is. I think Coach Dykes has talked about it this week. I'm looking at this SMU offensive line. They're really good up front. Yeah. I mean, I think they think this may be the best offensive line they've had in a long, long time. And keep an eye on the tight ends. That scares me a little bit. There's a mismatch. R.J. Maryland hadn't got going yet, but he's a really talented player. If Rhett Lashley is not finding those big chunk explosive yards, he may just eat you up with some size. Hibner's another good tight end, so keep an eye on that, man. It's going to be a battle. It's going to be a dogfight today. Can't wait. It's going to be great. Thanks, brother. This is it for this week's edition of the Safety Bros. Now we get to hear from the head coach, Sonny Dykes, and Inside TCU Football continues after this timeout with a word from D&M Leasing.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
TCU fans, what better way to kick off the 2026 college football season than cheering on your Horned Frogs in the Aer Lingus College Football Classic in Dublin, Ireland? Whether it's a quick trip to Dublin for the game, a multi-city adventure throughout the Irish countryside, golfing on some of the best courses in the world, or premium game day hospitality, there's a package for you. Visit frogstoireland.com for information on official travel and hospitality packages. That's frogs2Ireland.com.
Hi, this is Andy Dalton, and you're listening to the Horned Frog Sports Network from Learfield.
Fatherless boys face a troubled future. At Hope Farm, we guide at-risk boys to become Christ-centered men of integrity so families are strengthened and the cycle of fatherlessness is broken. At Hope Farm, we're a leadership program nurturing boys through high school with a life plan, accountability, and collaboration with parents and teachers to create lasting change. You can help support, volunteer, or give, and be part of our mission to build a stronger future for these young men and their families. Learn more at hopefarm.org.
TCU athletics goes beyond the field and court. It fuels Fort Worth's economy. Game days bring a flood of fans and fresh eyes to our city, boosting local businesses, creating jobs, and cultivating community spirit. TCU athletics supports over 2,000 jobs and brings over $400 million to our state each year. It's more than a game. It's a driving force for economic growth. Support the Horned Frogs and witness the power of purple. TCU. Lead on with impact.
It's about more than football. It's the TCU story, focused on DFW's Big 12 team, presented by Capital Title.
Every TCU football player has their story, how they grew up, what the recruiting process was like, and how they ended up as a Horned Frog. We've used this pregame segment to tell those stories over the years, but this year we felt it might be best if they told their story, in their own words, in front of their teammates, and with our microphones rolling. And this week as TCU prepares to face their longest-running rival in the SMU Mustangs, it's fitting that we hear from the Frog with the longest journey to get to Fort Worth, and one of the most difficult ones as well. It's the Aussie, senior punter Ethan Craw, in his own words.
I know a lot of you are probably confused how I got here, so I just want to kind of give the rundown. So in the 10th grade, I came over, had hoop dreams, thought I was going to go to the NBA. Obviously, didn't work out too well, but ended up finding punting while I was in high school. COVID comes, don't end up getting any offers to go play basketball or football or anything like that. So go home to Australia, end up having to move out. Fall on some tough times, like, nights in cars, sleeping in real shitty apartments, sleeping on friends' couches, working in factories, working 12-hour shifts. But I didn't want to tell you guys that for sympathy. I wanted to tell you that because you hear all these people saying oh, you're going to, wake up one day, you're going to be 65 years old sitting in your armchair and you're going to be like, damn, I could have been so good. And I remember after a 12-hour shift, staring at white walls that whole time, coming and sitting in my car and being like, damn, the last 3 years in high school, I could have been so good. But, here I am. And I think, could have been gets you making $725, working until you're 75 years old, which if you want that, that's fine. But I know when I look around, I see you boys smacking helmets, catching footballs, some of the most athletic boys I've ever seen in my life, couldn't even understand how some of you are just the way you are. I know that you guys just want something different. And, last year we could have been great, but that's last year, and that's a could have been. So let's be a right now team this year, and let's lock in and let's go beat some ups.
We're locked in for this 104th meeting all time between the Frogs and the Mustangs, and that's senior punter Ethan Craw in his own words with his TCU story. Still lots to come here on Inside TCU Football, including our visit with head coach Sonny Dykes as he joins the voice of the Horned Frogs, Brian Estridge, after this timeout here on the Horned Frog Sports Network from Learfield.
Life's too short to live in Dallas. That's the motto at Railhead. It's on the walls and the staff shirts. Railhead Smokehouse offers a spectacular menu of heaping plates of ribs, sliced beef, fries, and cheddar peppers. With weekday specials and their world-famous ice-cold schooners of beer and margaritas. From the barbecue landmark at 2900 Montgomery, just off I-30. Remember, the best barbecue in Fort Worth is at Railhead Smokehouse, home of the Sonny Dykes radio show Mondays at 6 p.m.
The Toyota Trucks Game Day sales event is on, and there's no one key to victory. You need strength, power, agility, the team that shows up ready to win. And Toyota Trucks, they bring the full roster. Kick off the season with big savings at the Toyota Trucks Game Day sales event.
Toyota is a proud sponsor of TCU Athletics. Fear the frog and fuel the power in a Tundra or Tacoma. Built to take you wherever the road leads. Find yours today.
Toyota, let's go places. See packages and options at toyota.com for feature availability.
Progressive presents Employee of the Month. Small Business Edition. Today's recipient from Terry's Tiny Homes, Terry! Sure, as the only employee of her company, Terry was probably the front runner, but saving money getting personalized discounts with a commercial auto quote from Progressive, well, that gave Terry the edge. Over Terry.
Terry, Terry.
Keep awkwardly chanting your own name, Terry. You deserve it. Woo! Be your own Terry. See if you could save in as little as 8 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
This is Sean Stilley, quarterback of the 2002 Liberty Bowl Championship TCU Horned Frogs, and you're listening to the Horned Frogs Sports Network from Learfield.
At TCU, our students mean business. With more than 36,000 internship hours logged every year, Horned Frogs are gaining real-world experience and making their marks in the professional world. Is your business looking for driven, talented interns? Hire a Horned Frog and bring that dedication and skill to your team. Visit tcu.edu/hireafrog to find out how you can tap into this incredible pool of talent. TCU, lead on with impact.
Stay in the know with all things TCU athletics anytime, anywhere on your mobile device by downloading the RiffRam app. The RiffRam app is the official TCU athletics mobile app. With it, you get breaking news and score updates, plus live game play-by-play and game statistics with all of the info that you need on game day. Stay in the know with the RiffRam app. Download it today through the iTunes App Store or get it at Google Play and bleed purple.
Locker room access granted. We're minutes from kickoff, but you've got exclusive insight from head coach Sonny Dykes. D&M Leasing presents Sonny D Live. Brian Estridge is in the locker room with the head coach right now.
We're back at Amon Carter Stadium. A little early start here for the Horned Frogs in Game 2 of the 2025 home schedule. Frogs set to take on the SMU Mustangs. This one goes for, the 104th time, I think it is. These two teams have met. The head coach is alongside Sonny Dykes. Quick look back at that last outing for the Frogs. Coach, your offense was clicking. I mean, really kind of did everything you asked them to do.
Yeah, we did, especially early in the game. I think we started 6 for 6 drives and scored 6 touchdowns, and then didn't end it the way we wanted to. Had a turnover and ended up punting at the end. But we got to finish the game a little bit better than we did. But I thought overall, guys really performed well. I thought Josh Hoover really was settled in and did a nice job of distributing the ball to a lot of different guys. And it was good to see, good to see a bunch of different people make plays. And the passing game was there and felt like that it was, we had opportunities to make big plays and did a really nice job of being consistent, driving, not having a lot of penalties offensively, and it was good to see us.
2 words that I hear you use in your vernacular a lot that could describe how Josh Hoover played, I thought, especially in that first half: efficient and clean. Yeah,
he did. He was, again, that begins with protection up front. The offensive line did an outstanding job, never really had any kind of pressure. The one time he had to stand in the pocket, and we protected for a long time, and he ended up hitting the dig on the goal line, and really that was the only time they ever got close to him. So it was a great performance by the offensive line, and again, Josh did an outstanding job of finding somebody to throw the ball to.
Did you say 12 different receivers?
I think it was 12 different guys caught balls. Yeah, running backs caught him, tight ends caught him, and then a bunch of different receivers caught him. So it was encouraged by that, and just encouraged with the way we went out and executed.
And by the way, I felt like the run game did what you needed it to do, did what you asked of it, the way that game set up.
Yeah, it was pretty efficient, really. I mean, we ran the ball decent. We didn't have a bunch of yards rushing, but it was pretty efficient in what we did, and they were trying to stop the run, and so it gave us an opportunity to throw the ball at a high level.
Defensively, I know you talked about third downs, a lot of 50-50 balls there in that sequence that Abilene Christian had some success with.
Yeah, we got to do a better job on third down. I think they were 12 of 17, and you can't give up that many third down conversions. It's just one of those things that we got to do a better job getting off the field. on third down defensively. We had 3 pass interference penalties and a late hit on the quarterback, and those are all things that we got to get cleaned up. That's 60 yards worth of penalties right there, and that hurt us.
Special teams wise, you had to call on Nate McCashley to come in as your kicker due to an injury to Limmerman. I thought he did a nice job.
Yeah, Nate did exactly what we thought he'd do. He was very solid in what he did. He kicked off well, made all his extra points, and we got to do a good job of being a team that doesn't kick a lot of field goals, and I was encouraged by that on Saturday when we got down the red zone. We were able to score touchdowns.
All right, SMU today. We'll talk about the Mustangs in 2 minutes after this timeout.
Ever had an aha moment, that feeling when you finally try something new and wonder why you waited so long? Well, here's yours. 20% of car loans are now 84 months. That's 7 years of high payments and likely ending upside down when you trade it in. D&M Leasing can help you skip the long terms with lower monthly payments. Join over 50,000 happy customers on the road today. Call 817 or 214-35-LEASE or visit dmautoleasing.com today.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
What makes your local Liberty Tax the best choice for professional tax services? At Liberty Tax, we offer free consultations in a stress-free environment, and we'll get to know your unique tax situation. If you're stressed about your taxes, need help planning for the future, or have questions about tax credits, we've got you covered. Visit libertytax.com to book an appointment. Liberty Tax, your trusted tax experts for life. Valid at participating locations. See website for details and eligibility.
Big trip on the horizon? The parking spot gets you going faster. The parking spot is a simpler, easier way to navigate airport parking. When you book online, you save money and are guaranteed a spot. We'll pick you up at your trunk in our yellow and black spotted shuttles, help you with your bags, and take you straight to the terminal. Parking and saving come full circle at the parking spot. Get going faster with the parking spot. Visit theparkingspot.com to reserve your spot.
Hi, this is Andy Avalos, and you're listening to TCU Football on the Horned Frog Sports Network from Learfield.
At TCU, we're investing in potential. On average, 80% of Horned Frogs receive financial aid that helps fuel their dreams and futures. You can help by supporting student scholarships. Your generosity plants the seeds of opportunity, allowing students to grow into tomorrow's leaders and innovators. Visit tcu.edu/give to contribute. Large or small, your gift matters. TCU, lead on with impact.
Looking for top talent? TCU is a magnet for the nation's brightest minds. After graduation, half of our students choose to stay and work right here in the Lone Star State, bringing their skills and passion to local businesses. Our graduates are making an impact, and they're ready to make a difference in your organization. Ready to connect with the best? Visit tcu.edu/hireafrog to learn more about how TCU talent can help your business thrive. TCU, lead on with impact.
The last word before the Frogs take the field. A Horned Frog Sports Network exclusive. Sunny D Live. With the head coach in the locker room right now.
Back with the head coach of the Horned Frogs, his team set to take on SMU. Early kick today, late kick last weekend. Both of them packed houses. You got to feel good about that.
Yeah. We really appreciate our fans, and we have a tremendous fan base, and just encourage them to get here early for the game and be loud, and it should be a great environment.
A lot of history, obviously, between these two teams. 104th meeting in this battle for the Iron Skillet, but I'm not so sure that this isn't one of those matchups, Coach, where you have these two teams playing at a really high level. That's not always the case in this series.
Yeah. I think there's been some ups and downs through the years, historically. And it's kind of, it's been a while probably since both teams were humming like they're humming right now. And so it should be a heck of a ball game.
All right, let's talk about them real quick. Kevin Jennings, their quarterback, true dual threat, right?
Yeah, really good football player. Started, I think his first start was against us last year, and has really played well since, and really turned into one of the top quarterbacks in the country. And he can run around, he can make plays. He's obviously a very, very good runner when he pulls the ball down. They'll run some design runs with him, but he's really most effective when he's scrambling and improvising. And they do a nice job of making big plays off of that scramble drill and And he does a tremendous job of creating offense, and so we've got to do a great job of containing him. That's going to be really important.
It is kind of a big play offense, right? There's not a lot of 12-play drives for them.
Yeah, they've they can do it. I mean, they're a team that can run the ball and do it well, but they've relied on the big play this year, and it's kind of been what they needed to do.
Yeah, T.J. Johnson, that running back, a transfer from UCLA. Then you got a Miami transfer at wide receiver who's averaging over 100 yards a game already, and Romello Brinson, who you talked about on your coach's show. This guy's a playmaker.
He is, yeah. He's long guy, he's athletic, he can really run. He does a nice job on those 50-50 balls, and running back's a big, strong, powerful guy. Does a nice job finishing runs, and they're playing well up front with the offensive line and really pushing it right now, pushing the run game. And so we're going to have to be really physical up front. Going to have to do a great job getting off blocks and tackling.
All right, defensively, they've had to rework things a little bit, especially along that defensive line. Right, it's a little different.
Yeah, they lost a lot of guys last year, a lot of experience, but they've got some good players up there. I mean, a couple of guys that can really rush the passer, and then some bigger guys inside that do a nice job of pushing the pocket. And so, that's really what they want to do. They're a defense that's built to stop the run, make you throw the football, and we're going to have to do a really, really good job of playing physical and finishing up front, and our backs are going to have to run hard. And, to me, this game is going to come down to taking care of the football, and that's something that we didn't do last year, and turned the ball over, I believe, 5 times last year and got our tails kicked.
Solid, experienced at linebacker, but maybe the strength of this defense in that back end?
Yeah, 2 safeties, got a lot of experience. Those guys have been playing a lot of football. Isaiah Wokobia is a really good player, all-conference player, and does a nice job in there and at safety position. And what they want to do is create havoc defensively. They're gonna try to keep the quarterback from getting comfortable, not let him get settled in and execute. And so they do a nice job doing it.
You mentioned the fact you got to take care of the football. This is always a game too that feels like the most physical team wins.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really, really important. Especially it's going to be hot and the team that's got the momentum and playing physical right there at the end of the third quarter is probably the team that's going to win. And so we got to make sure that's us.
All right, go get him, Coach.
Okay, appreciate it.
That's Sonny Dykes' team set to take on SMU. We get to the starting lineups. Opening kickoff here from Amon Carter Stadium after this timeout.
At Texas Health, we're proud to support TCU. From primary care to urgent care, from our growing number of hospitals to at-home care and virtual visits, Texas Health offers more ways to connect with the care you need, so you can spend more time on what matters most, like watching the game. Learn more at texashealth.org/TCU. And go Frogs!
Life's too short to live in Dallas. That's the motto at Railhead. It's on the walls and the staff shirts. Railhead Smokehouse offers a spectacular menu of heaping plates of ribs, sliced beef, fries, and cheddar peppers. With weekday specials and their world-famous ice-cold schooners of beer and margaritas. From the barbecue landmark at 2900 Montgomery, just off I-30. Remember, the best barbecue in Fort Worth is at Railhead Smokehouse, home of the Sonny Dykes radio show Mondays at 6 p.m.
Affordability is the biggest problem in today's car market. New vehicles average nearly $48,000, and most people's wages, they haven't kept up. That's why some are stuck with a 7-year loan just to make the payment work. At D&M Leasing, we solve that problem with the Easy Lease, offering lower monthly payments, no money down, and terms that make sense. Don't overpay. Solve the payment problem. Visit dmautololeasing.com or call 817 or 214-35-LEASE today.
We make leasing easy at B&M.
This is Namdi Obiazer. You're listening to TCU Football on the Horned Frog Sports Network from Learfield.
The Fellowship of Christian Athletes on TCU's campus is having a tremendous impact in the lives of coaches and athletes at TCU. They're impacting their lives through weekly Bible studies, mentorship, one-on-one weekly discipleship. TCU FCA is not only helping our coaches and athletes to be champions in their particular sport, but more importantly, they're helping them be champions in life. To learn more about FCA, go to tcufca.org to have a lasting impact in students and coaches at TCU.
Be ready for game day with officially licensed TCU merchandise from shop.gofrogs.com. Gear up with apparel and accessories, including t-shirts, hats, jerseys, and more. And now check out the latest in custom NIL merchandise that supports your favorite TCU athlete. Whether in the stadium on game day or sporting your purple in the office, look your best for the best selection of Horned Frogs gear online. It's shop.gofrogs.com and bleed purple.
who's in, and who's out. This week's injury report from Baylor Scott and White. On the Frog sideline, here is Elvis Gallegos.
Back at Amon Carter Stadium for today's game versus the SMU Mustangs, and let's talk about this injury report for today. There will be on the SMU side, they got a couple of guys. Jordan Hudson, the wide receiver, who Frog fans are very familiar with. He is probable. He is going through warm-ups, but that will be more of a game-time decision. They do return two linebackers, big-time linebackers. Alexander Kilgore, Zakay Barker will be listed to play tonight. Another listed as probable, but they look like they could be a go for today. Now, on the TCU Horned Frogs side, the Frogs will be without kicker Kyle Limmerman. They will be without running back Kavorian Barnes, without wide receiver Major Everhart. Now, wide receiver Jordan Bailey is probable, so that's good news. And tight end DJ Rogers, who did not play the second half last week, he should be a go for TCU. Those are the injury reports for today. Now it's over to Daniel Starks for a weather report.
Thank you very much, Elvis. It's a beautiful day for Horned Frogs football. We're going to take home that iron skillet. I'm just sure of it. We do have temperatures expected around 93 by the end of today's game. Wind will be nice and calm. Could have a few gusts at about 10 miles an hour out of the south. But currently, right before kick, we do have temperatures at about 86 degrees and those calm winds out of the south. No rain in the forecast, just nice, partly cloudy skies. That's your game day weather forecast. Coming up next, the boys will be back with your Cover 3, the 3 keys for a Horned Frogs victory, when Inside TCU Football continues after this from Liberty Tax.
Welcome to Evan Williams Bourbon Nation, home of game day spirit, where the rivalries run deep and the bourbon runs deeper. As game day's #1 pour, Evan Williams is your go-to for every toast, tailgate, and touchdown this season. Whether you're sipping it neat on the rocks or mixing it up with your favorite cocktail, Evan Williams Bourbon is with you from every play to every pour. Find your bottle at evanwilliams.com and let's make every game count. Evan Williams Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey, Bardstown, Kentucky, 43 to 45% alcohol by volume, 21 plus. Enjoy responsibly.
It's football season in Fort Worth, and whether you're cheering from the stands or hosting the ultimate watch party, Liberty Tax is proud to stand with Horned Frog Nation as the proud sponsor of TCU football. You need a team you can trust. Liberty Tax has experienced pros ready to tackle even the toughest returns. With convenient locations and personalized service, Liberty Tax makes it easy to get the maximum refund you deserve. Visit LibertyTax.com today to find a location near you. Liberty Tax, your trusted tax experts for life.
TCU fans, what better way to kick off the 2026 college football season than cheering on your Horned Frogs in the Aer Lingus College Football Classic in Dublin, Ireland? Whether it's a quick trip to Dublin for the game, a multi-city adventure throughout the Irish countryside, golfing on some of the best courses in the world, or premium game day hospitality, there's a package for you. Visit frogstoireland.com for information on official travel and hospitality packages. That's frogs2Ireland.com.
This is Kendall Browse, and you're listening to TCU Football on the Horned Frogs Sports Network from Learfield.
Fatherless boys face a troubled future. At Hope Farm, we guide at-risk boys to become Christ-centered men of integrity so families are strengthened and the cycle of fatherlessness is broken. At Hope Farm, we're a leadership program nurturing boys through high school with a life plan, accountability, and collaboration with parents and teachers to create lasting change. You can help support, volunteer, or give, and be part of our mission to build a stronger future for these young men and their families. Learn more at hopefarm.org.
TCU athletics goes beyond the field and court. It fuels Fort Worth's economy. Game days bring a flood of fans and fresh eyes to our city, boosting local businesses, creating jobs, and cultivating community spirit. TCU athletics supports over 2,000 jobs and brings over $400 million to our state each year. It's more than a game. It's a driving force for economic growth. Support the Horned Frogs and witness the power of purple. TCU. Lead on with impact.
Your Frogs have prepped all week for this. We call it Cover 3. Here's Brian Estridge.
That's a TCU marching band with the national anthem as we welcome you back into Amon G. Carter Stadium. Cover 3 is our chance to get some final word from the experts prior to this game with 3 things that we need to see from the Frogs to be successful. And let's start with you, Justin Fuente. I bet the coach in you can't forget that game last week, that second half, especially defensively for TCU.
You're right. Defensively, it's a little bit of a tale of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde for the Horned Frogs. TCU's lights out on third down in the opener, holding North Carolina 1 for 10, and scoring 2 touchdowns on defense. In the second game versus Abilene Christians, it was a complete different story, giving up over 70% of the third down conversions and allowing 2 Abilene Christian touchdowns. TCU can't expect to survive versus this high-powered SMU offense if they can't find a way to get off the field on third down. It'll be interesting to see Andy Avalos' adjustments this week. I wouldn't be surprised to see him bring a little bit more pressure while also mixing in some looks where he drops 8 defenders into coverage.
Yeah, and I bet some emotion will show up on that side of the ball as well. And if emotion means anything, Nambi Eisler, the linebacker for the Frogs, says this defense, well, they'll be ready emotionally for today's game.
For sure. I played them every year so far, and I'm not really too sure why it's stopping. I feel like it's one of the better rivalry games we got, just being DFW, you know. So definitely means a lot. Being the last game definitely means a lot after last year, too.
All right, Coach Fuente starts defense first. Elvis, I expect you to start with the Horned Frog offense in, am I right?
Yeah, definitely. Guys, I want to see this TCU team start fast. I want to see them jump on SMU early. Typically in this rivalry, TCU has been the team that strikes first. Obviously wasn't the case last year. I think this SMU team is different when they're playing with the lead. You see a lot of confidence. You see them flying to the football. I want to see this crowd. It's going to be packed. It already feels good. You can see a lot of energy. You can hear it, feel it. I want to see them use that to their advantage. Apply some pressure by being at home. So I think that's with TCU having a lot of juice early in this game, if they win the toss, I'd like to see them receive it, put points on the board first.
Might be a breakout game for one Eric McAllister, Elvis. I think that you said, and you hear Coach Sonny Dykes and even quarterback Josh Hoover talk about it. In fact, Josh Hoover says he is standing by, meaning Eric McAllister, ready to make it happen when called on.
Eric has a great feel. He's super big. I mean, 6'4", big frame, has a big catch radius, catches everything, great hands, and then he's also a great route runner. He understands how to play fast, how to slow it down, get open, and if you watch his tape, he's never out of control. I love Eric. I love the way he plays. I think he's going to have, one of the biggest years in TCU history. So.
All right, take 2 now for Justin Fuente. What do you want to see out of the Frogs in this high-powered offense?
Well, explosive plays in college football are usually categorized as runs of 12 or more yards or pass plays of 20 more yards. When an offense produces just 1 explosive play on any given drive, statistically, they're much more likely to score points on that drive. And TCU's created more than their fair share of these plays, both on the ground and through the air. But for the first time this year, they're going to face a team on the other side of the ball that is just as capable of producing those explosive plays. And at the end of the day, the winner of the explosive play battle is going to have a great chance to be the team celebrating with the iron skillet.
Yeah, I think Sonny Dykes agrees with you when he talks about the strength of this SMU team and that offense.
Explosive offense, that's the one thing that with the quarterback that they're going to, generate big plays. They've got a big play receiver and a quarterback that, can run around and keep things alive and throw the ball down the field. And they've done a really nice job of generating big plays out of that. Big running back, offensive line's got a ton of experience and plays hard and plays physical. And, a defense that's going to try to create a lot of havoc and, play physical, stop the run up front and really kind of, in some ways, almost force you to throw the football. And
all right, Elvis, hit me with your second key. What do you want to see out of the Frogs?
It's protect the football, guys. I know that, last year was a big story. Josh Hoover probably had his worst game against this SMU defense, 4 turnovers, and they fed off of that. You saw how that snowballed quickly for TCU. This SMU defense this year, they forced 8 turnovers. I think they had 3 interceptions just last week. Scott Simons is a guy that's going to come after Hoover. He's going to try to get him off his spot, put a lot of pressure. For TCU, they've allowed 0 sacks this year. Hoover's only had 1 interception. That was that tip interception at UNC. I think they need to protect the football because if there is a path of victory for SMU, I think they have to win the turnover battle. They're going to force that issue. TCU's got to be smart.
All right, finally, let's get the third key. Let's get that from you if we could. Coach Fuente, what do you want to see? The emotion of this game is going to be sky high. What's that third key for you?
Well, for me, this is scramble drill. TCU's facing an extremely athletic dual-threat quarterback in SMU's Kevin Jennings. He can hurt you with his legs and his arms, but he delivers knockout blows when he's outside the pocket. He buys time for his wide receivers to work the scramble drill, and he's created a bunch of big plays while escaping the pocket, and his wide receivers know it. They have a great feel for when to break the open grass just as Jennings is getting on the move. TCU's going to have to do a great job providing pressure in the middle of the pocket, containing him on the edge, but when Jennings gets out, which he will, the TCU secondary's got to immediately identify the wide receiver in their area, plaster to him. It's no longer zone coverage. It's now man-to-man. If they can do this, they have a chance of limiting one of the major ways SMU creates big plays.
All right, Elvis, got 15 seconds. Give me your third key, man.
The most physical team's going to win today. We saw that against North Carolina. I think it starts in the trenches. This is going to be a bloodbath. I mentioned that. I think the most physical team wins today, fellas.
All right, there you got an insight from experts here. Now we get to tee it up between the white lines. It is the 104th meeting between the Frogs and the Ponies, and it happens next after this from Frost Bank.
At Frost, we believe in going the extra mile, like opening more locations to be a part of more communities. Overdraft grace, which means no fee if you overdraw your Frost Personal or Frost Plus account by $100 or less. And the little things like cookies, coffee, or that time when there was a fire at a Fort Worth daycare and Frost Bankers entertained 26 kids with snacks and games until their parents could pick them up. That actually happened. Frost, exactly what you unexpected.
Welcome to Evan Williams Bourbon Nation, home of game day spirit, where the rivalries run deep and the bourbon runs deeper. As game day's #1 pour, Evan Williams is your go-to for every toast, tailgate, and touchdown this season. Whether you're sipping it neat on the rocks or mixing it up with your favorite cocktail, Evan Williams Bourbon is with you from every play to every pour. Find your bottle at evanwilliams.com and let's make every game count. Evan Williams Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey, Bardstown, Kentucky, 43 to 45% alcohol by volume, 21 plus. Enjoy responsibly. TCU fans, what better way to kick off the 2026 college football season than cheering on your Horned Frogs in the Aer Lingus College Football Classic in Dublin, Ireland? Whether it's a quick trip to Dublin for the game, a multi-city adventure throughout the Irish countryside, golfing on some of the best courses in the world, or premium game day hospitality, there's a package for you. Visit frogstoireland.com for information on official travel and hospitality packages. That's frogs2Ireland.com.
Hi, Frog fans. This is former quarterback Casey Paha, and you're listening to the Horned Frog Sports Network from Learfield.
Get your game face on and get ready for the thrill of TCU football. Join us at Amon G. Carter Stadium for an action-packed season. Feel the roar of the crowd and experience the excitement of every touchdown as you witness the electric atmosphere that only TCU football can deliver. Whether you're a die-hard fan or new to the Horned Frogs Nation, every game brings unforgettable memories. Grab your tickets today at gofrogs.com and be part of the action as we bleed purple together. TCU football, the Carter awaits.
At TCU, our students mean business. With more than 36,000 internship hours logged every year, Horned Frogs are gaining real-world experience and making their marks in the professional world. Is your business looking for driven, talented interns? Hire a Horned Frog and bring that dedication and skill to your team. Visit tcu.edu/hireafrog to find out how you can tap into this incredible pool of talent. TCU, lead on with impact.
Hit the horn.
Back of the end zone, kick made, touchdown TCU. There's your tight end, Chase Curtis.
On the Horned Frogs Sports Network from Learfield.
Jeremy Payne standing to the left of the quarterback Hoover here. 3rd and 1, they're going to throw for it. Touchdown. Good gracious.
It's football time in Texas.
Takes a snap, rolls to his right, gets a block from Barnes, throws at the end zone's got a man. One-handed grab. Did he hang on? Let's see. Touchdown. Yes.
TCU football is on the air. Brought to you by Toyota. Let's go places. Also by Fort Worth-owned La Pulga, the official tequila of the Horned Frogs. Made with 100% agave and 0 additives.
Say TCU! TCU!
Give them hell, TCU.
Go Frogs. Kickoff is moments away.
Now with the call of the game, here's the best broadcast team in Texas. Elvis Gallegos, Coach Justin Fuente, and the voice of the Frogs, Brian Estridge.
Live from America's greatest city, Fort Worth, Texas, we come to you from the prettiest 1.32 acres in town. Moncrief Field at Amon G. Carter Stadium for the 104th meeting between the Frogs and the Ponies. TCU 2-0, SMU 2-1. Nobody in the stadium cares, though, folks. It's all about today between these two teams as the Horned Frogs in all white, the good guys. White pants, white jerseys, purple numerals, and the white hat here for this one. SMU in the road, royal blue pants, royal blue jersey. Yep, the road, royal blue jersey with the white numerals and the white hat for this one. SMU sets the stage early. They won the toss and decided they're going to take the football. So they win the toss and will take it to start this ball game here in this, the last meeting on the books between these two teams, by the way. ACC officiating crew. Jerry Magalinas is our referee. The umpires, Jeremy Epps, Dan Harrington, the head line judge. Line judge is Colin Formalak. Steve Curry's the field judge. Side judge is Aaron Hockley. Yep. Frederick Dimfield's the back judge. Center judge is Art Brown. Jess Peterson is our replay official. Nate McCashlin will kick it off. No Kyle Limmerman for the Horned Frogs today. Link Rhodes is back deep for SMU. TJ Harden, the great running back, transfer from UCLA, joins him. Here's a kick from McCashlin from right to left. We are underway in Fort Worth, and this one lands 4 feet outside the back of the end zone. And the Horned Frog defense will trot out there. Offensively for SMU, up front, they average 6'4.5", 314 pounds. Savion Bird at left tackle's good. Senior out of Cedar Hill. Logan Parr is the left guard. Joshua Bates is the center. He's a transfer from Oklahoma. Addison Nichols, I should say, is the right guard. P.J. Williams is the right tackle. All 5 of those guys transferred from left to right. Oklahoma, Texas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Texas A&M. And they'll be blocking for the quarterback, Kevin Jennings. Out of South Oak Cliff, the redshirt junior, 836 yards and 6 touchdowns already. He's got TJ Harden, the UCLA transfer, stands to his left. Whitehouse to either side on first down. Harden gets the call. Right up the middle, and TJ's going to lean forward across the 30 to the 31-yard line. That's 6 on first down for Harden, who comes in with 253 yards and 5 scores. Nambi Obi-Izor on the tackle, along with Caleb Elarms or the 2 linebackers for the Frogs. The wide receivers, Romello Brinson, he's a good one. 314 yards already. Jameer Knight, Jalen Cooper, Dylan Goffney. We'll see Jordan Hudson. They call R.J. Maryland a tight end. He ain't. They're going to turn and hand it off right up the middle again to Harden. Harden this time written down from behind. Austin Jordan there for the Horned Frogs. Going to bring up 3rd down and short. And I say that about Maryland. Even though he's listed as a tight end, Justin, and he's up for the Mackey Award, he is never beside the tackle. He doesn't know the tackle's name. The new age tight end, right? The ones that are just big wide receivers, yes, which can be a pain to defend when you get those guys matched up on the inside. All right, now the quarterback here. Jennings has Harden standing to his right. 2 receivers to the left-hand side. One to the right, bring a man in motion. Give to Harden again, and this one whistled dead before the start of it. I think we got motion up front. That receiver who was wide left may have left, turned upfield. Let's see.
Number 88.
Yep.
5-yard penalty. 3rd down.
That's Matthew Hibner, the guilty party. Hibner's the tight end, graduate transfer. He's out of Burke, Virginia. Transfer from Michigan. Went to Lake Braddock High School there, just outside of D.C. So 3rd and 2, now looks like 3rd and 7 for Rhett Lashley's team. Casey Woods is the offensive coordinator. Lashley calls the plays. Woods, though, has a major influence. His dad, Sparky, was a terrific coach in college football as well at Appalachian State and South Carolina. 3 receivers to the left, one running back to the left of Jennings now on 3rd down. 3rd and 7 in the pocket over the middle. He's got a man. It's incomplete. And a nice job there defensively by the Horned Frogs as Jamel Johnson was in coverage and could have taken out the receiver on a high throw and backed off. Yeah, smart football play by Jamel there. You see Andy Avalos dialing up the pressure on 3rd down. Much was made about the Horned Frogs on 3rd and long last week and their lack of success. Coach Avalos goes with pressure right up the middle to start it off. Wade McSparron to punt it away. He's a redshirt freshman out of Australia. Jordan Dwyer is back deep. He's left-footed. And Dwyer underneath this one grabs it at the 29-yard line. Return right's going to run out of real estate as it gets it up to about the 34. Frogs with good field position to start offensively for the first time. Every drive for Abilene Christian went at least 20 yards last time these Horned Frogs were on this field, Justin. That one went for 3.
You got to love the intensity that they've come out with. SMU can't be happy with a 3rd down and 2 turning, which you can run any play you want, turning into a 3rd down and 7, forced into a drop back game. But great job by TCU getting off the field.
42-yard punt, 3-yard return, 3.8 on the hang time of the Frog offense out there. Josh Hoover, junior out of Rockwall Heath. Operates in the shotgun, backs to either side. He does not have Kavorian Barnes in this one. He does have Jeremy Payne running left with room. 40.
TCU's run the entire season, their little kick play, but bringing the motion back over the top and then handing it off in a different manner.
5 wides, Hoover over the middle, dumps it, catches made, hit across the 35 and on his feet to the 33-yard line. There's Eric McAllister. Elvis, we think he may have a breakout game today.
Yeah, I like him on the inside there. Great job. Those guys are on the same page, just pitch and catch. And you see McAllister continue to break tackles after the catch.
If there's a weakness on this SMU defense, it's at corner. Here's Hoover out of the shotgun. 2 receivers right, 1 back in. Hoover to throw the football, dumps it in traffic. Ooh! Almost picked off. It went over the top of Manjack, the intended receiver. There were 2 blue jerseys, though, in the facility, as well as an umpire in the way.
Glad that ball got onto the ground as Hoover tries to find Manjack off play-action pass, crossing over the middle. Ball just sailed a little bit on him. It was pretty good coverage by SMU.
Frogs have moved it from their 33 to the SMU 33. Haven't faced 2nd down until right here, and it's going to be Jeremy Payne on the carry running to his right. Offensive line for the Frogs. Left tackle is Ryan Hughes. Left guard is Cade Bennett. Center is Colton Deary. Right guard Carson Bruno. Right tackle Ben Taylor Whitfield. Average 6'5", 308 across the front. DJ Rogers and Chase Curtis will split time at tight end. Rogers is out there right now. He's split to the right-hand side along with Manjack and McAllister. Dwyer comes wide left. Payne joins him to that side. Empty set on 3rd down now. 3rd down and 8. Frogs were 9 of 11 on 3rd down last week. And there's movement up front here as Hoover walked up to the line of scrimmage to change the play, and the officials.
Offense, number 56. 5-yard penalty. 3rd down.
Say Ben Taylor Whitfield jumped a little early, so this will back the Horned Frogs up. Again, we saw SMU on their drive with a penalty on 3rd down. Now the Frogs on 3rd down.
Lined up in their empty formation, no backs in the backfield. SMU showed blitz. TCU moved the back in the backfield, and Hoover's trying to check protection. And by then, those offensive linemen have been in their stance for an awfully long time.
3rd down and 13 now. Trent Battle stands to the left here of Hoover. Again, movement up front, and they draw the Frogs one more time. SMU, let's see, jumping around. Calls TCU to move, and now Sonny Dykes says this should be against the Mustangs. Let's see.
I think that's what I saw from down here, fellas.
Okay.
Full start. Offense, number 6. 5-yard penalty. 3rd down.
Now, whistle that one on Trent Battle in the backfield.
Yeah, they did get the SMU defensive line to move, but Trent Battle in the backfield took a step forward at the same time, and they're going to call that one on the offense.
You know, if the Frogs were unsuccessful on what was the original 3rd down, it would have been a 49-yard field goal attempt. Now it would be 59. All right, so you're out of field goal range right now for McCashlin. 3rd down. 3rd and 18 for TCU. 2 receivers right, 1 to the left-hand side. 1 back in, it's Trent Battle. He's the best blocker at running back. They rush forward as SMU. Hoover flush, rolling to his left. Going to sprint to the edge. He's got work to do. 35-30, punched out of bounds as he gets it down to the 28-yard line. May have given McCashlin an opportunity here now. 13 on the scamper. Gets it down to about the 28, and now the Frog offense is going to stay on the field here for 4th down and 7.
That's about the best you could ask for on 3rd and extra long is can you get yourself back into field goal range or give yourself an opportunity to realistically go for it on 4th down. Frogs choose to go for it on 4th down.
That's the first quarterback rush since the opener against North Carolina. Battle in the backfield. Stands to the left of Hoover. Big 4th down play here. 4th and 5 at the SMU 28-yard line. Hoover flush, tucks it under, going to run for it. Dives! First down, 20-yard line. Move the chains. We work in the Sewell red zone now. That's a pickup of 8. With 10:39 to play in the opening quarter. Frogs threatening.
Hoover with the head first dive instead of the feet first dive, which doesn't protect him, but it gets you a few more yards if you can get on the ground quickly.
Frogs working quickly, one back in. They're going to hand it off. Trent Battle, hunting and pecking, and not much doing there. Maybe 1 yard to the 19. 2nd and 9 upcoming. Defensive front for SMU. Cameron Robertson at one end, along with Isaiah Smith at the other. Terry Webb and Jeffrey Emba are your 2 tackles. Linebackers are Barker and Kilgore. Brandon Booker's in there right now with Kilgore instead of Barker. Milliner Jones, Wacobia, and Moses are your safeties. Deuce Harmon and Jalen Davis Robinson are the corners. Payne in the backfield. 2nd and 9 now for the Horned Frogs at the SMU 19-yard line. Right in the Sewell red zone. Chase Curtis shifts from left to right at tight end. They're going to run behind him. Nope, it's a reverse. Pitch it back. Reversing field here. The Horned Frogs are going to ride him down to the 28-yard line. It's Major Everhart, a surprise arrival into the lineup for this game. We were told before the game that we did not think he was going to be available. That one goes from -8. He saw the defense perfectly there from SMU, had it read nice.
Yeah, nowhere to go for Major. It's good to see him back out playing, though, after going out during one of the fall camp scrimmages. But I like the call to run the reverse there, but just didn't have it blocked up very well.
3rd down at 17 now. Frogs had 3rd and 18 earlier on this drive. 3 receivers still left. Payne in the backfield. 3rd and 18. SMU bringing a whole bunch. Hoover rolling to his right. Flushed out. Looks downfield in traffic. It is caught. 1st down inside the 10 and more. Touchdown, Eric McAllister. From 27 yards out, Hoover on the run. Finds his #1 target wearing the jersey with the same numeral. You can hit the horn here in Fort Worth as the Frogs go up 6-0.
Great job by Hoover getting on the run and finding his main guy in McAllister. The offensive lineman, though, the running backs did a good job picking up the SMU blitz. Just wasn't anybody open quickly. Hoover rolls to his right and finds McAllister for the big touchdown.
Nate McCashlin out for the point after now. Holding it will be Ethan Krall, the punter. Snapping it back is going to be Kyle Keeler. Trying to make this a 7-0 lead for the Frogs. Inside snap, placed perfectly by Krall. Kick right down the middle by Nate McCashlin. Frogs with the early 7-0 lead. Elvis in our cover 3 before this game. You said it's breakout day for Eric McAllister, who seems at his best when the play is broken up as well.
Well, Coach and I were talking about before the game, but just the importance of that scramble drill. We thought that would be something to watch on the SMU side, but I don't think enough is talked about Hoover and how quick he is. How great he is to move on the run. I mean, he picks up a 1st down. He picks up a large gain. And there he buys time for his guy, puts 7 on the board. The importance of starting fast, fellas. We're seeing it here for TCU.
Today's game brought to you by Sewell, proudly supporting the Horned Frogs. Experience Sewell's obsession with customer service at their 2 Fort Worth locations. Sewell Infinity of Fort Worth, Sewell Lexus of Fort Worth. Sewell, obsessed with service since 1911. 8:56 to play. Horned Frogs up 7-0 on SMU. Back we come after this local timeout on the Horned Frogs Sports Network from Learfield.
Hey, Horned Frog fans, want to give your kids the ultimate football experience at TCU? Well, create a memory they'll cherish forever as you join us for a chance to be a part of TCU's Bleacher Creatures and run out onto the field pregame with the Frogs. Just show up 20 minutes before kickoff at the Southeast Scoreboard, and your kids will get to run with America's favorite mascot, Super Frog, onto the field. All kids who participate get a free Frogs jersey, courtesy of Cook Children's. See you game day at the Carter, and don't forget to bleed purple.
At TCU, we're investing in potential. On average, 80% of Horned Frogs receive financial aid that helps fuel their dreams and futures. You can help by supporting student scholarships. Your generosity plants the seeds of opportunity, allowing students to grow into tomorrow's leaders and innovators. Visit tcu.edu/give to contribute. Large or small, your gift matters. TCU, lead on with impact.
It's time for this week's edition of Frogs in the Pros as we take a look at TCU players from around the NFL, and this week we focus on Kevontae Turpin. The fourth-year player with the Dallas Cowboys, coming off a stellar career at TCU, was primarily a kick returner during his first 2 seasons in Dallas, but last year became much more of a focal point as a receiver, racking up a career-high 420 yards in the air, including a couple of scores, and this year picking up right where he left off, catching 4 passes for 47 yards, including a touchdown in the Cowboys' wild 40-36 37 overtime win over the New York Giants last week. That's this week's edition of Frogs in the Pros, and now we send it back out to Amon Carter Stadium and the voice of the Horned Frogs, Brian Estridge.
Thank you, Dave. Quick start here for TCU, 7-0. They lead it on the SMU Mustangs. Today's game brought to you by EECU, proud to be the official credit union of the TCU Horned Frogs. 9 plays, 67 yards, 4:23 off the clock, 27-yard touchdown pass. Josh Hoover to Eric McAllister. Remember, the Frogs were in third and long a couple of times, Justin, on that drive.
Yeah, Hoover's legs proved to be very valuable there. It's nice to see them get McAllister involved, moving him into the slot in their empty set on an early down to get him up and going instead of him always being the outside boundary receiver where it's a little bit easier to double cover him, moving him around a little bit to try and get him involved.
Nate McCashlin set to kick it off now. Same spot as earlier where we started the game. He'll kick it from right to left. From the near hash, McCashlin angles this one. Not quite as deep, returnable 2 yards deep. It's going to be Link Rhodes right up the middle to the 10, to the 15, and down he'll go to the 21-yard line. SMU offense for the second time. All right, Elvis, I want to go back to that scoring drive. This was not as if SMU didn't try to heat up Josh Hoover. They brought pressure up this offensive line, and Trent Paddle in the backfield did a nice job picking it up.
They sure did, and I think that's where we saw a couple of the penalties coming, right? I think we saw some movement late and try to even change the play one time because Hoover identified a blitz was coming, so they definitely try to speed him up early. I do believe that this SMU defense is going to try to get Hoover out off his spot, but as you see, he is so good on the run. They may want to rethink that.
Second offensive set now for the Mustangs, where the quarterback here, Kevin Jennings. Chris Johnson stands to his right. 2 receivers to the left-hand side. Johnson this time gets a carry trying to get to the edge. Nice blocking out there by the wide receivers. He'll turn it up for a first down. Gets to the 35-yard line. Great job on the perimeter there for SMU's wide receiving core, including R.J. Maryland, able to free him up. Channing Canada and Bud Clark finally bring him down. That's a 13-yard run for Johnson, the sophomore out of Fort Lauderdale.
SMU with a very well-blocked play directly into a TCU blitz, had it all up, maintained those blocks, and almost circled the field.
I think Austin Jordan might have taken that block with the wrong shoulder, fellas.
2 receivers to the left. Out of the shotgun now works Kevin Jennings. One back in the backfield. Jennings to throw it in the flat left. Catch is made for the first down. Across the 45 to the 46 goes Link Rhodes on the reception that time. Junior out of Stockton, California. Channing Canada on the tackle. That's a gain of 12. Another first down here for the Mustangs. On the 46-yard line. First and 10 down at the 46. Jennings out of the pistol, hands it off right. Dancing right goes Johnson, bounces it outside midfield and into TCU territory for the first time for the Mustangs as it gets into the 46-yard line. Nice job there. There's a penalty marker late. It's in the backfield. This one might be coming back.
Offense, number 74. 10-yard penalty. Replay first down.
That's Andrew Chamblee, who is in at left tackle right now for Savion Byrd. And we need to keep our eye on that. We didn't expect Chamblee to play, but here he is right now in place of Byrd, who they're really high on, who is a senior out of Cedar Hill. Backs him up, makes it first and 20 now from the 36-yard line. Mustangs check it at the sideline here. They're going to send Jordan Hudson, TCU transfer, wide to the right-hand side. 2 receivers go left. Harden's in the backfield. Bring a man of motion across the formation. They give it a Harden running left. And TJ down after a short gain to about the 39-yard line.
Well, Coach Avalos is dedicated to bringing perimeter pressure early in this game. He's brought the overhang or the field linebacker multiple times. Has yet to really create a big tackle in the backfield, but something that SMU has done a decent job of heading up so far.
2nd and 17 after the gain of 3. Ball to the far hash. SMU working left to right. 2 receivers right. Jennings to throw the football on play action with time. Airs it over the middle of the field. Slinging it out. It's in and out of the hands of his intended target there. He was looking for Ymir Knight, or Jermeco Green, I should say. And there was good coverage downfield for TCU. May have gotten a hand on it. And it'll bring up now 3rd down, 3rd.
I think Bud's going to be upset about that, fellas. Yeah. That could have been a pick right there. He misjumped it.
I think he did. He timed it wrong. Left a little early.
He sure did. They played cover 2 right there and tried to throw the ball in the deep seam. And, that's a ball that you think Bud Clark is going to jump up and snatch, and it just kind of sailed right over his outstretched arms.
So I tell you what, Jennings slings it, doesn't he? I mean,
he sure does. He's not scared.
No. 4 wides, 2 to either side. Big 3rd and 17 here for SMU from their own 39-yard line. Snap back to throw it. Pressure from the edge. Has to step up. Fires it downfield. Catch is made to the 44-yard line for a first down. Inside the 40 goes Jordan Hudson on the comeback route. Gets it to the 36. How about the poise of Jennings? He knew the Frogs were going to get to him. He stood in there, took the shot, released it for a throw of 25 yards.
Boy, that's a big-time play by Kevin Jennings right there. Got pressure all over him. Stands in there and delivers it.
Here's Jennings now sliding out of the pocket, rolling to his left. They lose contain. He's on the run to the 30-yard line and down. He'll go near a first down at the 25. And that's going to be right. That's going to be enough for a first down gain of 11. Bud Clark finally makes a tackle. Big 3rd down conversion there. 27? Is that right? 3rd and 17, I should say. Frogs converted a 3rd and 17 as well on their touchdown pass. And we saw those 3rd and longs for Abilene Christian last week several times converted.
Yeah, certainly did. It's been a completely different game plan for the TCU defense on 3rd down. They are bringing pressure from all over the place thus far.
TCU leads 7-0, 5:42 to play in this opening quarter. Chris Johnson's in the backfield. It's SMU's 2nd offensive series. They were going to run a reverse here, or at least a fly sweep here, and you get a penalty right before it. This is usually against the offense.
Illegal substitution. Offense breaking the huddle with 12 players. 5-yard penalty. First down.
By the way, that comes from, just so we are all on the same page, that comes from a pregame conversation, I'm pretty confident.
Yeah,
that Coach Dykes had with the officials because he had seen that happen
to alert them about it. Yeah. You see Kevin Jennings now counting to make sure he's got the right number of guys. You know, one thing to think about as this game goes on, SMU was penalized 12 times for 120 or 30 yards last week. It was a major point of emphasis for Coach Lashley, and they're not off to a very good start thus far.
TJ Harden in the backfield stands to the right of the quarterback, out of the gun, hands it off to Harden. Harden right up the middle, slips to about the 27-yard line, pick up a 3. 5:24 to go in the opening quarter. 7-0 TCU leading it. Brian Estridge, Justin Fuente, Elvis Gallegos along the sidelines here for this one. Statisticians Brian Sperry, spotters Wayne Gossard, producer engineer is Kyle Cross. Dave Shook's back at our Moritz Studios, and Sarge has the con as the Frogs are going to roll in 3 fresh defensive linemen for this 2nd and 12. Harden stays in at running back. 2 receivers left, one to the right. Now they'll bring him in motion. That's Yamir Knight, the slot. Takes the snap, does Jennings, roll to his right, trying to get to the outside edge, looking for some help, throws it across his body, catch is made at about the 13-yard line. Jalen Cooper coming back to the football, enough for another first down. There's a throw on the run. These 2 quarterbacks showing you how it's done. That's a gain of 13 there for the Mustangs.
I mean, if you're a TCU defensive coach, you just tell them that was great defended, better throw, better catch, play the next play.
Throw it in the slot right, or in the flat right, and it's incomplete this time. Went back to the same well with Jalen Cooper. He couldn't hang on that time. They tried to play quick. Didn't work out to their advantage there. It's 2nd down and 10. Headed to the south end of the stadium here is SMU. Great crowd here on this whiteout. Frogs in all white as well as a team, even though they're at home. I kind of like the look, the stormtrooper look, if you will. TJ Harden in the backfield, stands to the right of Jennings. 3 receivers to that side. Jennings, Harden, I should say, with the call. Right up the middle, and TJ to about the 11-yard line. That's another gain of 3. 3rd down upcoming. Javon McIver defending here in the Sewell red zone for SMU. Red zone opportunity, first one of the game for the Mustangs. Clock running with 4 minutes to play in the quarter. What do you like here on 3rd and 7? Got to get Jennings on the edge, you would think, huh?
Well, I think SMU would be happy if he gets on the move. If I'm TCU, I'm playing coverage right here. It's 3rd and 7 with a reduced field. These are hard calls on the offense because there's just no real room behind any of the defense.
Derek McFall, a freshman in at running back, to throw it right, looking in the corner, and the grab is not made. Wow, that was almost a great catch by Jordan Hudson. pretty well defended. Elvis, that happened right in front of you. Give us a look at what happened there.
Yeah, Jordan wants to review this. He thinks he caught it, but fellas, he didn't have control. Then when he came down, I think they made the right call. He didn't have control of the football out of bounds. Now SMU is going to have to settle for a field goal attempt.
Bring out the field goal kicker. And this is a change, too, by the way. They've kind of been battling at field goal kicker. It looks like it's going to be Sam Keltner.
Plays under further review.
Yeah, they are going to take a look at this with Barbasol review here. Sonny Dykes thought there might have been a little push as well, Elvis, from Jordan Hudson. It just looked like it was fairly well defended by TCU.
It was good. It was well defended, but that's not anything. I mean, that's not anything out of the norm. You see that a lot of just hand check. Here now they're showing the replay on the screen here. It looks like he's got it, but the ball was moving. It was out, and it was still moving, in my opinion, when he went out of bounds.
I think you're right, Elvis. Like there does seem to be some movement as he goes to the ground. The ball's got to survive the catch. He bobbles it. I don't know. There's some movement in there, but
yep. I don't know if there's enough to.
Yeah, you guys are right. It was good coverage, a really good throw, and a great effort by the receiver.
Here's a referee.
After further review, the ruling in the field is upheld. 4th down.
Good effort, though, by Jordan Hudson, the Carlin native, transfer from TCU. There was some question as to whether or not he was going to play. He's been battling an elbow issue. In fact, he was in a brace for the first half of the week, practiced on Thursday, and said, hey, I'm not going to be tonight. I want to be here in this game against his old team, the Horned Frogs. And taking a timeout, which essentially ices the kicker here. We'll take it with him. Frogs lead at 7-0. Aer Lingus is set and ready to welcome you for the 2026 Aer Lingus College Football Classic in Dublin, Ireland next August. Elevate your game day experience with a hospitality package that includes premium in-stadium hospitality with food, drinks, and entertainment, plus premium game tickets. Learn more at frogs2ireland.com. That's frogs, the number 2, Ireland.com. 7-0. TCU leads it. SMU with a field goal attempt when we come back after this word from Blue Cross Blue Shield.
You can actually do well by doing good. I'm Jim Springfield, president of Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas. Texas is an independently spirited state. That gives Blue Cross the ability to provide unique services for the unique needs of Texans. I think letting that feed into the products and services we offer, it's culturally appropriate. You can have the assurance that we're going to continue to be progressive when it comes to meeting Texans' health needs.
Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas, a division of Healthcare Service Corporation, a mutual legal reserve company.
The Toyota Trucks Game Day sales event is on, and there's no one key to victory. You need strength, power, agility, a team that shows up ready to win. At Toyota Trucks, they bring the full roster. Kick off the season with big savings at the Toyota Trucks Game Day sales event.
Toyota is a proud sponsor of TCU Athletics. Fear the Frog and fuel the power in a Tundra or Tacoma. Built to take you wherever the road leads. Find yours today.
Toyota, let's go places. See packages and options at toyota.com for feature availability.
Your Barbasol shave is a time for self-reflection. Look in that mirror and ask yourself, can I make a real difference in this world? Of course you can. Just not today. The big game is on. Barbasol. It's a can of can-do.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and
here on SMU Mustangs. Out of this timeout, set to attempt a field goal here to try to get on the board after a pretty good drive for them. And they'll bring out the Keller native, Sam Keltner, youngster, redshirt freshman, played at Keller High School for the Indians. This one a 28-yarder from the right hash. The Aussie, Wade McSparron, will hold it. Snapping it back is Morgan Tribbitt. Good snap, holds down. The kick from Keltner is good. Just inside the right upright for Sam. And SMU on the scoreboard. 7-3. Frogs lead it on the Mustangs. 3:32 to play in this opening quarter. Back after this local timeout. For the Horned Frog Sports Network from Learfield.
Looking for top talent? TCU is a magnet for the nation's brightest minds. After graduation, half of our students choose to stay and work right here in the Lone Star State, bringing their skills and passion to local businesses. Our graduates are making an impact, and they're ready to make a difference in your organization. Ready to connect with the best? Visit tcu.edu/hireafrog to learn more about how TCU talent can help your business thrive. TCU, lead on with impact.
The Fellowship of Christian Athletes on TCU's campus is having a tremendous impact in the lives of coaches and athletes at TCU. They're impacting their lives through weekly Bible studies, mentorship, one-on-one weekly discipleship. TCU FCA is not only helping our coaches and athletes to be champions in their particular sport, but more importantly, they're helping them be champions in life. To learn more about FCA, go to tcufca.org to have a lasting impact in students and coaches at TCU.
Yeah, none of the stuff around this game affects this team. That's got to be the mindset. There is a lot of emotion around rivalry games when it comes to fan bases, but we can't play emotional. You know, we got to play passionate. We got to play with intensity and toughness and together. And I mean, on the road, when it's kind of you versus everybody, you've got to have a different level of closeness, right, to get through the ebbs and flows of the game, because there are waves of emotion in the game, right? And you've got to stay steady through all of that. So, yeah, if you make it emotional, then you're probably not going to play as good as you can.
That's Rhett Lashley, the head coach of the SMU Mustangs in his fourth year, 31-14 overall. He's done a terrific job there. His team stays steady after the Frogs go up 7-0, put together a 12-play, 68-yard drive that took 5:18 off the clock. Settle for a 28-yard field goal. Frogs will lead this one 7-3 right now on SMU. Rhett Lashley, of course, part of this resurgence for the Mustangs. Mustangs have actually won 3 of the last 5 in this series. 2 of those wins, by the way, give credit to Sonny Dykes when he was the coach over there. The series, with this being the 104th meeting, TCU leads it, 53 wins for the Frogs, 47 for SMU. There have been 7 ties. It's the second longest rivalry for the Horned Frogs. But since 2000, TCU's really dominated, 18-5. The Frogs have led this series. First meeting was back in 1915. We're going to talk more about that game as the day goes on. So SMU answers. You told us before the game, Justin, hey, you think we're going to be here for a while this afternoon.
I think everybody needs to settle into their seats and get ready to watch some fireworks. I mean, just watching Kevin Jennings for the first time live, he's better than I thought he was pretty good coming into this game. I think he's better than I thought.
Yep.
I think both defenses are going to have their hands full trying to control both quarterbacks.
Here's Sam Keltner now to kick it off from left to right. Ed Small's back deep for the Frogs. John Denman as well. That's 2 freshman returners for the Horned Frogs. And I'm talking true freshmen. Keltner, end over end kick. Angles left, and this will go out of the back of the end zone. Frog offense back out there. See how they respond. Cook Children's, if you get your kids to join in on the action, be an important part of the game experience. Today, the Bleacher Creatures, powered by Cook Children's, led the Horned Frogs on the field. One of the most popular 30 seconds of the week for the kids to take part. Make sure you get your young Frogs to the game early so they can lead the team out with the Bleacher Creatures. 3:32 to go in this opening quarter. 7-3. Horned Frogs lead it with the football now.
Hey, guys, you know, one thing we haven't talked about is red zone. I mean, both great offenses. Forcing a field goal there, that could be key. We haven't talked enough about the importance of the red zone offense today.
Yeah, Sonny Dykes said earlier in the week, we don't need to be kicking field goals. This is not a field goal team, he said. 2 receivers to the right, one to the left-hand side. Payne to the backfield. Hoover's ball batted down at the line of scrimmage. Got lucky there. He was looking for the slot receiver. I think that was man-jack was intended, but Cameron Robertson at 6'40", 260, the defensive end transfer from North Texas, former Plano Wildcat, batted it down.
Yeah, TCU going with the outside zone RPO with the double slants to the field. Hoover tries to hit the inside slant. He's covered up, and the ball got knocked down. 2nd and 10. 2 to the right, 2 to the left. Snap comes back. Hoover, 1 back in. Josh with time. Dumps it out of the backfield. Payne. Upfield to go 30, 35, 36-yard line. 30, we're not going to move him. Let's see. Yep, spot him at the 36-man. Enough for a first down. That's a gain of 12. Maizano, the linebacker on the tackle. Brandon out of Frisco. Payne looks good when he gets in the open field. You know, he's got a little bit of slipperiness to him, some great change of direction. Picks up an extra 4 or 5 yards on that play.
2 receivers left, 1 to the right again. Hoover to throw it, whips it right, too far. And I'm not sure that he and McAllister were on the same page there. McAllister was blocking. That ball was thrown over his head, and it'll bring up 2nd down and 10. You talked about Payne out of the backfield. Frogs have already, through 2 games and a quarter, completed 11 passes to running backs out of the backfield this year. All of last year, there were only 30 catches.
Yeah, they obviously feel much better about that room from a personnel standpoint and are looking for ways to get them the ball.
2nd down now, handed off right up the middle. Trent Battle across the 40 to the 42-yard line. Actually, that wasn't Battle. That was Payne. That was Isaiah Smith who tackled him. Might have had a hold of the headgear here as he ran by. Let's see.
Personal foul, face mask, number 1, defense. 15-yard penalty at the end of the play. Automatic first down.
It's Isaiah Smith, the defensive end out of Washington, D.C.
Yeah, that's tough. I mean, that's a tough penalty for SMU. The defender is taking on a block while trying to make a tackle, and he happens to be up high and happens to grab Payne's face mask. There's not a lot you can do to avoid that right there.
Break for the Frogs, 1st down and 10. Smith out of Washington, D.C. You know, I was thinking about there's not a ton of players that come out of the D.C. metro area football-wise.
No, there's not.
Yeah.
There's the ones that do usually come from the private schools.
Yeah, he's from St. John's. Here's a throw over the middle. Dwyer makes it, goes up high, brings it down for the 1st down. To the 30. No, just shy of the 1st down. They're going to mark him at the 34. Give him 9. Justin Medlock on the tackle. 2nd down and 1 now for the Frogs. They'll work quickly. Trent Battle in the backfield. Stands to the right of Hoover. 2 receivers right. One on the left-hand side. Going to give it to Battle. Try to find the 1st down. And he does. Former quarterback. To the 31-yard line. Trent Battle out of Daphne, Alabama. Yeah, back to Isaiah Smith. St. John's played for the Cadets there. 3-star player. Interesting enough, a private school guy out of D.C. And it was Michigan and Tennessee. And it was everybody. Probably got over-recruited there because there's so few of them, huh?
Yeah, that's true.
1st and 10. 2 receivers right. 1 on the left-hand side. This time they'll give it a Battle trying to get to the edge. He'll turn it up. Penalty marker comes in. It might be coming back. 2 flags. This could be on the Frogs. I think this is going to be a hold. This Battle got it down to about the 21-yard line. Let's let them sort through it here. Would be 10 if it stands.
Holding. Offense. Number 60. 10-yard penalty. Replay 1st down.
It's Cade Bennett, senior out of Scottsdale.
I feel like both defensive coordinators know that they're going to have their hands full, and they're going to empty all their bullets, so to speak. Yeah. So there's a lot of line movement, there's blitzing, and then obviously there's some coverage situations, which can create some of these situations where you end up a guy that's on your outside after the snap is all of a sudden on your inside and can create some holding calls that get you behind the chains.
Yeah, 1st and 20 now for the Frogs. Payne in the backfield. From the 41-yard line of SMU. Down to 1:25 to play in the quarter. Hoover looking left, got man coverage, back shoulder throw too far. Looking for Dwyer. 1-on-1 there with Deuce Harmon, senior out of Corinth. That'll bring up now, 2nd down now. 2nd and 20.
Boy, very, very rarely do you criticize Hoover on his ball placement. He's such an accurate thrower, but that's one of those that you're going to try and keep the ball in bounds to give your guy a chance, especially when you're trying to underthrow the go ball like that.
4 of 8 for 60 to start here for Josh Hoover. 7-3 Frogs lead. Whips this one into flat right. Man Jack with the catch, or is that Ed Small? Is that 18? I think that might be Small, yeah. 18 instead of 14 to the 32-yard line. It's a gain of 9. And it'll bring up now 3rd down, 3rd and 11 from the SMU 32. First time the Horned Frogs have faced a 3rd down this short. 3rd and 11. They've needed 18, 17, and now 11. 2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right-hand side. Payne in the backfield to the right. SMU brings pressure, dumps it over the middle. Rogers trying to run through a tackle. Gets to the 25 and gives yourself 4th and 4 now after a pickup of 7. Milner and Jones on the tackle, and that's manageable 4-down territory right at the 25.
Yeah, it's absolutely the same situation they were in on the last drive. It wasn't as 3rd and as long, but find a way to get some of it back to give yourself a chance.
Payne leaves the backfield. 4 receivers left, 1 to the right. 4th and 4 at the 25. Again, SMU twists up front over the middle. Rogers, 1st down to the 15-yard line. Well, we were wondering about his health, Elvis. I think we're getting an answer here quickly from DJ Rogers.
Yeah, he looks really good. He looks sharp. He's on point, on the same page with Hoover. There the blitz comes. They know he's got to come out quick. He looks for it on the inside, moves the chains.
That's a pickup of 10 and a first down, and that's going to do it for the quarter. Frogs leading it here 7-3 over SMU. First quarter comes to an end, and Chief Neil Noakes joins us right now. That's right, former Fort Worth Police Chief. I'm going to call you Chief, Neil, with the American Warrior Association now, brought to us by our friends at Sewell. Neil, let's talk about this first. If you could, please explain what the American Warrior Association is for us.
Hey, absolutely, Brian. Hey, thank you. It's great to see you again, my friend, and I appreciate this time. What the American Warrior Association is, it's a nonprofit organization that's supporting our military and first responder heroes, and we're talking about active duty, we're talking about veterans, we're talking about police, fire, EMS, and very importantly, we're talking about their families as well. And what we're addressing is what we call moral injury because of what our heroes face every day, because this selfless life of sacrifice they choose to protect all of us, our communities, and our country. We're changing the narrative, we're changing the culture, we're changing the stigma, and making sure we're providing them the help, the hope, and the resources they need.
Neil, I want to go back. You mentioned moral injury, and I'm starting to hear that phrase more and more. Tell us exactly what that is, if you could.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I'd never heard moral injury until I joined the association. And a moral injury is when we either witness, perpetuate, or fail to stop something that goes against our moral compass, our internal code. It's an internal injury, like a wound to the soul. And although it's not an external physical injury like we can see, those internal injuries are just as damaging and can have very lasting effects on our heroes if we don't address those.
Well, there's no question. I mean, you think about the impact now that you can have both with our folks in the military, but also with first responders. And that's been kind of a new emphasis as well, right? That you're taking on those heroes and assisting them.
Absolutely. And what we have now is called the R3 program. And R3 stands for Respond, Restore, Resolve. I can tell you the impact I've seen is, we're saving souls, we're saving lives, we're saving families and marriages, we're saving careers. I've literally had officers and firefighters come up to me and say this program in the Warriors Refuge, where we send them up in these beautiful mountain regions to really reconnect, to slow down and just be still for a while. They've said it has absolutely saved their lives.
I love that. Now, Sewell Automotive obviously has been terrific in allowing us to have this conversation here today. I want you to talk a little bit about how Sewell has been supportive of the AWA, the American Warrior Association, and really, I guess, how can others kind of follow their lead, if you will?
Great question, Brian. And as a nonprofit, we depend on the generosity of others to be able to continue doing the great work that we're doing, and we're thankful for all of those that support us. Sewell, year after year after year, has stepped up and said, we see what you're doing, we love what you're doing, and we want to be a part of it. They find new and interesting ways to support us. They're always there. They've always got our back. And when it comes to others that may want to support us, they can go to our website, American Warrior Association. Just check us out on there. Obviously, financially, we're always willing to take donations, but something else that will help. Anytime you see a military service member, anytime you see a first responder, thank them for what they do. It may not seem like much, it may seem like a small gesture, but it makes an impact. But again, thank you to Sewell and everyone else that is supporting us.
Well, and I want to thank you for the work that you did, not only as chief here in Fort Worth, making us a safer place, but what you're doing now with the American Warrior Association. What a great calling. Proud of you for doing this. Thank you for the time today, and purple always looks good on you, Neil.
Hey, thank you, brother. I appreciate it. It's good to see you, and go Frogs.
Neil Noakes, former police chief here in Fort Worth, brought to us by our friends at Sewell. Sewell proudly supports the Frogs. Experience Sewell's 114-year history of outstanding customer service. See the exciting lineup of Infiniti vehicles, including the new QX80 at Sewell Infiniti of Fort Worth. Sewell, obsessed with service since 1911. Horned Frogs on this drive, first down at 10 to the 15-yard line through that first quarter. 132 yards of offense for TCU, 46 on the ground, 86 through the air. SMU had 91 yards, 50 through the air, 41 on the ground. They had 5 first downs, Frogs with 8. And since SMU went 3 and out to start this game, we've seen long drives, 9 plays by TCU, 12 from SMU. This one's 10 and counting for the Horned Frogs. First and 10 of the 15. Payne to the backfield. Stands to the right of Hoover. Takes a snap, does Hoover. Out of the shotgun, turns and hands it to Payne, who reverses field to the 11-yard line. So, yeah, we're going to give him 4 on that, I think. Here's Cameron Robertson on the tackle, the defensive end for SMU. Three receivers to the left, one to the right-hand side. Hoover out of the shotgun, fade right. Got man coverage, throws it up, incomplete. Boy, I thought McAllister was being held there, Elvis. That's right in front of you. That was not much of an attempt to catch that football because I thought Jalen Davis-Robinson had him locked down.
I thought he did too, but I don't think McAllister really sold it, but I don't know. I thought it was coming. I looked over here right at the guy next to me, and he didn't throw anything, so maybe he didn't sell it well enough, but I thought we were going to see a flag there.
He's got to watch more soccer and NBA, right, if you're going to sell it, huh?
Sonny is on him, though.
Two receivers to the right, one to the left-hand side. Here is Hoover out of the shotgun. In the backfield is Payne. Third down to goal to the 6. Out of the backfield, Payne makes the grab. 5, 3, 2, 1, touchdown. Jeremy Payne scores that one from 11 yards out on 3rd down and 6. Hit the horn, and the Horned Frogs go up 13-3 here on SMU.
Boy, chalk that one up in Kendall's column right there.
Yep.
I mean, that's man coverage, basically dragging the two receivers on the boundary side into basically screen off the guy that's got the tailback for a walk-in touchdown.
McCashlin out for the point after now with 14:26 to play in this third. Frogs trying to make this a 14-3 game. Good snap. Here's the hold. The kick is up, and it is good. Yeah, you kind of get the sense that Kendall's in a nice little rhythm here early on against this SMU defense.
Yeah, you do. If they could just, TCU could just stay a little bit more on the chains and eliminate some of these penalties that keep. They've done a good job of overcoming them, but to really get rolling offensively, it's much easier if you can stay obviously on the chains. But you got to think that Kendall's feeling pretty good about his ability to kind of spread the ball around, and he's got a good feel for what's going on with the defense for SMU.
And Jeremy Payne has been good. Gets the start here with Kavorian Barnes out of the lineup. Payne's got 4 rushes for 34 yards, and out of the backfield catching the football, gets that score there. That's his 2nd reception for 22 as well. Versatile back is Jeremy Payne, who you know, you look at him and you go 5'10", 180 pounds, but can be more physical than you think.
Well, I was just thinking you're right. Like that 4-yard run he had in the red zone was blacked up pretty well, but Payne had to get behind his pads to go get those 4 yards, and he absolutely did it, which kept him on the chains for that drive.
Bassessi's out to kick it off now for Nate McCashlin. Link Rhodes is back deep. Rhodes returned the last one from McCashlin, so let's see if Bassessi can get this one into the end zone. Nope, it's going to be Rhodes at the goal line. Return up the middle, 10, 15, runs through a tackle, and then down he'll go. Hit hard at about the 25-yard line. Elvis, I want to give you a number here, and I'm not concerned. I just want to make sure you're not. Frogs with a 13-play, 75-yard drive, 4:06 off the clock, 10-yard touchdown pass to Jeremy Payne. First drive for the Horned Frogs was 6 runs and 3 passes, okay? Second drive was 3 runs, 10 passes. You care about that?
No, I mean, I care that I love the fact that our quarterback is in rhythm. A balanced attack here. Kendall is dialing it up. There you saw them take advantage of Kilgore, the linebacker. I mean, I think the team is playing well. I like the balance here.
Here's a handoff right up the middle. Harden met perfectly by Caleb Elarms Orr. Filled that space, wrapped him up, and a loss of a yard on the play, Justin.
Yeah, you got to like that from the TCU defense. Like, they have given up a little bit in the rushing attack from SMU, but to get a big stuff or get SMU behind the chains on first down is a nice way to start this drive.
Second down and 11 from the 24 now for Kevin Jennings. Frogs lead at 14-3 on SMU. 3 receivers left, one to the right, screen set up left-hand side, get it to Brinson for the first time. Romello across the 30 to the 33-yard line. Caleb Elarms Orr able to knock him down. That's a pickup of 9 for the Miami transfer. This guy right here is explosive, isn't he? Romello Brinson out of Miami Northwestern.
Very explosive. Stands out on film very quickly. Seems to have developed a pretty good rapport with Jennings, and they're off to a good start this year.
Had a 51-yard reception versus TCU last year to Romello Brinson. 2 receivers to the left, one to the right-hand side now for the quarterback. TJ Harden, by the way, stands to the right of Jennings here. A big 3rd down and 2. Snap back and another whistle and another penalty, and this might be movement. Jennings was directing traffic, Justin, and as you always talk about, it's a long time for those offensive linemen to sit still.
It's just hard when you've got all the noise from the crowd and you're trying to listen and concentrate, and you're, quite honestly, 320 pounds, and you're in a offensive football stance. It's hard to hang in there.
5-yard penalty. They called us on TCU.
Yeah, so this is a new interpretation of the same rule in terms of when you stem the line of scrimmage, when you stem the defensive players on the line of scrimmage. It used to drive offensive coaches nuts because the offensive guys would jump. Now you're allowed to stem, you're allowed to move, but if they think it's anything that causes the offense problem, basically they're going to throw a flag.
Elvis, didn't SMU do that on the earlier drive, though?
I don't know if I caught that, but I can tell you Rhett Lashley definitely got him that call. He was amped up and wanted that call, and he got it.
First down and 10 here now, and Jennings going to flip it in the flat. Catches made. Brinson across the 40-yard line to the 41, maybe the 42. Kylan Jackson on the tackle. Gain of 5, 12:50 to play here in the second quarter. 14-3 right now. Horned Frogs leading it on SMU. 4 wides this time for Jennings, the quarterback, out of the shotgun. They're working right to left. Ball to the far hash. One back stands to his right. Jennings takes the snap. Clapp calls for it, gets it, now throws it to flat. Catch is made by Harden. No gain here. Harden one-hands it. He probably should have just dropped that one. He threw it behind him. Harden made a great catch. That's going to be a loss of 3 on the play.
TCU fooled Jennings on the coverage to the field. He thought it was a quarters look. It ended up being a little bit of a 2-match quarters look. Flushed him out of the pocket, and he looks up and flips it out there, and next thing you know, they lose a couple yards.
Third down now. 3rd and 8 from their own 40-yard line. SMU 1 for 3 on 3rd down. Chris Johnson in the backfield. Stands to the right of the quarterback, Jennings. 3 receivers to the left, one to the right-hand side. Frogs show pressure. They come for the outside with Deal. Jennings sees it, steps up in the pocket, now slides out to his left-hand side with room. 35-40, takes a big hit as he gets to the 47-yard line. Maybe the 48. Kylan Jackson with the open field tackle. They're going to be just a little bit short. He needed 8. He picks up 7, but you've got a 4th and 1 at midfield, and I know Rhett Lashley's probably going to go for this, Justin.
Yeah, I think he is too. And I know TCU gave up 7 yards on 3rd and 8 right there, but that was a great job.
Yeah.
Like they plastered, like we talked about early. It became man coverage. They chased him down. He's going to make some of those plays. Just don't let him be gap game altering plays.
Link Rhodes comes wide to the left-hand side, and now Rhett Lashley's going to take a timeout. He's not happy with his bench. I think there's a personnel issue. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 guys on the field for SMU. You want to give yourself a chance at least a equal number, right?
Yeah, it's good to burn the timeout right there. And then the cool thing is you get to just blow steam for about 20 seconds like Coach Lashley did, and then you're back to business.
Elvis, that sound like a guy who's been there, done that? Yeah, 4th and 1 right now. SMU with 11-11 to play here in this second quarter. Frogs lead at 14-3. Back we come after this word from Pepsi.
You hear that? That's the sound of Pepsi Zero Sugar. The better tasting, more refreshing Zero Sugar Cola. Listen to that endless pour. Pure refreshment. If it sounds this good, just imagine how it tastes. Oh yeah, so good. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Let your taste decide.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 in monthly bill credits plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
I love it. I love playing good competition. And, as far as the scheduling thing, people all want to know about that. I mean, for us, we're just going to play who's on our schedule. And It doesn't really matter who it is, and I don't get to control who we play, and so there's no sense in me worrying about it or having an opinion about it. I'm just going to do my best to win every game and play the best I can every week. And, if whatever the circumstances is going forward with playing SMU, then it is what it is. But we're going to be focused on this week, and I've got a job to do, and that's what I'm focused on.
That was Josh Hoover this week talking about the last meeting all time between these two teams. And as a man this week, each one of these Frogs talked about the fact, listen, we don't control the schedule. We got nothing to do with it. All we can do is go play our tails off. It's the last time these two teams will meet, and you want to go out with a W this week.
Yeah, the one thing I would add is, there is no next year. There's no we'll get them next year.
Right.
So, yeah, you've got no control over the schedule, and those things are up above your level. But also you need to know there's no if things don't work out, we'll get them next year. You got to lay it all on the line today.
4th down and 1 for SMU. They're going to go for it from their own 47-yard line. 11-11 to play here in the second quarter. 14-3 right now. Horned Frogs lead it. SMU 2 of 3 on 4th down on the year. 3 receivers to the right. TJ Harden in the backfield now for the quarterback Jennings. He'll operate out of the shotgun. Tight ends to the right-hand side. Harden, the running back, stands to his left. They'll bring a man in motion across the formation. Going to run behind him with Harden, and Harden's going to push the pile for the first down. Gets into midfield here. Picks up 3, needing 1. 11 minutes to go. And the chains move with SMU with the football, trailing TCU 14-3 in this first half.
Just a good, hard inside run. Good job by both teams right there. Defense standing tall and a good, hard run.
Yeah, they brought in another tight end, Stone Eby, to block for him. Here on first down, Jennings flushed out of the pocket, rolling to his right again. The Frogs don't lock down the edge. Penalty marker comes down as Oyewale runs him down right in front of the SMU bench. Paul Oyewale able to undercut him. There is a penalty marker down back in the, it looks like it'll be hold against SMU, yes.
Yeah, absolutely. TCU defender is trying to escape to go track down Jennings, and whoever it was on SMU would not let him get out.
Number 59, 10-yard penalty, first down.
That's P.J. Williams, the right tackle, junior out of Dickinson, played for the Gators there. Elvis, by the way, how about that by Paul Oyewale being held and still able to track down Jennings along the edge?
Yeah, he's a max effort kid. I mean, a physical being, just great size, great effort, great attitude. Love to see him back. Also, the coverage, too, was pretty solid. I think it was a double move. They tried to get Canada or these corners on. They did a good job staying in coverage.
First down at 20 now for SMU. 10:39 to play here in this second quarter. Mustangs back to their 40-yard line. 45 yards in penalties already here for SMU in this first half. They're going to throw it in the flat right to Brinson, who makes a grab and is up in it as he gets it up to about the 43-yard line. Give credit to Jamel Johnson. Grabbed him by the shoestrings. He's still got a little bit out of it, 4 yards, but a great play by Johnson just to clip his feet together.
No, great open. Two hardest things to do in football are blocking open field and tackling open field, and a great job getting him on the ground with tons of space out there.
Because Brinson is dangerous in that open field. 2nd and 16 now. Jermecco Green in the backfield. Green is freshman out of Conroe to throw it. Jennings sidearms it. Catch is made across midfield to the 49-yard line by Yamir Knight, that slot receiver. Worked himself into some open territory. Gets 8 here. It brings up 3rd down and 8.
Guys, I don't know if you've noticed it, Austin Jordan and Colin Jackson have been switching off a lot. It feels like when Jackson's in, that's when Avalos is really dialing it up, bringing him off the edge, plays more coverage with Jordan. Now Austin Jordan's in the game. Let's see what he calls here.
Pretty good luxury there at that safety position for the Horned Frogs to have 2 guys like that can go. Here's Chris Johnson in the backfield. Stands to the left of the quarterback Jennings. Out of the shotgun on 3rd and 8. Frogs again lose him on the edge. He'll roll to his right, throws it upfield, and the catch is made. There are 2 receivers in the area inside the 20 and down to the 15-yard line. Yamir Knight able to haul that one in. All right, Elvis, I'm going to let you think about it because I need you to explain it, but a nice job by Jennings to find the open target there, Justin.
Well, that's what we talked about in the pregame. I mean, he's just so dangerous in those. It's very obvious those receivers work it. They know he's going to scramble. They do a great job breaking open grass, and another big play.
1st and 10 to the 13-yard line. 1 back in now. Jennings calling for that snap. Going to turn and hand it off. Running to it is Johnson up the middle. Maybe 1. It'll bring up second down now. Second down, and we'll call it 8. Give him 2. All right, back to that last play, Elvis. Yep. Did a Frog defender just let go of his guy?
No, I think what happens was, Jennings is a great player. Not that he gets that, but you had Bud Clark, and I think it was Vernon Glover. Both of them were downfield on one guy, and there's 2 guys wide open, so it was really easy for Jennings. I think that's a miscommunication. I'm going to put that on the safety. He's supposed to talk through. If we're all wrong, we're all right. He didn't talk through that. Bud Clark, I think that might be on 2-1.
Second down now, 2nd and 8. Jennings 5 of 5 in this second quarter throwing the football. He'd started this ball game 3 of 7. TJ Harden in the backfield. Man in motion across the formation, play action. Jennings to throw it, dumps it to the tight end, and to the 10-yard line here goes Matthew Hibner. Nice job there on the tackle for Jamel Johnson, who's had a good half. Elvis Johnson really emerging as a physical safety for this defense.
He's coming downhill, doing a great job, keeping his eyes where they're supposed to be. A lot of eye candy in the back. He's reading his keys, he's sticking with them, and securing the tackle.
Hibner's a big old tight end, too, Justin. 6'5", 252. He's a load to bring down.
It's tough to tackle those big guys in open space. He did a great job getting him down.
Third down now, 3rd and 6 of the 9-yard line. TJ Harden in the backfield. Here's Jennings out of the shotgun. He works. Thought about tucking it. Instead, he steps up in the pocket now with the football, dumps it underneath, and it is caught for the touchdown. Do they give it to him? Yes. Touchdown here for SMU. There's Hibner, that tight end. That is a great ad-lib by Jennings, the quarterback, to find Hibner for 9 and a score because the Frogs were draped all over the receiver.
They're draped all over all the wideouts and creating pressure in the pocket, and Jennings is just moving and dancing in the pocket, creating more and more time, and just throws an absolute dime for a touchdown.
Here's Keltner now for the extra point with 7:21 to play in this second quarter. Frogs lead at 14-9. Keltner, high snap to get it down. Here's the kick for the freshman out of Keller. He knocks it through there. Penalty marker comes in here. Let's let him sort through that. And while they do that, Elvis, that was Devin Deal in coverage on the tight end, I do believe.
Yeah, that was tough. That was too much time, and I think Colin Jackson fell on his blitz, which really hurt and bought more time for Jennings. And you don't want to see Deal in coverage, especially an extended play like that.
Officials continue to sort through this ACC crew. Jerry Magalhaes.
The try is good after the play. Unsportsmanlike conduct. Kicking team, number 58, his first of the game. That 15-yard penalty will be enforced on the kickoff.
That's a Bell Hupai, freshman out of Hawaii, the guilty party. It'll be applied on the kickoff. Time out of the field. 14-10. TCU leading it here on SMU. 7:21 left in this second quarter. Back we come to America's greatest city, Fort Worth, Texas, after this local timeout here on the Horned Frog Sports Network from Learfield.
Fatherless boys face a troubled future. At Hope Farm, we guide at-risk boys to become Christ-centered men of integrity so families are strengthened and the cycle of fatherlessness is broken. At Hope Farm, we're a leadership program nurturing boys through high school with a life plan, accountability, and collaboration with parents and teachers to create lasting change. You can help support, volunteer, or give, and be part of our mission to build a stronger future for these young men and their families. Learn more at hopefarm.org.
Imagine blowing the frog horn, or getting exclusive pregame Moncrief Field access, or touring the press box, plus snapping photos with the Spirit members. Well, these are all part of the TCU game day experiences. To grab these premier opportunities, download the Riff Ram app or head to gofrogs.com/experiences. Remember, they go on sale every Monday of game week. Don't get that FOMO feeling. Be right in the middle of game day and bleed purple.
With a quick check of the Coors Light scoreboard, one other game in the Big 12 underway at this hour, and it's a big one in Salt Lake City at Rice-Eccles Stadium. Unbeaten 17th-ranked Texas Tech, unbeaten 16th-ranked Utah doing battle right now. An ugly first quarter, 3 combined turnovers, but the difference in the game right now is a touchdown for Texas Tech as the Red Raiders have the lead just about 3 minutes into the second quarter in Salt Lake City, 7-0 in favor of the Red Raiders as we send it back out to Amon Carter Stadium in Fort Worth. And the voice of the Horned Frogs, Brian Estridge.
7:21 to play here in this second quarter. 14-10, TCU leading it on SMU. SMU's drive, 12 plays, 75 yards, 6:59 off the clock. 9-yard scoring pass. Kevin Jennings hooks up with his tight end, Matthew Hibner, from 9 yards out. And it's back to a 4-point ball game. Tonight's game brought to you by, today's game, I should say, brought to you by Frostbank, proud sponsor of TCU Athletics. From accounts to advice, get exactly what you need with the unexpected level of care you deserve. Frost, exactly what you unexpected. Station plus pause. 10 seconds for station identification here on the Horned Frog Sports Network from Learfield. (14-10), TCU leading it on SMU. Set to receive this kickoff now from the Mustangs from right to left. Sam Keltner with the duties here today for SMU. After the penalty, you're going to back him up to the 20-yard line. So Frogs should have great field position after this. Ed Small's back deep along with John Denman, 2 freshmen now. For Sonny Dykes, here's the kick. Good one. From the freshman all the way back to the 3-yard line goes Denman. Return right, 20, 25, 30, and he'll skip it to about the 31-yard line. Sam Keltner did a nice job on that kickoff. I mean, you take the penalty away, he kicks that one 2 yards out of the back of the end zone.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of south wind behind him, but he put boot to ball on that one.
Yes. All right, Frog offense back out there. They've been efficient here early on, has TCU. Josh Hoover, 8 of 13, 96 yards and 2 scores. Frogs have run for 96 as well as a team. Here's Trent Battle. Battle in the backfield, stands to the left of Hoover. They fake the reverse. They're going to throw it in the flat left. Catch is made by Manjack. Gets one block on the edge. Turns it upfield to about the 38, 39-yard line. It's a nice job here. Trent Battle with a block on the edge. That's what he does so well, Justin. He's so good out there in space.
Well, I tell you what, and I'm going to just say Kendall Browse does a great job of running the same plays and making them look different from week to week.
2 receivers left, one to the right. Battle stays in there at running back now for Hoover. Hoover's going to hand it off to Trent with room. 45 midfield, and up forward he'll come here to SMU territory to the 47-yard line. Milner Jones, the safety on the tackle. That ends up being a run of 15 yards and a Frog first down with 6:30 to play. Here in this second quarter, TCU leads at 14-10. That's the 10th first down already for TCU. Hoover with Battle. Standing to his right. Bunch set tight right. 2 receivers there. Hoover's going to throw the football. Pressure from the backside. Slides up. Down he'll go. They get to him finally at the 49-yard line. That's Cameron Robertson. Tell you what, Elvis, he's been a load on the edge all game, has he not?
Boy, he did. Yes, he has. He has played hard, physical. He won that one-on-one right there, and that's the first sack this offense has given up all year, fellas.
Yeah, and Hoover, you could see, I don't know that he ever felt the pressure from the backside.
No, you saw him slide up in the pocket and slide, but it's just really absolutely from his blind side. I think if he had felt it, he would have tried to break out.
Dwyer goes wide to the left-hand side. Rogers, the tight end, shifts from left to right. Manjack and McAllister to that side as well. Here's Hoover with time. Now he'll slide left, looking downfield. They run off the defender, and Hoover takes off himself to about the 48. And on the other side of the field are 2
I think this is going to be on Moses, fellas.
Oh, this might be on SMU.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, now the official's pointing left. Let's see. If it stands, it's going to be 7 yards.
Holding defense, number 3. 10-yard penalty added to the end of the run. First down.
I think Sonny Dykes saw what I saw, which was the official pointing toward the offense, and Sonny was in a full sprint to get his attention.
It doesn't take too much to get those coaches wired up when you're in a rivalry game. That SMU in man coverage and really just trying to wire and hold guys. And when you're in man coverage, it's a little bit difficult to account for the quarterback as Hoover gets out on the run and picks up 7 yards.
7th penalty for 70 yards charged to SMU. Nate Palmer's in the backfield for the first time for the Frogs. 2 receivers right. Now they're going to regroup here, I think. Play clock starts here with 23 seconds on it right now. They're going to wind it down. They're getting that little muddle huddle and see if they can catch SMU out of position. Now they break free with 10 left on the play clock. Wide left goes Dwyer. Wide right comes McAllister. Manjack slot right. Palmer in the backfield. Hoover fakes it to him, throws it to flat right, catches made of the shoe tops there by Manjack, and he'll take it up to about the 25. Oh, that's Ed Small. That's not Manjack. That's Ed Small, the freshman, to the 24-yard line. That was 18, not 14 on the reception. Right at the line to gain. It's going to bring up just shy here. 2nd and 1, I do believe.
You can do about whatever you want on 2nd and 1.
Yep.
You know, you can take a shot, or you can just hand it off and try and get back to first down.
2 receivers right. Palmer stays in at running back to the right of Hoover. Dwyer's wide left. Hoover this time hands it off to Palmer. Palmer's going to dive forward, try to get that first down. I'm not sure if he did. Right at it. They're not sliding the chains forward, so now it's 3rd down and 1. Terry Webb with a nice job at nose tackle. That 5th-year player out of Galveston. Played at Galveston ball for the Tornadoes, a transfer from Texas State. Now the Frogs will go with 5 receivers to the left in this formation. Hoover in the backfield. Which way's the ball going, you think? Hoover. Now he's going to reset that formation. Play clock's at 6. Palmer in the backfield. Play clock at 2. Hoover calls for it, takes it, gives it up right up the middle to Palmer. Palmer just enough for the first down of the 21. That's a lot of eye candy for a yard.
Well, they ran that play on 3rd and short versus North Carolina, where they have basically the whole school bus over there to the left, and they flip it out there. Hoover does a good job saying, whoa, 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 the numbers aren't quite right. There's too many people out there. Let's just line up and hand off the inside zone for a first down.
The experience of Josh Hoover at quarterback. First down now, 1st and 10 at the 21. Crowd a little quiet right here with 3:13 to play in this half. Jeremy Payne in the backfield, along with Trent Battle. Bring a man in motion. They're going to give it to Payne, running to his right with a lead blocker, trying to get to the edge. Turns it up inside the 19 to about the 18-yard line, maybe even more than that. They'll spot him down to the 17. Isaiah Wakobe on the tackle, that great safety who's been around a long time out of Dallas Skyline. Local product who stayed there on the hilltop for his whole career. 2nd and 6 now at the 17. Out of the gun again. Hoover's got man coverage right, looking for McAllister. Trying to come up with this one. That ball is picked off. I think this one's intercepted, and it is. That's an early horn for no reason, by the way. Froghorn, you got to get on it. Jalen Davis Robinson comes up with the pick. He and McAllister fighting for it.
The pass was intercepted in the end zone for a touchback. First down, SMU.
And Elvis, I'll go back to the previous fade to McAllister. There wasn't a ton of fighting going on for that ball, was there?
Well, I think what's happened is they're letting them play, and this, you got to give this secondary, these corners, a lot of credit. They're just more physical than our guys right now. That's a couple of times I've seen McAllister just really not win the physical battle. He's a strong guy. He's got to get off of that, and he's got to go make that play, but he just never got that corner off of him.
Did he have possession when he was inbounds, Justin, in the end zone?
I'm not sure. I'm watching the replay. I think he was, but I agree with Elvis. I mean, McAllister, that's 2 balls that McAllister hasn't been able to get his hands out and up for.
Yeah.
Like it's as if they're pinned to his side. And, you know, he is a big, strong kid. He's got to find a way to either make them call it or go compete for the ball a little bit better.
They're going to talk through this one. We'll do it as well. Let's take a timeout. 2:32 to play here in this first half. 14-10. TCU leading it on SMU. Back we come after this from Macero.
This commercial isn't about us. It's about you. It's about you and your first sip of your jalapeno margarita. It's about you and the fresh avocado and your shrimp ceviche. You and your family enjoying a good meal and good company. Celebrating with your closest friends, making a toast to a good year. Dessert, your favorite, Cinco Leches. When it's about you, you know you're at the right place. Make your reservation. Make it about you. Make it Macero.
Quiet down. Here she comes. Shh. Surprise! Your accountant just emailed to say your quarterly taxes are way higher than you were expecting.
At Progressive, we know small business owners don't usually like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money? Getting discounts with a commercial auto quote from Progressive.
Also, your favorite employee is leaving. They're going to pursue their dream of being a veterinarian.
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 8 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
No big deal, but you've been earning Kohl's Cash for 20 years. That's 2 decades of checkout wins. To celebrate, enter our month-long sweepstakes for a chance to win $200 in Kohl's Cash. Plus, save on fall faves during the Customer Appreciation Event now. Yep, 2 decades of Kohl's Cash is a big deal. Shop Kohl's and brag accordingly. Coupon ends September 21st. Select styles. Some exclusions apply. Sweepstakes ends September 30th, 2025. No purchase necessary. 20 winners per day. Limit 1 prize per person for entire sweepstakes. See Kohls.com for official rules and details.
.232 to play here in this first half, 14-10 right now. TCU leading it on SMU. By the way, it's Hall of Fame weekend here in Fort Worth, and our own Elvis Gallegos is standing by with one of the latest additions to the Block T Hall of Fame. Elvis?
That's right, guys. I got Jason Verrett down here. We're on top of that play. We were just discussing that play. Jason, congratulations. Thank you for joining us. Talk a little bit about what this week's meant to you, how it's been getting in the Hall of Fame.
Man, it's been a humbling experience, man. I'm just grateful being that I made the right decision coming to TCU, but more importantly, having my family, all the people that have been around me throughout my career, having them here with me is definitely a blessing.
First down play here for SMU. Harden gets the call, running to his right for 6. Elvis, you got maybe the greatest defensive player.
I was just going to say, okay, yeah. Jason, a lot of talk about us is, give us your opinion, and you can be honest with us. We've talked about you being potentially the best defensive player in the history of TCU. That was my vote. What do you think?
Humbly, I say yeah, for sure. I feel like I set the standard, and hopefully it's more and more players after me to come and do some great things.
That's right. Thank you, Jason. Appreciate your time.
Jason Verrett, for sure the best cover corner in TCU history. Is he not, Justin?
I mean, his story is just amazing.
Yes.
Amazing story of perseverance. You talk about a guy, everybody wants things immediately. Everybody wants success right away. And this is a guy that struggled as he started his Division I career, but stuck with it, and then went on to obviously be a great player, a great NFL career.
Santa Rosa Junior College to TCU. Drafted number 1 by the San Diego Chargers was Jason Verrett. Into the Block T Hall of Fame on Thursday night. We'll talk more about that as the day goes on. Time out of the field, 2-minute timeout right now, 14-10. TCU leads it on SMU. Back we come after this for Baylor All Saints.
Hey, Frogs. Ready to power up your Riff Ram Bazoo? Unleash the power to live better with Baylor Scott and White Medical Center, Fort Worth, your go-to teammate when it comes to taking charge of your health. We're always ready to have your back, helping you stay on top of your wellness goals with convenient and personalized care. It's time to let that fan power shine. Visit bswhealth.com/Fort Worth to learn more. Go Frogs!
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers, and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 and monthly bill credits plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at tmobile.com.
Welcome back to Fort Worth. 2 minutes to play in this first half. Horned Frogs leading 14-10 on SMU. TCU will have the football to start the second half, by the way. SMU facing a second down and 3 for their own 27-yard line. We mentioned the fact that Jason Verrett goes into the Hall of Fame on Thursday night, the Block T Hall of Fame. What a class, by the way. Justin, Matt Carpenter, who in 2013 was the best player in baseball, obviously. 15-year Major League career. Whitney Gibson, who won the long jump, both indoor and outdoor national championship, held the record for a while in college. Preston Morrison, a former walk-on baseball player, left as the winningest baseball player in TCU history. Glenn Norris, who was a track performer back in the 70s. Charles Silman, who ran track, was the fastest, ran a 9.89 100. How about that? Ooh. Richard Siebesma, 38 years as a head coach in swimming and diving, and Jason Verrett, who you heard there, along with Gary Patterson, the all-time winningest football coach in TCU history, all recognized on Thursday for the Hall of Fame. What an honor, right?
Boy, what an incredible class. You got the guy that taught most of Fort Worth how to swim when they were kids and also won a lot, and the winningest coach in TCU history.
Yes. Had it covered up on Thursday night. TJ Harden, by the way, is in the backfield. They'll be recognized at halftime, by the way. Here, Carpenter's going to join us in the third quarter. Hand it off to Harden. Harden with running room across the 35-yard line, and he'll get the first down here. Minute 55 to play in this first half. Devin Deal on the tackle.
All right, this is a big drive for TCU defense, right? It's under 2 minutes. You do not want to give up a score here heading into the second half.
Here's a throw now. Jennings over the middle, dumps it off to Harden out of the backfield with running room. 45, midfield, across the 45, breaks the tackle, inside the 40, on his feet, down to the 36-yard line of TCU. They're going to spot him at the 35. From one 35 to the other goes T.J. Harden. That's a 30-yard reception. He was wide open, Elvis.
I want to say Caleb Elarms-Rohr just got lost in coverage there.
First down at 10 now. Jennings, minute 29 to play in the half. Elarms-Rohr in pursuit. Jennings has to sling this one into the SMU bench. It'll bring up second down at 10 now with a minute 24 to play in the half.
Great job getting some pressure right in Jennings' face as opposed to from one side or the other, but really straight up the gut to force him into retreat there and just throw the ball away.
Yeah, we haven't called those defensive tackles names very often here for the Horned Frogs. Tristan Johnson is in at one of those spots right now. Jennings had completed all 8 second quarter passes until that one. Johnson to the backfield here. Chris gets the carry. Chris Johnson running room right inside the 35. Down to the 32-yard line. Minute 19 to play. Gain of 3 there. SMU's got 2 timeouts remaining. Horned Frogs have all 3. 1:10 to go. $14 to 10. The Horned Frogs with the lead. Obi Izor checks out. Max Carroll comes in at linebacker. SMU 3 of 6 on third down. They've needed 6 or more on all of them. It's third down and 7 here. Brinson in motion from right to left. Out of the shotgun. Jennings looking Brinson's way the entire time. Throws it too far. They wanted him on the out. Let him too much. And it's fourth down, and they'll have to settle for 3 now with 36 seconds to play in the half.
Good job of the TCU defense standing strong after the long completion on the check down, forcing this field goal attempt.
Fourth and 7. This will be a 49-yard effort now for Sam Keltner. He made from 28 earlier. We've seen his leg go. It's big enough. Let's see what happens. Fourth down. 49-yard effort. Plenty of distance for Keltner, and it hit the right upright and bounced out. Break there for the Horned Frogs.
And he smoked it too.
Yes, he did.
That thing had plenty of distance and hit the upright just about as square as you can. Matter of fact, it's still shaking.
Yeah, that looked like your 3-wood. 30 seconds left in the half. 14 to 10. TCU leading it here on SMU. Kohl's has the back-to-school styles that spoil them at prices that spoil you. From jeans and tees to sneakers and more, which means you can do it all without overdoing your budget when you shop at Kohl's and Kohls.com. Frogs take over at the 32-yard line. This is where their last drive started as well. Okay, you've got 3 timeouts. You got 30 seconds. What do you think, Justin?
Yeah, let's go try and steal some points. If we can get a chance to kick a field goal, that's awesome.
Payne in the backfield, 2 receivers right, 1 to the left-hand side. Turn, fake it to Payne. Throw it left. Catch is made. Dwyer out of bounds at the 46-yard line. That's a gain of 15. 24 seconds to play in this half.
Working with today, guys. These next 30 seconds or 24 seconds left, I got to look at number 7 side. You can get him going. He's done a good job. He's been open at times where Hoover hadn't seen him, but boy, it's time to get him to go to work these last 24 seconds.
Yeah, and William Nettles, a redshirt freshman, is in at corner right now, giving him all kinds of space. 2 receivers to the right, one to the left-hand side now. Manjack is in. McAllister in motion. Hoover to throw it. Dumps it underneath, incomplete. Hoover ends up on his backside. Jeremy Payne was the intended target. He dumped that one right in front of him. Stops the clock with 20 seconds to play in the half. 2nd and 10.
Yeah, I agree with you, Elvis. Like, Dwyer, all he does is produce. The last play, SMU double covered him, rolled the coverage over the top, and Hoover does a good job just trying to check it down. We had a chance for a little bit of a play there, but just ball never made it.
2nd down now. 2nd and 10 from the 46-yard line. 4 down linemen come. Hoover over the middle. Caught by Manjack. Got to get out of bounds. And does. In SMU territory at the 49-yard line. Down to 13 seconds. 3 timeouts. What do you like? You got a couple more plays in you.
Yeah, well, now you're to the point where, like, how can I kick the shortest field goal possible? Time is the problem. Being inbounds or out of bounds is of no consequence.
Middle of the field's fine, right?
Because you got your timeouts. So how can we find a chunk play here and complete a ball over the middle or to the sidelines to give us a good chance at a field goal?
They'll go with 5 wides. Frogs have converted their last 2 third downs. Over the middle, catch is made. Manjack dropped it. I don't know that he ever had it. And he did. 9 seconds to play. Took a shot at Manjack over the middle. And you know what? That was not a wide open play, by the way.
No, man coverage with a hole player dropping right down. That's the one that delivered that blow to Manjack.
And now the Frogs on 4th down. They're going to punt it with 9 seconds to go. Surprised you don't take one more shot here.
I know, it's hard. Like, you go take a shot and then hand the ball, and if it doesn't work out, hand the ball to SMU so they can throw it in the end zone. It's tough.
Snap it back, crawl, rolls left, and boots this one poorly up into the band. One job.
Yeah, that was not
at least 1
aesthetically pleasing.
They say it's out of bounds at the 20, I guess.
I mean, I guess the good news is it did run 8 seconds off the clock.
Yeah, 25 yards. And maybe that's what he was trying to do. Maybe he was just trying to kick it up high enough to where the clock ran out.
Yeah.
1 second left. 14-10, TCU leading it here on SMU. Elvis Gallegos will visit with Sonny Dykes on his way off the field here for our friends at D&M Leasing. Frogs are getting the prevent. See what SMU does. Bud Clark stands back at the 50. One back. Jennings takes the snap, throws it in the slot left. It's caught up to the 30. And down there goes Jameer Knight. That does it for the first half. All right, one's in the books. 104th meeting all time between these two teams. TCU.
Coach.
Sonny Dykes is with Elvis Gallegos for D&M Leasing right now.
All right, Coach, you take the lead into the locker room. You get the ball coming out. I know it wasn't a clean way to end, but what's your thoughts on this first half?
Yeah, obviously the turnover in the end zone was a killer. Got a chance to go up there by 11. Dropped the pass there on 3rd down at the end of the half. So we've just got to do a better job of executing. We had our opportunities, especially, like I said, to pull away a little bit. We got to just execute a little bit better.
Thank you, Coach.
All right, Horned Frogs up 14-10 last year at halftime. It was SMU 41-21 over TCU. 38 fewer points this year as opposed to last year, and I thought this was a fun half. 14-10. TCU leading it here on SMU. Halftime show starts coming up next after this local timeout here on the Horned Frog Sports Network from Learfield.
TCU athletics goes beyond the field and court. It fuels Fort Worth's economy. Game days bring a flood of fans and fresh eyes to our city, boosting local businesses, creating jobs, and cultivating community spirit. TCU athletics supports over 2,000 jobs and brings over $400 million to our state each year. It's more than a game. It's a driving force for economic growth. Support the Horned Frogs and witness the power of purple. TCU. Lead on with impact.
At TCU, our students mean business. With more than 36,000 internship hours logged every year, Horned Frogs are gaining real-world experience and making their marks in the professional world. Is your business looking for driven, talented interns? Hire a Horned Frog and bring that dedication and skill to your team. Visit tcu.edu/hireafrog to find out how you can tap into this incredible pool of talent. TCU, lead on with impact.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End the friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you're planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill.
Celebrate responsibly. 2025 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
Progressive knows there are two things RV owners love: to travel and relax. And they like to take both nice and slow. Just like this commercial. And what's more relaxing than the peace of mind knowing their RV is protected by Progressive? Now here comes the fast part. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
At Moritz, we take the worry out of buying a pre-owned vehicle. Our family offers you a great selection of quality pre-owned cars, trucks, and SUVs. Then, we back them with the complimentary Moritz Promise. Now, that means we guarantee the engine and the transmission on every eligible pre-owned vehicle for as long as you own it. Now that's a promise. We have a great selection for you to choose from, and we'll buy your car even if you don't buy ours. Visit MoritzDealerships.com. You keep your hard-earned money, we'll keep our promise.
Today's game is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Insurance for motorcycles, boats, and RVs. For protection on the road and on the water, see how much you can save at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com. You're listening to TCU Football on the Horned Frogs Sports Network from Learfield.
At TCU, we're investing in potential. On average, 80% of Horned Frogs receive financial aid that helps fuel their dreams and futures. You can help by supporting student scholarships. Your generosity plants the seeds of opportunity, allowing students to grow into tomorrow's leaders and innovators. Visit tcu.edu/give to contribute. Large or small, your gift matters. TCU, lead on with impact.
Stay in the know with all things TCU athletics anytime, anywhere on your mobile device by downloading the Riff Ram app. The Riff Ram app is the official TCU athletics mobile app. With it, you get breaking news and score updates, plus live game play-by-play and game statistics with all of the info that you need on game day. Stay in the know with the Riff Ram app. Download it today through the iTunes App Store or get it at Google Play and bleed purple.
Dialed in on that first half. Dave Shook has all the highlights right now on our Halftime Rewind.
Halftime at Amon Carter Stadium, where TCU holds a 14-10 lead over the Mustangs from SMU. As we welcome you inside the Moritz Studios, I'm Dave Shook, and we welcome you to the Frostbank Halftime Report. Brought to you by Frostbank, a proud sponsor of TCU Athletics. From accounts to advice, you get exactly what you need with the unexpected level of care that you deserve. Frostbank, exactly what you unexpected. Emotions were running high at the beginning of the final battle for the Iron Skillet. Frogs using that to their advantage early on as the Frogs force a quick 3-and-out defensively to start the game, and then the offense got to work on their opening drive as Josh Hoover picked up a 4th down on the ground to get the Frogs into the red zone, and then on 3rd and long finished the drive with his arm.
Hoover rolling to his right, flushed out, looks downfield in traffic. It is caught. First down inside the 10 and more. Touchdown, Eric McAllister. From 27 yards out, Hoover on the run. Finds his #1 target wearing the jersey with the same numeral. You can hit the horn.
First of the season for McAllister as the Frogs went up 7-0 after the extra point, capping a 9-play, 67-yard opening drive that took 4 minutes and 23 seconds off the clock. Mustangs would answer with a short field goal after receiver Jordan Hudson couldn't hang on to a touchdown pass from quarterback Kevin Jennings in the corner of the end zone with 3 minutes left to play in the first quarter. That missed opportunity to tie the game would hurt SMU right at the start of the second, as the Frogs' second drive went 75 yards in 13 plays with Jeremy Payne slipping out of the backfield to cap it off.
Here is Hoover out of the shotgun. In the backfield is Payne. Third down to goal to the 6. Out of the backfield, Payne makes the grab. 5, 3, 2, 1, touchdown. Jeremy Payne scores that one from 11 yards out on 3rd down and 6. Hit the horn, and the Horned Frogs go up 13-3 here.
Made it 14-3 after the extra point for the Frogs as Payne scored for the first time this year, starting in place of the injured Kaborian Barnes. Kevin Jennings and the Mustangs, though, would answer back, putting together a methodical 12-play, 75-yard drive that ate up just under 7 minutes off the clock before Jennings bought time in the pocket with his feet and found Matthew Hibner for the score right at the lip of the end zone to make it 14-10 with 6 minutes to play before halftime. Frogs, though, looked like they were on the verge of answering that score with another one of their own, but Hoover's pass to Eric McAllister was ripped away in the corner of the end zone by Jalen Davis-Robinson for a touchback. And then the Mustangs had a chance to use that momentum to creep a little closer or even grab the lead right before halftime. But the Frogs defense stood up on 3rd down and forced a 48-yard field goal attempt from Austin Keltner to hit the right upright, keeping the score at 14-10 as we reached halftime. So that's the halftime rewind as the Horned Frogs lead at 14-10 over SMU. We'll take a time out here on the Frostbank Halftime Report. When we come back, we'll take a look at all the numbers from the first half after a word from Omni Hotels.
Hey, Frog fans! When you stay at Omni Fort Worth, you stay at the official hotel of your favorite team. It's right in the heart of Horned Frog Country, close to the stadium, and has everything you'll need to close out a great game day in style. Football is a way of life in Texas, and there's no better place to paint the town purple, relive the best plays of the day, or celebrate a big win. So, Horned Frog fans, when you hear the Froghorn calling, stay in the game at Omni Fort Worth.
Confused by talk about auto tariffs? Well, market shifts create a unique opportunity right now. Lower new car prices combined with higher trade-in values means potential big savings for you. With no money down and lower payments with the easy lease, calling now could save you thousands. 817-972-35-LEASE or visit them online at dmautoleasing.com. D&M Leasing, the name you trust in any market.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
Big trip on the horizon? The parking spot gets you going faster. The parking spot is a simpler, easier way to navigate airport parking. When you book online, you save money and are guaranteed a spot. We'll pick you up at your trunk in our yellow and black spotted shuttles, help you with your bags, and take you straight to the terminal. Parking and saving come full circle at the parking spot. Get going faster with the parking spot. Visit theparkingspot.com to reserve your spot.
Today's game is brought to you by Progressive Commercial Insurance. Protects small businesses with affordable coverage options. Get a quote today at progressivecommercial.com. You're listening to TCU Football on the Horned Frogs Sports Network from Learfield.
Looking for top talent? TCU is a magnet for the nation's brightest minds. After graduation, half of our students choose to stay and work right here in the Lone Star State, bringing their skills and passion to local businesses. Our graduates are making an impact, and they're ready to make a difference in your organization. Ready to connect with the best? Visit tcu.edu/hireafrog to learn more about how TCU talent can help your business thrive. TCU, lead on with impact.
Be ready for game day with officially licensed TCU merchandise from shop.gofrogs.com. Gear up with apparel and accessories, including t-shirts, hats, jerseys, and more. And now check out the latest in custom NIL merchandise that supports your favorite TCU athlete. Whether in the stadium on game day or sporting your purple in the office, look your best for the best selection of Horned Frogs gear online. It's shop.gofrogs.com and bleed purple.
It's a numbers game, and Dave Shook has them all with our halftime stats.
14-10, TCU leads it over SMU as we welcome you back to the Frostbank Halftime Report here on the Horned Frog Sports Network from Learfield. From inside the Merritt Studios, it is time to take a look at some of those first half numbers where SMU, despite trailing in the ballgame, actually outgained TCU in that first half, 224 to 208 in total yardage, including 150 yards in the air from quarterback Kevin Jennings compared to 125 for Josh Hoover in that first half. Horned Frogs, though, getting it done on the ground, averaging over 5 yards a carry with 83 yards to show for their efforts. SMU with 74, averaging just under 5 yards a carry. Jeremy Payne leading the way in relief of the injured Kavorian Barnes with 5 carries for 38 yards and did catch a pass for a touchdown out of the backfield. Eric McAllister leads the way individually for the Horned Frogs as a receiver with 2 catches for 39 yards in that first half, including that game-opening touchdown. Nearly had a second one as well. Third downs right now, both teams doing pretty well with TCU 3 of 5 on third down, including 2 for 2 on fourth down. Meanwhile, SMU 3 for 7 on third down and 1 for 1 on fourth down. Penalties have hurt the Mustangs, though, in this one. 7 for 70 yards compared to 4 for 25 yards for TCU. The only turnover in the game, that interception in the end zone by quarterback Josh Hoover for the Horned Frogs. So that's a quick look at some of the numbers from this one. Horned Frogs lead it 14-10. We'll take a timeout. When we come back, we'll take a quick check of the Coors Light scoreboard, including an update on the game in Salt Lake City between Texas Tech and Utah, coming up after this, and a word from Retirement Planning University.
Every great team has a game plan. What's your game plan for retirement? Join us in person for a 2-night comprehensive Retirement Planning University course. It's interactive, instructor-led, and covers what you need to know when it comes to retirement planning, taxes, income strategy, common mistakes, and more. If retirement is the next play for you, this class sets the formation. Reserve your seat at retirementplanninguniversity.com. That's retirementplanninguniversity.com. Retirement Planning University is a nonprofit and non-accredited university. TCU is not a client. See website for disclosures. Go Frogs!
What's the difference between filing online and filing with a local Liberty Tax expert? At Liberty Tax, you'll get personalized support from a trained professional who'll take the time to get to know you and your unique tax situation. Whether you're wanting to file in person or remotely with a nearby expert, we've got you covered. Visit libertytax.com to book an appointment or to learn more about remote tax prep. Liberty Tax, your trusted tax experts for life. See website for details and eligibility.
Moritz is celebrating 50 years of service to the DFW community. We take pride in offering our customers the Moritz Promise on every eligible pre-owned car, truck, or SUV that we sell. The Moritz Promise is a complimentary warranty that covers your engine and transmission for as long as you own the car. You can buy a car from us with confidence. You'll always find a great selection backed with exceptional customer service. We'll buy your car even if you don't buy ours. Moritz, big on hospitality, low on prices. Visit us today at MoritzDealerships.com.
On the Horned Frog Sports Network from Learfield, welcome to the Halftime Report, brought to you by Frost Bank. Now, from the Moritz Studios, it's the Coors Light Halftime Scoreboard. Coors Light. When rivalries heat up, choose chill. Official beer of the Horned Frogs. Celebrate responsibly. Here's Dave Shuck.
A couple of minutes away from the start of the second half at Amon Carter Stadium, where TCU leads it over SMU 14-10. Quick check of the Coors Light scoreboard. One other game in the Big 12 in progress, with 17th-ranked Texas Tech on the road trying to stay unbeaten on the year as they visit Rice-Eccles Stadium in Salt Lake City, and the 16th-ranked and also unbeaten Utah Utes. It's been an ugly first half for both teams, 5 combined turnovers, but Texas Tech making the most of their opportunities. They have a 10-0 lead, just under 40 seconds left to play before halftime in Salt Lake City. We'll get an update on some of the other games around the country a little bit later on, but first let's take a timeout, and when we come back, it's the Locker Room Report with Elvis Gallegos, and then the start of the second half between the Frogs and the Mustangs. After this, and a word from Coors Light.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by Texas Christian University. Any use of this presentation is prohibited without the express consent of Texas Christian University and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by Texas Christian University.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End the friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you're planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill.
Celebrate responsibly. 2025 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
Hey, Frogs. Ready to power up your Riff Ram Bazoo? Unleash the power to live better with Baylor Scott and White Medical Center, Fort Worth, your go-to teammate when it comes to taking charge of your health. We're always ready to have your back, helping you stay on top of your wellness goals with convenient and personalized care. It's time to let that fan power shine. Visit bswhealth.com/Fort Worth to learn more. Go Frogs!
No big deal, but you've been earning Kohl's Cash for 20 years. That's 2 decades of checkout wins. To celebrate, enter our month-long sweepstakes for a chance to win $200 in Kohl's Cash. Plus, save on fall faves during the Customer Appreciation event now. Yup, 2 decades of Kohl's Cash is a big deal. Shop Kohl's and brag accordingly. Coupon ends September 21st. Select styles. Some exclusions apply. Sweepstakes ends September 30th, 2025. No purchase necessary. 20 winners per day. Limit 1 prize per person for entire sweepstakes. See Kohls.com for official rules and details.
This is Marshall Newhouse, and you're listening to TCU Football on the Horned Frog Sports Network from Learfield.
The Fellowship of Christian Athletes on TCU's campus is having a tremendous impact in the lives of coaches and athletes at TCU. They're impacting their lives through weekly Bible studies, mentorship, one-on-one weekly discipleship. TCU FCA is not only helping our coaches and athletes to be champions in their particular sport, but more importantly, they're helping them be champions in life. To learn more about FCA, go to tcufca.org to have a lasting impact in students and coaches at TCU.
Get your game face on and get ready for the thrill of TCU football. Join us at Amon G. Carter Stadium for an action-packed season. Feel the roar of the crowd and experience the excitement of every touchdown as you witness the electric atmosphere that only TCU football can deliver. Whether you're a die-hard fan or new to the Horned Frogs Nation, every game brings unforgettable memories. Grab your tickets today at GoFrogs.com and be part of the action as we bleed purple together. TCU football, the Carter awaits.
Second half kickoff is minutes away. But first, a preview of the halftime adjustments made by Coach Sonny Dykes and staff with our exclusive locker room report. Elvis is back in the building.
Yeah, guys, all business in that locker room. Spent a little time initially with the offense, and it was all about don't get outworked, empty the tank, and no regrets. Here, stick to the game plan. Obviously, talked a little bit about that pick. That's about probably more of the work ethic they want to see, but nothing, I don't see anything changing. On the defensive side, I'll tell you what, guys, I would have loved to have played for Andy Avalos. This guy will get you amped up. He is a motivator. It is about the toughest team is going to win today. You got to make them earn everything. We've been blitzing them. Expect a lot of that. He said we're going to continue throwing everything at them, get after them, make them regret coming to Fort Worth. They're going to try to get to the perimeter. He did talk a little bit about playing a little bit better, but violent hands, violent people is going to win this game. So that was a little bit about the halftime report, guys. It's going to be a fun second half.
Thank you, Elvis, for D&M Leasing joining us from the TCU locker room. And here with us in the booth, Justin Fuente is a legend, man. Matt Carpenter, latest edition of the Block T Association's Hall of Fame. He won it on Thursday night. Carp, good to see you, man. Congratulations. I know that was a great honor, wasn't it?
Man, it really was. Brian, I appreciate you having me on. Justin, thanks for having me. Yeah, just such a special night. Means so much, not just to me, but my family and everybody involved. I've had so many people that have poured into me since the time I stepped foot on campus, so it was pretty cool to celebrate with them.
Yeah, and you left campus, obviously, playing more games than anyone else, more at-bats than anyone else. 15-year career in the bigs. I mean, Carp, there was a point where you didn't know if you were going to keep playing baseball when you were here at TCU, right? I mean, at least if you were going to be allowed to because of an injury. And you came back, and look what happened.
Yeah, you know, it's just part of just a great story. And, you know, I touched on it the other night. Choosing TCU was the best decision that I ever made. It was the place where I grew up, both on and off the field. I had an amazing coaching staff, starting with Jim Sloshangle, that just really poured into me, both as a player but as a person. And, you know, that's the beauty of college athletics. You get an opportunity to come here and do something special, you know, leave here with a degree, but just build a relationship with people that are going to last a lifetime, and I've been fortunate enough to have many of those here.
Matt Carpenter's with us. Share with Justin the line that Jim Schlossnagle used in recruiting you, because he's probably going to steal it at some point. But that line that he used recruiting you to get you to come to TCU when you were picking between the Frogs and Texas, right?
Yeah. You know, I grew up just really having my heart set on if I ever got an opportunity to go play baseball at Texas, that's where I wanted to go. And I was fortunate enough to get a scholarship offer there. And in my eyes, that was where I was going to go. And, you know, Coach Schlossnagle, to his credit, throughout that process, was just relentless in his pursuit of me. And, you know, he pulled me aside at the very end, right before I was about to make the decision. And, you know, he had a line that just really struck a chord with me. And, you know, he went with, hey, man, you want to go to Texas and just be another team, just add something to the wall, or do you want to come to TCU and be the first to ever do it? And man, as a 17, 18-year-old kid, that fired me up, and I wanted to be part of it.
It fired me up, too. I'll be honest with you. Here's a kickoff to start the second half. Horned Frogs are going to take it 3 yards deep. That's John Denman on the return to the left across the 20, 25-yard line. That's where the Frog offense will start this one. I thought it was going to be a penalty throw, but no. The Horned Frogs will have the football. Matt Carpenter, great career here at TCU. Amazing career in the Bigs. You were the best of the Bigs at one point. Thank you for all that you do. You're a great ambassador for TCU. Glad you're here. Glad you're in the hole, man.
Man, I really apprete it. Yeah, Fort Worth's home for us, and we love it here. We love this campus. We love everything about TCU. We bleed purple. I'll say this. I mean, this weekend has been so special for a lot of reasons, but I mean, Gary Patterson.
How about that?
Getting to see that was truly awesome.
You got the best class. I mean, you got Gary Patterson, you got Jason Verrett,
so
Andy
cool.
Gibson. I mean, it's a great class. First down here for the Horned Frog offense with Hoover at quarterback. TCU leads at 14-10. Jeremy Payne in the backfield, play action. Josh to throw it. Pumps right, comes back left. In traffic, catches made McAllister over the 40-yard line to the 41, making the 42. That's a first down. 17-yard throw and catch. Frogs with the football now, second down here. Or excuse me, first down, I should say first down and 10-second play of this drive to start this second half. 14:30 to go. Frogs up 14-10 in the third quarter. Here's Hoover looking right. Pressure starts to get to him. Dumps it over the middle, and it's almost picked off. Justin, that was a dangerous throw by Hoover. Jaden Milner-Jones almost comes up with a pick.
One of the first rules of playing quarterback is never turn loose of the ball late over the middle. And Hoover was under duress, didn't have anybody open, trying to slide in the pocket, and is really trying to throw the ball away, and it flutters late over the middle. Lucky to get away with that one.
Second down now, 2nd and 10. Dwyer is tight left, one back in the backfield now. With the quarterback, Hoover gets a carry, running right up the middle. That is Jeremy Payne. Not much there. That'll bring up third down. All right, Matt, we know you got family here and friends. I want you to go enjoy the second half with them. Thank you for coming by, and again, congrats on going to the Hall of Fame. Look forward to having you around, my man.
Guys, I really appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
Hang out here as long as you want. It's the best seat in the house, by the way.
It is. It is.
And the fridge is full.
That's a good thing.
Exactly. It is third down now. 3rd down and 7 here from the 45-yard line. With 13:55 to go, here's Hoover to throw the football. Looking left, firing it out. Almost picked off. Great job defensively. Deuce Harmon got a hand on that one. Knocks it away. And just like that, the Horned Frogs are going to be forced to punt it on the opening series of the second half. Hoover a little off on this drive to start the second half.
Yeah, SMU coming out and playing some base looks. Some base one high, mixing it up between 3 deep and man free. Kind of settled down a little bit and played a little bit of base defense, and it does a good job getting off the field here.
Now to punt it for the second time will be Ethan Krall. Ymir Knight is back deep. Krall with a much better one this time. Angles it. Knight underneath it. Fair catch made to the 14. That's where SMU will have the football. 4.3 on the hang time. 41-yard effort for Ethan Krall. Time out of the field. 13:41 to play here in this third quarter. 14-10. TCU leading it on SMU. Back we come after this word for Coles.
No big deal, but you've been earning Kohl's Cash for 20 years. That's 2 decades of checkout wins. To celebrate, enter a month-long sweepstakes for a chance to win $200 in Kohl's Cash. Plus, save on fall faves during the Customer Appreciation event now. Yup, 2 decades of Kohl's Cash is a big deal. Shop Kohl's and brag accordingly. Coupon ends September 21st. Select styles. Some exclusions apply. Sweepstakes ends September 30th, 2025. No purchase necessary. 20 winners per day. Limit 1 prize per person for entire sweepstakes. See Kohls.com for official rules and details.
Welcome to Evan Williams Bourbon Nation, home of game day spirit, where the rivalries run deep and the bourbon runs deeper. As game day's #1 pour, Evan Williams is your go-to for every toast, tailgate, and touchdown this season. Whether you're sipping it neat on the rocks or mixing it up with your favorite cocktail, Evan Williams Bourbon is with you from every play to every pour. Find your bottle at evanwilliams.com and let's make every game count. Evan Williams Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey, Bardstown, Kentucky, 43 to 45% alcohol by volume, 21 plus. Enjoy responsibly.
At Texas Health, we're proud to support TCU. From primary care to urgent care, from our growing number of hospitals to at-home care and virtual visits, Texas Health offers more ways to connect with the care you need, so you can spend more time on what matters most, like watching the game. Learn more at texashealth.org/TCU. And go Frogs!
13:41 to play in this third quarter. Brian Estridge, along with Justin Fuente, Elvis Gallegos is on the sidelines. Wayne Gossard's our spotter. Brian Sperry's our statistician. Kyle Cross is our producer on site. Sarge has the con back at the studio where Dave Shook sits at the Moritz Sports Desk for this one. And, you know, you had Matt Carpenter come by, the Hall of Famer. Gary Patterson goes in the Hall of Fame. Whitney Gibson, we talked about that list. Jason Verrett obviously joined us. To me, the greatest story is the stories of perseverance that all of these went through. Matt Carpenter has Tommy John surgery at one point at TCU. Position player. Was in practice, threw it across the infield, said, had Tommy John. Sits in Jim Schlossnagel's office, and Jim Schlossnagel tells him, okay, it's a reset moment for you. You're not all in. Now you can be all in. And he said, that day I quit eating Doritos. And he said, that day I became all in. And look what it led to now with this amazing career that he put together, 15 years in the Bigs, and now in the Block T Association Hall of Fame.
Yeah, everybody thinks overnight success comes overnight. No. And when you get in the inside of these stories, which is cool about the Hall of Fame, is you get to hear these stories and realize the ups and downs these people go through in their careers and the things they do have to overcome to become the people that you see out in public.
It is first down now, 1st and 10 for SMU from the 15-yard line. 13:41 to play here in this third quarter. Worst starting field position for either team. For SMU, it starts at the 15. Harden in the backfield. And rolling right with it is Jennings. All kinds of time, looks downfield, throws this one into the TCU bench. It'll bring up 2nd down and 10. Underway here in this third quarter. This is the first offensive series for SMU. Frogs lead it 14-10 after TCU has to punt it away on their opening set.
Really good job of coverage right there. They run the little naked bootleg with Jennings, and TCU does a great job covering it down. Both defensive coordinators kind of settling their calls down here early in the second half.
Yeah, you can tell. I'm anxious to see, because both of these teams, if you look at what has transpired so far this season, have been pretty good second half teams. Yeah, TCU a little bit struggled last week against Abilene Christian, but against North Carolina, they were really good in the second half. Here's a handoff to TJ Harden up to the 17-yard line. Austin Jordan on the tackle, along with Channing Canada. Now it's 3rd down, 3rd and 8. Marcus Deal comes out along that defensive front. Jonathan Bax comes in. A little more speed with Oyewale, Denbu, and Jonathan Bax at 3 across the front. Frogs will play coverage on the back end. Let's see. And then you got Devin Deal doing whatever Devin Deal does, right? 2 to the left, 2 to the right-hand side. 1 back there, 3 of 7 on 3rd down. Pressure comes. Jennings sees it. Tries to avoid it. Can't. With the second wave, they get him at the 5-yard line. That's Caleb Elarms-Orr with a sack. And Jennings is down here at the 5-yard line. That's a loss of 13 on the play. Jennings fell awkwardly.
He took a big hit.
Yeah, the Frogs brought pressure in waves that time. Come from the outside edge. Jennings down. And you hate to see this. This is a dynamic quarterback for SMU. They're going to help him up. Good sign. Jennings hobbling off under his own power here. He took a big lick in that first half. Lower body hit on a sprint out. Here, hobbling off on 4th down. 4th down and 20, and backed up deep here is SMU to punt it away with Wade McSperry out of Geelong, Australia. Jordan Dwyer's back deep, stands at the 48-yard line. McSperry takes a snap. Angles this one. Back up the middle. Dwyer bobbled it. It falls on it at the 46-yard line. Good gracious. Falling backwards. Man. Come at it, right? You don't want to be falling backwards when that ball's headed your way.
No, you'd like to be moving forward if you can. Backwards, not optimal.
4.2 on the hang time.
But
This will be the best starting field position for the Horned Frogs all year. This one here at the 46-yard line with 12:21 to play in this third quarter. Elvis, you talked about at the beginning of this broadcast the emotion in the building, the fact that you could feel it. I'm not feeling that energy right now.
It does feel a little flat, doesn't it? I mean, like Coach said, everybody's kind of settled in. I think for the most part, that locker room was all business. I love what I saw in that last series defense because that's what Avalos talked about. They want to get to the edge, do your job, stay inside out, but still going to bring pressure. But they're still settling in.
And there's movement up front here. Frogs jump a little early. That was a delayed snap from Colton Deary.
False start, offense, several players. 5-yard penalty, first down.
The ACC way, right?
Yeah, we don't want to list all the numbers. We'll just say a bunch of them.
Be more efficient. The Frogs do use a snap count. You probably saw this recently. John Gruden did this whole thing on the slap. He hates the slap.
Can't stand it.
Yeah. At least the Frogs use a snap count still. 2 receivers right, one to the left-hand side. Jeremy Payne in the backfield. Hoover takes the snap. 4-down lineman come. Looks, dumps right, coming back for the football and dropped by McAllister. Wide open to the flat right was Jeremy Payne, and Hoover never looked his way.
No, Hoover making his way through the progression. Great pass protection by the offensive line. Started off to his left and worked his way all the way back to the right, but never made it to the check down to the right.
3 straight incompletions for Hoover. He hadn't had back-to-back incompletions prior to that streak. This one over the middle, his catch is made. Here's McAllister, 40, down to the 30. Here's Herrick on the run down to the 20. Gets the block and gets it down to the 10-yard line. Nice job there. And Jordan Dwyer running interference as well. But McAllister takes it all the way down to the 10. Will be first and goal for TCU there.
Boy, do you feel like McAllister's just much better in some space as opposed to hemmed up into the boundary?
O-line giving him some time again there, too. We didn't see that the first series coming out of the half.
48-yard reception that time for McAllister. He's over 100 yards throwing it. Hoover pumps, sets fires. Here's McAllister again at the 2-yard line. McAllister hit a couple of times inside the 5 at about the 3. Here's the other thing about McAllister. I know he's running at 100%, but he never looks like he's running at 100%.
Yeah, one of those long guys with long strides. Sometimes it's easy to get lulled into the thought that they're not trying.
Yes.
He is a smooth athlete with a really, really long stride, and trust me, he is moving at a good pace.
He's 6'3", 205. He kind of reminds. Now I know they're different players, so Elvis, don't get mad at me, but he kind of runs like Randy Moss did. Just sliding down the field. 3 receivers to the right, one to the left-hand side. Here's Hoover out of the gun. Pressure comes, whips it with the right hand. Catch is made at the 5-yard line. Breaking a tackle. Man-jack. Breaks 2. Reaches out. Touchdown. TCU hit the horn. 10:50 to play in this third quarter. 20-10. Frogs doubling up opponents.
Big time effort by Man-Jack right there. Just dragging the defender into the end zone. SMU has a good call. They've got a good defense for the play TCU has called, but they just can't get Man-Jack onto the ground, and he gets in the end zone.
How about that double play turned by Hoover? Dropped that right hand down like that right arm, Elvis, and just whipped it to him.
Quick hands, man. He saw that pressure coming, got rid of it, and that defense just got Man-Jack. That was awesome.
He looked like Matt Carpenter on third getting rid of that one. Here's McCashlin now for the point after. Hey, right through there. 10:50 to play, third quarter. Frogs up 11, 21-10. TCU leads it here. Final edition of the battle for the iron skillet. Frogs lead it. Back after this, Barbasol.
A smooth, close Barbasol shave in the morning lifts your confidence. That rich, creamy lather will catapult you to greatness. Nothing can stop you today. Well, except that traffic jam. Barbasol. It's a can of can-do.
If you can plan barbecues and weddings, you can plan to protect yourself from a natural disaster. Sign up for local alerts, prepare an emergency kit, and make a family communications plan. Get started at ready.gov/plan.
Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
What makes your local Liberty Tax the best choice for professional tax services? At Liberty Tax, we offer free consultations in a stress-free environment, and we'll get to know your unique tax situation. If you're stressed about your taxes, need help planning for the future, or have questions about tax credits, we've got you covered. Visit libertytax.com to book an appointment. Liberty Tax, your trusted tax experts for life. Valid at participating locations. See website for details and eligibility.
Life's too short to live in Dallas. That's the motto at Railhead. It's on the walls and the staff shirts. Railhead Smokehouse offers a spectacular menu of heaping plates of ribs, sliced beef, fries, and cheddar peppers. With weekday specials and their world-famous ice-cold schooners of beer and margaritas. From the barbecue landmark at 2900 Montgomery, just off I-30. Remember, the best barbecue in Fort Worth is at Railhead Smokehouse, home of the Sonny Dykes radio show Mondays at 6 p.m.
One off the clock. 4-yard pass from Hoover to Mandrack. By the way, that drive, and again, I'm not going to say anything to Elvis because it doesn't matter, and I'm okay with it. But all through the air that time, Justin, that entire drive, Frogs did not run the football.
Yeah, they can't feel awesome about their productivity running the ball. They have gotten a little bit out of their pin and pull play that gets the ball to the edge, but they've gotten little to nothing really up inside. I wouldn't be surprised the next time they get the ball back if you don't see them try and go back and maybe get the ball to the edge to get that run game kick-started a little bit.
Elvis, though, the Horned Frogs getting it done. Hoover and McAllister, who we talked about from the open, in the open field, man, he is beautiful.
He did look really good. But, you know, I got to give this offensive line credit on that series. I mean, the first series coming out, felt like they got to Hoover with just 4-man rush. That's going to be hard if they're going to drop into coverage and they're going to get after Hoover with the 4-man rush. But that time, he had time. He trusted it, found his guy, made some big plays when they needed it most.
Frogs to kick it off now. Set to kick it for the Horned Frogs is going to be Easton Black. Okay. Now, Easton is the backup punter for the Horned Frogs and the holder. Today he's getting a chance to kick it off. Again, TCU is without Limmerman. So this is the third kickoff guy the Frogs have tried. Does he have a shoe off, Wayne? Can you tell? He does have shoes on. They just look like slippers. Here's a kick from Black. Uh-oh, you might have found something. This one goes 3 yards out of the back of the end zone. Nice job, Easton Black, huh?
I wish he would have kicked it barefoot.
That would have been cool.
I miss those old days.
Tony Franklin days. Junior out of Peoria, Arizona, played at Sunrise Mountain, did Easton Black. Nice job there. Blackland Distillery is there to help you kick off football season with an award-winning lineup from ultra premium vodka and gin to bourbon, rye, Texas pecan, brown sugar, bourbon, their bold new Prairie Gold, Texas straight bourbon, and the crowd favorite Texpresso whiskey. With an upscale cocktail lounge, tasting room in the heart of Fort Worth, Blackland, the perfect post-game destination. Raise a glass, cheer loud, and go Frogs. As SMU returns with Kevin Jennings back in at quarterback. That's a good sign. TJ Harden, the running back, stands to his left, gets the carry, tried to bounce it right, and he's met immediately. Maybe a yard or two. Frogs are there defensively. There's Max Carroll, sophomore out of Memphis, played at Briar Crest Christian. Good carry. Second down now, 2nd and 9 after a 1-yard gain. 4 wides this time, 2 to either side. Jennings out of the gun, takes the snap, 4-down lineman come. Looks right, throws it underneath, catches made on the comeback at the 29-yard line. That's Jordan Hudson, the TCU transfer. Just a couple there to bring up 3rd down now, 3rd and 6. Stations, we owe you an ID. We'll try to work it in after this play.
Coach Avalos brought the house on the last 3rd down. We'll see what he does, what he's got dialed up for this one.
9th 3rd down for SMU. They've needed at least 6 on all of them. 3rd and 6 here. From the 29-yard line. 2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Jennings out of the gun. Harden in the backfield. Jennings going to dump it to Harden, who's wide open. 25, 30. And upended as he gets to about the 33-yard line, and that's not going to be enough.
Don't do that.
And a penalty marker comes in late, and I think this is going to be on TCU. And if it is, he just gave him a 1st down. Max Carroll.
I mean, you work so hard to get a stop. You know, it takes a whole group out there playing their tail off versus a really explosive offense. You finally get the guy on the ground, and then you go after him after the play and get a penalty.
After the play, unsportsmanlike conduct in the bench area, TCU number 33, 15-yard penalty, automatic 1st down. That's
all right,
number
Elvis,
33,
you just can't do that.
Unsportsmanlike conduct foul of the game.
Well, that's the emotions that this game brings, right? You got to control your emotions. You can't react. I mean, that's exactly. Carroll had a really good few plays here in this series. I mean, he's bringing the wood. He is physical. That's what you want to see, a great tackle there, and then it all is erased after that penalty.
Well, he's not anymore. He's not out there right now. He goes to the bench. Sonny Dykes not happy. First down at 10. It would have been 4th and 2, by the way. Drive continues from their own 48 now. 1st and 10 from Echo Green in the backfield. Freshman out of Conroe. They like this guy. Jennings to throw the football. Out of the gun, whips it right, catches made at the 42-yard line. A little late arriving was Jamel Johnson. Reception made by R.J. Maryland. And I think that's R.J.'s first catch of the day, Brian Sperry. Is that right? This guy's a weapon in the slot there, the senior out of South Lake Carroll. That's 10 yards and a first down now. SMU with it, 1st and 10 of the 42 of the Horned Frogs. 4 wides, 2 to either side. Jennings flushed out, finds a seam. He's got room. 45, 40, on his feet to the 35, up to the 30, and upended with another first down as he gets it down to the TCU 27-yard line. Caleb Elarm's or here. Busted play, and that's when he's at his best.
It's just so difficult. He's just so athletic, and he's got a great feel for the game. It's not just an athlete part deal. He's just a really good player. Now he's coming out. No.
Thought he was.
He's coming to the side. He's a little gimped up. You know, he's got both ankles taped up now on the outside of his shoes that he didn't have earlier, so you got to feel like maybe one of those wheels is a little bit tender.
Yeah, he was checking the play there with Rhett Lashley, the head coach, who was the offensive coordinator for Sonny Dykes at SMU. Johnson in the backfield. Chris Johnson stands to the right of him here. They bring a man in motion, toss it to him. On the run here inside the 25 to the 22 goes Derek McFall. So they took McFall, the running back, split him out to the left, bring him in motion, toss it to him. The redshirt freshman out of John Tyler. Able to race it here to the 21-yard line. Gain of 6. Second down now. 2nd and 4. 2 receivers left. One to the right-hand side. Give it right up the middle this time on the carry. To the 19 goes Johnson. Is it enough? Let's see. No, just shy of the line to gain. So 3rd and 1 now for SMU. With 7:35 to play in this third quarter. It's 21-10. TCU leading it.
This is the first 3rd and short of the game, if I'm not mistaken.
First time they've needed anything less than 6 on 3rd down. Wide left goes Romello Brinson. Wide right comes Hudson. Up the middle is TJ Harden. TJ will take it inside the 15, down to the 10, and down to the 7. Running right up the middle in the heart of this TCU defense. He found some nice running room.
Yeah, really good job by the SMU offensive line creating movement.
And that was Matthew Hebner, by the way, tight end, doing a nice job, too. Sliding over to make that block. Gain of 12. 1st and goal at the 7 now for SMU. 6:50 left in this third quarter. Break the Huddleston, 3 receivers to the left-hand side, including Stone Eby, the backup tight end. Harden in the backfield. Eby comes in motion. Let's see if they run behind him. They'll hand it off. Harden behind Eby, and the Frogs read that one perfectly and get him down at the line of scrimmage. That play was successful earlier with Eby in motion. That's Ansel Denbu on the tackle for the Horned Frogs, the Aledo native.
A lot of D linemen rotating on this series, fellas. Marcus Dio checks back in now.
Yeah, it's a warm day, is it not, Elvis, down on that
field? It sure is. Yeah, it is. We're going to find out a lot about the conditioning of this group in the 4th quarter. But, yeah, I think maybe that's where a little bit of the energy's out, man. These guys they're playing hard. There's a bloodbath in those trenches.
Here's Jennings. One back to his left. Dremeco Green leaves it to throw it is Jennings. Over the middle, firing it out. Catch is made. Touchdown SMU. Right in front of Bud Clark. Ymir Knight hauls it in. That's a gain or a throw for 7 yards and an SMU score. And it's a 5-point ball game now with 5:54 to go.
Well, I hate to belabor the point, but the Frogs should have been off the field a long time ago with the personal foul that extends the drive. Bud Clark is right there, and Jennings puts another ball right on the money in man coverage with no underneath players for an SMU touchdown.
And that's with Namdi breathing down his neck.
Yes.
That pressure was coming. He stood in the pocket, took the hit. It's a tough kid.
Keltner out for the point after now to make it a 4-point ball game. 5:54 to play in this third quarter. Hold us down. The kick from Keltner, who missed a field goal earlier, knocks this one in. 21-16, 21-17 now with that one with 5:54 to play here in this third quarter. Horned Frogs still up by 4 in Fort Worth. Back we come after this local timeout of the Horned Frog Sports Network from Learfield.
fatherless boys face a troubled future. At Hope Farm, we guide at-risk boys to become Christ-centered men of integrity so families are strengthened and the cycle of fatherlessness is broken. At Hope Farm, we're a leadership program nurturing boys through high school with a life plan, accountability, and collaboration with parents and teachers to create lasting change. You can help support, volunteer, or give, and be part of our mission to build a stronger future for these young men and their families. Learn more at hopefarm.org.
Hey, Horned Frog fans, want to give your kids the ultimate football experience at TCU? Well, create a memory they'll cherish forever as you join us for a chance to be a part of TCU's Bleacher Creatures and run out onto the field pregame with the Frogs. Just show up 20 minutes before kickoff at the Southeast scoreboard, and your kids will get to run with America's favorite mascot, Super Frog, onto the field. All kids who participate get a free Frogs jersey, courtesy of Cook Children's. See you game day at the Carter, and don't forget to bleed purple.
.554 to play here in this third quarter. 21-17 right now. TCU leading it on SMU. TCU volleyball, by the way, back in action at Ed and Ray Schollmeyer Arena. You don't want to miss a season full of excitement. I tell you what, they have been really good. Go to gofrogs.com. Lock in your seats now for TCU volleyball. 21-17. Horned Frogs with the advantage. Today's game brought to you by EECU, proud to be the official credit union of the Horned Frogs. And by Kohl's, they've got back-to-school styles that spoil you, prices that spoil them. From jeans and tees to sneakers and more, which means you can do it all without overdoing your budget when you shop at Kohl's and Kohl's.com. 10 plays, 75 yards, took 4:56 off the clock. SMU scores. Jennings goes 5 of 5 on the drive, including that 7-yarder at the end. By the way, he was 5 of 5 on this drive, Justin. He was 8 of 8 on the other scoring drive for him.
Yeah, he's as advertised, and I don't think he's 100% healthy, and he still looks really, really good.
He has been good when they need him to. He was 12 of 12 on those scoring drives, just 5 of 12 on the other 5 drives. So Frogs have been able to get to him a bit. It's just hard to contain him, Elvis. I mean, he's so athletic.
Yeah, coach has nailed it. I mean, just his evaluation of Jennings, he's really quick, he's really fast, instincts, he's smart, he's confident, knows where he wants to go with the ball, and at times we have over pursuit, and when you do, he makes you pay. I mean, he's just a really, and now what I'm really getting out of these last few minutes is his toughness. I mean, the way he's sitting in the pocket, obviously he's banged up, just taking some shots. Colin Jackson's the one that hit him pretty hard in the first half, and he's just not phased. I mean, when he came back out here on this series, he sprinted out there. He wasn't walking.
Hey, by the way, on that last throw, Elvis, Bud Clark was with an eyelash and knocking that one away, wasn't he? I mean, that was pretty good coverage.
That's a couple of times that Bud's got to make, you hear that term, big-time players make big-time plays in big-time ball games. This one's it. I think he missed an opportunity of an interception that resulted in the touchdown. He's right there. The guy got inside of him. And, I mean, it was a good throw by Jennings, but he can make that play.
21-17, Keltner to kick it off now. High end-over-end kick. Denman, freshman, watches this one hit out of the back of the end zone. Frog offense trots back out there. Scored on the last drive, did TCU. First one to start the second half was not great. Hoover's been a little touch off here in this second half. 15 of 26, 200 yards, 3 scores and an interception. And here I am calling just a touch off. That's a pretty good day so far. By the way, he passed Max Naki for 4th all-time in touchdown passes, 51 in his career now here at TCU.
Let's see if they can get a little run game going in this drive to help him out.
Battles there now at running back, stands behind Hoover, who's got 2 receivers to the right. Dwyer is tight left. They're going to fake it to Battle. Roll right is Hoover. They pressure him. He's going to fire it into the flat and out of bounds. Threw that one away. Manjack was there. Manjack was actually standing out of bounds by the time Hoover looked up.
Yeah, man coverage by SMU on that play. Just a one-high look, which they play a lot of one-high defense. Load the blocks to try and hold up in the run. And had the wide receivers wired pretty well.
Trev Wilson was in pursuit of him, too, by the way, at defensive end. 2 receivers to the right. Hoover maybe changing the play here. Battle stands to his left. Hands it off to Trent. Bounces right, and Battle's going to take it across the 30 to the 34-yard line. Manageable 3rd down and 2 upcoming. That's 8 on first down. Brandon Booker on the tackle. Just the second rush of the second half for the Horned Frogs with that one.
You feel good about that one, though. You get 8 yards on 2nd down and 10.
You need 2 here. You're going 5 wide. Let's see if they return Battle to the backfield. They do. Trent stands to the left of Hoover. 3rd down and 2 from the 33. 2 receivers to the left, 1 right. Hoover to throw for it. Looks, fired it in traffic. Catch by Manjack. He takes it across the 36 to the 37-yard line, and enough for a first down with a gain of 5 there.
Really accurate throw by Hoover, because Manjack was not very open. He was open a little bit. He had to throw it in one spot away from the defender. Manjack reaches up and snags it out of the air for a first down.
And that was the short side of the field. You had 3 receivers kind of in a bunch there, too.
Yeah,
you had a lot of defenders.
Try to get a little zone spacing concept in there. And Manjack does a good job working away from the defender.
Here's Hoover going to hand it off this time. Bouncing it back to the left-hand side. Here comes Battle. On the run, 45, midfield, cuts it up. 45-40, still on his feet into SMU territory. That was all Trent Battle to the 35-yard line. This is a guy we talked about. He was a quarterback in high school. He's starting to really come into his own as a runner, though, man.
Boy, it's just so great to see a veteran kid like him make plays like that in these moments. He did a great job. There was nothing there. He gets out to his left, bounces it outside, and then you see what he does after he reaches the first down.
Yeah, 20-yard gain that time. This time he snuffed for a loss back to the 36. 4:05 to play in the 3rd. Frogs lead at 21-17. And the thing about Battle, you know, we were talking about Jeremy Payne earlier, where I said, hey, he's more physical than you think.
Yeah,
based on
absolutely.
His size. Battle is faster than you think.
Yeah, that's right.
Because he looks like a big physical running back.
Because he's a big, good-looking kid with a great body, and he does run really well.
And he does all the little things right for this team, right? You talk about just pass protection. He's a real quiet guy, leads by example.
Tell you, the coaches are trying to talk him. Jimmy Smith is a running back coach. He's trying to talk him into being a coach. 3 receivers to the right, 1 to the left-hand side. Here's Hoover. Screen, set up, caught. Here's Payne on the run. Across the 30 down to the 29-yard line. I like that call, man. That's Brandon Mayazono on the tackle, the linebacker. It goes for 7 yards, but I kind of like that call in that situation, Justin.
Yeah, great call and execution on 2nd and long to invite the rush in there and try and slip Payne out with a couple blockers in front to get you back on track here. Thinking probably 2 downs to pick up the first.
3rd down now, 3rd and 4. 4 of 8 on 3rd down. Under 3 minutes to play. Hoover takes a snap. Going to try to work for the first down. He dives forward to the 25 on a keeper the whole way. Should be enough. You got to reward the quarterback for that, don't you? And they do. They'll move the chains here with a first down for TCU to the 25-yard line with 2:40 to play. Here in this 3rd quarter, and the Frogs leading at 21-17.
He's been watching some of that old Andy Dalton film with that head first slide. Andy picked up a whole bunch of extra yards, you know, going head first and getting on the ground before he takes a big hit.
Who taught him how to do that?
He did that on his own. I can tell you that much.
2:20 to go.
I certainly didn't demonstrate it.
21-17, TCU leading it here on SMU. Here's the quarterback now, Hoover, out of the shotgun. 1 back in, looking left-hand side, fade pattern. Looking left for Dwyer, hand checked the whole way, and it falls incomplete. That'll bring up 2nd down now. 2nd down and 10. Marcellus Barnes was in coverage. I don't mind a throw there. But Barnes does a pretty good job, the redshirt freshman out of Chattanooga, Tennessee.
He stayed on top the entire time. Really good coverage. Obviously, everybody wants a pass interference call. You're not getting it on that one. Just really better defense on that play.
2nd and 10 now at the 25-yard line. Brian Estridge, Justin Fuente, Elvis Gallegos with you. I'd like to welcome all of you listening on the college football blitz battle in the backfield. They'll turn and try to hand it off to him, but a whistle and a flag here before the play. This might be an illegal shift.
False start, offense, number 55. 5-yard penalty, 2nd down.
Remington Strickland, the guilty party. 2:05 to play. Here this 3rd quarter, it's 21-17 right now. Horned Frogs have led the entire way. Frogs have been penalized 3 times for 25 yards here in this 3rd quarter. It's been fairly even, 336 in total offense for TCU, 274 for SMU in this, the final battle for the Iron Skillet. 104th meeting all time. TCU facing 2nd and 15 at the 30. Here's Hoover. Play action. Sets in the pocket. Fires it over the middle. And it's behind his intended target. That was Jordan Dwyer, who got 2 hands on it. Unable to haul it in just inside the 20-yard line. And now the Frogs are facing 3rd down and 15 at the 30 of SMU.
Well, that's one Hoover's going to want back. He does a great job here. Play action pass, trying to work the post corner combination into the boundary, and SMU rolls to cover 2 over the top. Hoover does exactly what he's coached to do, gets off of it, works to the square end, to the field. The ball's just a little bit behind Dwyer.
Elvis, Josh has done a nice job, I think, going through his progressions throughout the day.
He's trusting his protection. Yeah, he's staying in the pocket, trying to deliver a throw. Unfortunate they missed there.
3rd down and 15. Pressure comes. Hoover sees it from the backside, rolls to his right, fires it down the right-hand edge. There's a man there. The catch is made. Hit the horn. Oh, they're going to call him out of bounds. Eric McAllister hauled it in. The ACC official right on the spot says nope, does not get the foot down before he comes down out of bounds. It was man coverage, a great throw by Hoover where only McAllister could get it. We get a glance on replay, and they're going to rule him out of bounds, and it's going to bring up 4th down here for the Horned Frogs at the 30-yard line.
All-out blitz by SMU forces Hoover out of the pocket. Oh, wait a minute.
Look at that, fellas. They need to look at that.
Sonny Dykes is sprinted out to the numbers.
The replay just went up on the Jumbotron.
Frog kicking.
He's inbound out there.
That's a touchdown, boys.
Let's see what Sonny Dykes does. And now the official says we're playing on. He's trying to reset the clock. Does he take a timeout?
Sonny.
Play clock has not been reset. Let's see if Coach Dykes takes his timeout. Now he does.
Yeah, he did.
Again, an ACC officiating crew here for this one. Sonny Dykes to visit with the referee. We've had a chance to look at it here in the booth. They've slowed it down for everyone to see. Justin, that looks like a score to me.
It is. I mean, and if you're Sonny, you are so frustrated right now with the operation of the officials. I mean, it's a play. Obviously, it's a big play in the game. It seems like they look at every inconsequential play throughout the entire game. This is a very close call. They put the review of the replay up on the big board, and it appears to at the least be a catch and be down at the 1 and maybe a touchdown. And the officials are just going through it like, yeah, let's go, snap the ball if you're going to kick the field goal.
Right. We get one more look at it. Let's check the left foot first. Left foot's in, right foot's in, ball's in his hand. I don't know what else you have to do.
I don't know.
And they're on top of it. I mean, that's what's really frustrating. It looks.
First charge, timeout, TCU.
Are they going to review this thing?
No, he just said that's a charge timeout to TCU. I think. Let's see. Yeah,
They're not reviewing this.
Maybe they have a different angle than we're seeing here in the booth. Coach Dykes still out on the numbers. Now he's found another official to visit with. Again, the battle for the Iron Skillet. A lot of emotion here.
Just a charge timeout. Is that what we're seeing here? They're not reviewing this?
Charge the Horned Frogs with a timeout. Kicking unit back out there. Justin, you're going to have to get an explanation for this one. I don't know.
I've been doing this a long time. I don't understand. The only thing I can possibly say is they have already looked at it, and there is another angle that we haven't seen, and they know it is not a completion.
47-yard effort now for Nate McCashlin. He's in the tough spot here with all this going on to try to knock this one in to extend the lead out. The lead is 4 currently for TCU. Trying to add to it with 1:54 to play. High snap, they get it down. McCashlin, does he have enough on it? He does, and it's no good. He missed it right. And he was just in a difficult situation there. But the faithful in Fort Worth not real happy right now on what looked like a touchdown reception by Eric McAllister. No review here by the ACC officiating crew. And we play on, and SMU will take over with 1:49 to play. And TCU still leading at 21-17.
I'm a little bit at a loss for words as to why we didn't have a review on that, other than the only thing I can think of is that they did look at it and told them that to play on, that it was not a completion.
And apparently,
they must
guys,
have had another angle.
The word is that they looked at it upstairs. They told Coach Dykes that they looked at it from upstairs, and they thought it was out of bounds. They weren't even going to look at it.
Wow. Somebody's got some splaining to do.
Yeah, that's not good.
First down and 10 here at the 30-yard line. TJ Harden in the backfield now for SMU. They hand it off to the slot receiver, Yamir Knight, on the comeback. They'll pick up just a couple to the 32-yard line. So the Horned Frogs still lead at 21-17. 1:35 to play in this third quarter. Battle for the Iron Skillet on a beautiful day in America's greatest city, Fort Worth, Texas.
Well, regardless of that call, TCU's got to go play the next play. They got to get ready. That it is what it is. Let's go. 4
wides, 2 to either side. Jennings at quarterback with time. Slings it over the middle behind his intended target. Incomplete. Third down. Today's game brought to you by Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas. You're the center of everything we do. Through it all, Blue Cross, Blue Shield. Pass was intended for Yamir Knight. Devin Deal almost got a hand on it. Third down now. 3rd and 8 from the 32 for SMU. They work left to right. 3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. They'll check the play at the sideline. Rhett Lashley, Casey Woods. Signal their quarterback, Kevin Jennings, the junior out of Oak Cliff. He's got 1 back standing to his right. Snap comes. 5 down linemen come for the Horned Frogs. Looking left. Jennings in the flat. Catch is made. Bounce down. Shy of the line to gain at the 45-yard line is Matthew Hibner, the tight end. And now you're at your 36 after a pickup of 4. It's 4th down and 4. And you believe you got to punt it here, don't you, Justin?
Well, I certainly would. But Rhett, he's been known to roll the dice a little bit. But he's trotting the punt unit out. Great response by the TCU defense. I mean, give them credit. I mean, that's akin to like a turnover emotionally. You feel like you have a touchdown, it gets pulled away. You got to take the field. They get a 3 and out.
All right, Dwyer stands back at the 21-yard line. 3rd punt of the day from McSperrin, averaging 45 on his previous 2. The lefty, the Aussie, hits this one. Dwyer underneath it, signals for the fair catch, grabs it at the 13-yard line. That's where the Frogs will have it. 50-yard effort. First down at 10 for the Frogs with 26 seconds to play. 4.3 on the hang time. And the Frog offense back out there with these 26 seconds left in this third quarter. A 21-17 lead. Nice stand by that defense there just when you needed them, Elvis.
Absolutely. I mean, sometimes plays like that have a way of just igniting the other side, right? So hopefully that's what that did, because I'm still shaking my head going, what just happened?
Yeah, just 1:23 since the last time they had the football. They're back out there. Jeremy Payne is the running back here. 1st and 10 from their own 14-yard line. Frogs maybe changing the play. Play clock's at 15. Snap back. Hoover gives to Payne. Payne up the middle. Jeremy not much there. At the 16-yard line. That'll be all. Might be the last play of the quarter. Let's see how quickly the Frogs operate. Fourth time this year that the Frogs have started inside their own 15-yard line. They've got touchdowns of the previous 3. They'll take this one over to the 4th quarter. That'll do it for the 3rd quarter of action. 21-17. Horned Frogs leading it here on SMU in the battle for the Iron Skillet. Sandra Morse joins us right now. She's a licensed clinical therapist, senior director of programming and staff development at Connections Wellness. Welcome to our broadcast, Sandy. Welcome to the booth here. Thank you for your support of TCU.
Well, you know that feeling, the stress of midterm season, a big final project, or even, well, test anxiety that hits right before class. Today we are joined by Sandy Morse, a licensed clinical therapist, senior director of programming and staff development from Connections Wellness Group, to talk about how students can manage all of these pressures. And Sandy, first off, let me thank you for being here.
Thank you so much for having me. Anxiety and depression rates have actually doubled over the last decade, so it's not surprising that more than half of college students show signs of a mental health condition. Primary stressors are abundant, but the top things we see are school stress, financial burdens, relationships, health issues, and a feeling of a lack of support.
Yeah, I thought the timing for this conversation was actually perfect. But I do have to ask this. How can a student or even a concerned friend tell when that stress or anxiety or even that sadness has crossed the line and it's become a more serious mental health issue that has to be done?
That's really the most distinction to make is, we're all going to experience these emotions. We're all going to feel sadness. We're all going to feel stress and anxiety. When you want to reach out for support is when it's getting in the way. When it's getting in the way of your daily functioning, it's getting in the way of your ability to sleep, to socialize. That's when it's time to reach out for help.
Okay, when a student does realize that they're dealing with something more complex, what can you guys do at Connections Wellness Group to provide them with, I guess, just kind of help navigating through those speed bumps and challenges?
We've been treating college students for years, and there are unique challenges that are specific to this population, and we've become, very skilled and very experienced at being able to get them back on track. We do that through two different ways. The first is a group therapy model. This allows them to be in a room with folks that are experiencing similar circumstances and get that support and get that sense of connection and universality. But then we also have a medication management service line that assists if that is part of the care plan and they do need medication to assist with their symptoms. But additionally, for college students specifically, because their schedules can be so hectic, we offer morning sessions, afternoon sessions, evening sessions, even virtual services that's available to anyone in the state of Texas.
I love that. Kind of fits around their crazy schedule. It sounds helpful. I wonder, though, the ultimate goal for a student who seeks help, what would that be? What does it look like for them to kind of move from, say, struggling with these issues to being able to get back to focus on their goals?
I think the primary thing that we're hoping for is that they regain control of their symptoms. As I mentioned before, we're all going to have these difficult emotions and challenging times. It's part of the human experience. But we want anyone who graduates successfully from our program to have control over their symptoms and their lives and be able to continue working on their goals and their dreams.
Does Connections Wellness Group, do you help non-college students as well?
Absolutely. Okay. We support kids and teens and adults across 12 locations and our virtual option.
I love that. Hey, where can folks learn more about you? Because I think this is a terrific service.
Thank you so much. We can assist at connectionswellnessgroup.com at our website. Our phone number is 877-747-4CWG, and we can facilitate same-day assessments.
Thank you very much. Thanks for all that you're doing to help the next generation. By the way, you look good in purple. Thanks for hopping on this.
Thanks so much.
That's Sandy Morris joining us right now from Connections Wellness Group. Thank you for that. 21-17, the Horned Frogs leading it here on SMU as we get ready for the fourth quarter. Through three quarters, the Frogs with 338 yards of total offense, 212 through the air, 126 on the ground. SMU with 280 yards of offense, 96 on the ground, 184 through the air. They've got 15 first downs. Frogs have 19. TCU with the football, second down and 9 from the 16-yard line after a defensive stop. Prior to that, last drive for the Horned Frogs looked like it resulted in a touchdown. It was not replayed by the officials here. Frogs had to settle for a field goal attempt that they missed. Jeremy Payne in the backfield with Hoover. Hoover, play action to throw it over the middle in traffic. Catch is made. McAllister dropped it, though. Never had possession of it. Couldn't hang on. It'll bring up third down now. 3rd and 9. Marcellus Barnes was in coverage. Yeah, it was a tough decision here for this officiating crew, or at least you would assume it was a tough decision. They did not look at it. ACC crew, remember, Gary Patterson, not the TCU coach, but ACC referee, quit as a referee last week because of the way a replay was handled in the ACC. Third down now. 3rd and 8 at the 16-yard line. To throw it is Hoover looking left, throws it. Dwyer makes a grab at the 15-yard line, or excuse me, the 25-yard line for the first down. William Nettles was in coverage. He threw that before Dwyer broke free, Justin.
Well, that's a thing of beauty when you can start turning the ball loose before your wide receiver makes a break. And Hoover did it, and Dwyer was right where he wanted him to be.
That breaks a string of 4 straight incompletions. Here's Hoover, play action. Pressure comes, eludes it. Pressure comes to the backside, throws it in traffic, and almost caught. Penalty markers come in here as Hoover was hit hard. Ed Small was the intended target. There's a Mustang down at the 18-yard line.
I feel like this has a chance to be holding on the Frogs.
I feel like you're right. Here's the referee.
55 is declined. Number 70 is accepted. 10-yard penalty, replay first down.
2 holds on the Horned Frogs, except one of those, obviously. Injured Mustang here at the 19-yard line with 14:19 to play. Frog coaching staff have called over their guys.
And we're sitting here with a 4-point ball game with 14 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. And there's just a little air of uneasiness, you know, with the call that goes against TCU.
Right.
The great response by their defense. And now TCU is going to be behind the chains deep in their own area, trying to get a little something going, a little bit of momentum back, recapture a little bit of the juice that was in the stands. You know, it's a game that you feel like TCU should be up by more than 4 points, and yet here we are with 14 minutes to go in the game, and SMU is dangerously close.
Yeah, and you feel like you need this crowd to kind of get into it too.
Yeah, there's a little bit of it's warm and sunny and can zap you just a little bit. They've been out here they all showed up early, and they've been out here for a while. That TCU offense needs to give them a little reason to get rowdy again.
The injured Mustang was Terry Webb, the defensive tackle. He's up, able to walk off under his own power. That's a good sign. Training staff there, Steve Plorty and the guys with SMU assisting. So after the penalty, it's 1st and 20 for the Frogs at the 15-yard line with 14:19 to play here in this ball game. 91 degrees right now here. Feels like 102. Elvis says it feels like 140 on the field. First down now. 1st and 10. 1st and 20 after the penalty. From the 15-yard line. Out of the shotgun works Hoover. Bring a man in motion across the formation. It's McAllister. 2 backs in. They're going to hand it to one of them. Jeremy Payne dives forward to the 18-yard line. Gain of 3. Second down upcoming.
It's going to be interesting to see. Obvious passing down here. 2nd down and long. You know, are they going to look for Dwyer? There's been a little bit of outside leverage by SMU, which can create some problems for you offensively, trying to funnel everything towards the middle of the field.
Josh Hoover, 7 of 15 in this second half. In the pocket this time. Pumps, pressure comes, down he goes. Held onto that one too long. Josh sacked back at the 12-yard line. Great coverage downfield for SMU. Isaiah Smith gets credit for the sack. That's a loss of 6 on the play. But Elvis, that one started on the back end. They had the Frog receivers locked up.
Excellent coverage. I actually thought they were going to try to get it to DJ Rogers down the middle of the field, but safety came down, took that away. Dwyer was locked up on the outside, and that was all. It's probably a good decision. You hate to see a sack, but he just held on to it. It was a good decision.
3rd and 23 from the 12-yard line. 2 receivers right, one to the left-hand side. Payne stands to the left of Hoover. Frogs did convert a 3rd and 22 last week. This time it's over the middle to Rogers. DJ to the 26-yard line. Give yourself 4th and 9 with 12:57 to play. Brandon Booker on the tackle. The Frogs will be forced to punt it. I think that was a play you were looking for on 2nd down, wasn't it, Elvis?
Yeah, or just, hey, let's get some field position here. Let's get a good punt. Let's try to pin him down.
Ethan Craw out to punt it away again. 12:36 to go. Clock moves. Here in this fourth quarter, 21-17. TCU with the lead. Ymir Knight stands back at the 30-yard line out of Smyrna, Delaware. Transfer for James Madison. Underneath this one, makes a grab on a fair catch at the 34-yard line. 40-yard effort, 4.8 on the hang time. Ethan does his job. Gets that one up in the air. SMU with the football when we get back. 12:19 left. 21-17. Frogs lead it on the ponies. Back after this from Frostback.
At Frost, we believe in going the extra mile, like opening more locations to be a part of more communities. Overdraft grace, which means no fee if you overdraw your Frost Personal or Frost Plus account by $100 or less. And the little things like cookies, coffee, or that time when there was a fire at a Fort Worth daycare and Frost bankers entertained 26 kids with snacks and games until their parents could pick them up. That actually happened. Frost, exactly what you unexpected.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End of friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill.
Celebrate responsibly. 2025 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
Ever had an aha moment, that feeling when you finally try something new and wonder why you waited so long? Well, here's yours. 20% of car loans are now 84 months. That's 7 years of high payments and likely ending upside down when you trade it in. D&M Leasing can help you skip the long terms with lower monthly payments. Join over 50,000 happy customers on the road today. Call 817 or 214-35-LEASE or visit dmautoleasing.com today.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
12:19 to play. Fourth quarter, 21-17. Horned Frogs and SMU meeting for the final time in this battle for the Iron Skillet. Sonny Dykes talked about why this rivalry is ending this week.
Yeah, there's 134 teams in Division I, and there's 2 Division I teams that play 11 Power 5 games. And it's us and Baylor. We both play SMU, who is a non-Power 4. I say 5, it's not Power 4. If it was such a great idea to play 11 Power 4 opponents every year, I think there would be more teams other than 130 that elected not to do it. The situation changed, and then it didn't make a lot of sense to play these games. And so, like I said, if 130 teams are doing it, you don't have to have a lot of common sense to see that. I mean, it's a really pretty simple equation and a pretty simple solution.
I got the feeling this week that Sonny Dykes was just done with the question. He'd been asked so many times.
Do you think he was ready for that one?
Yeah, exactly. He's got the math down. How many teams are doing it? If it made more sense, there'd be more than 2 teams doing it. So, I mean, listen, we all love the rivalry. It's a great rivalry. And we're saying it's the last one. Who knows? Right. Times change. I mean, who would have thought that SMU would ever be in the same conference as Cal? Yeah. I mean, come on. So times change. We'll see what happens. But right now, you got a lot of emotion on the line here as SMU takes over first and 10 of the 35-yard line. Trailing TCU by 4. With 12:19 to play in this fourth quarter, the Frogs have led the entire way. TJ Harden is in the backfield. Snap comes back. They'll give it to Harden with room. Up the middle, and TJ is going to take it to about the 38-yard line. 3 on first down. Jamel Johnson on the tackle for TCU. (21-17). Yeah, Brian Sperry pointed out, not only is it odd that SMU is in the same league with California, and you're in a league with California called the Atlantic Coast Conference. 2 receivers right, 2 to the left-hand side. Out of the shotgun now. Works Jennings. They rush 5, get pressure to him. He airs it out deep. Left-hand side's got a man there, and a catch is made. Brinson comes down with it at the 35-yard line. They'll spot him out of bounds at the 32. Great throw and catch there. Frogs were step for step with him, but that one was right where Brinson could grab it for a gain of 30.
Goodness gracious, what a throw by Jennings. I mean, it was a double move on the outside. He throws it before he gets out of the break on the double move and still completes it.
Run blitz for the Horned Frogs. Down goes the running back there. That was Johnson. Back to the 34-yard line. Loss of 2 on the play. There's Kylan Jackson. You were talking about him, Elvis, at physical safety.
Yeah, when he's in, he's active. Avalos is bringing him, and he's a great tackler. He's super physical. He timed that up, blitz well.
2nd and 12. 2nd and 12 from the 34 with 10:50 to play. SMU taking their time. Brett Lashley directing traffic on the sideline. Tight formation here. Brinson goes wide left. 2 receivers to the right. Tight end leaves it to throw it now as the quarterback Jennings fired it over the middle. He is caught inside the 10, inside the 5. Touchdown SMU. Their first lead of the day comes with 10:30 to play. Here in this fourth quarter, Jordan Hudson, the former Horned Frog, grabs that one from 34 yards. And it's 23-21, 23-21 SMU now.
Well, you just get the feeling you're just playing with a little bit of fire. You make a couple stops and can't get anything going on the offensive side of the ball, and then next thing you know, Jennings drops one in the bucket from 40 yards out and then hits the seam for a touchdown.
Sam Kelter now for the point after. Here's the hold. The kick from Keltner. It's good. SMU with a 3-point lead. 24-21 on the Horned Frogs with 10:30 to play. Here in this third quarter, their first lead of the ball game on the strike. From Jennings to the former Frog, Jordan Hudson, who was questionable coming into this game. And SMU with the lead. This is the, we mentioned 104th meeting. The first one was in 1915. The game was ugly. SMU, by the way, had a roster of all freshmen in 1915. Frogs won it 43-0 in that first one. Ray Morrison was in his first year at SMU as a head coach, Justin. A guy named Ewing Freeland was a head coach at TCU. Both of them were teammates and standouts at Vanderbilt. Played football at Vanderbilt in the early 19-teens.
From Nashville to the Metroplex.
Exactly. But they hired Ewing Freeland, TCU did, away from a place called Daniel Baker College in Brownwood, Texas, because they had beaten TCU the year prior. Here's a kick for SMU. This one goes out of the back of the end zone. The Frogs will have the football. Yeah, the Daniel Bakers beat TCU the year before 33-0.
You know, I've been to Brownwood a bunch of times.
Have you ever been to Daniel Baker?
I didn't know there was a college there.
Yeah, did you know their mascot was a goat named Hillbilly?
Are you making that up?
No. Freeland, coach football, was also a professor of Greek. He lasted 1 year at TCU, went 4-5, and then left. He reappeared 7 years later at SMU. He took on the title of co-coach with his friend Morrison there, and then later became the first football coach at a place called Texas Tech, widely credited with designing the Matadors double T icon, by the way. Here's first down for the Horned Frogs. Trailing it for the first time, they're going to hand it off to Jeremy Payne up the middle, and Jeremy Payne's going to take it to the 30 for a gain of 5. There was a lot going on back in 1915 that we were not aware of. You know, the first meeting between these two. Two receivers to the right, one to the left-hand side. Here's Payne again. This time, head down, not much doing there. Thrown backwards as it gets to the 30, and that's a tackle by Keviante Spears, senior from Baton Rouge, transfer from Memphis, and a defensive tackle.
A little bit of gut check time for the Horned Frogs here. They've led the whole game. Now that's the first time they've been behind. They haven't gotten a lot going the last couple times with the ball, and now they're faced with a 3rd and 5.
Two receivers to the right, one to the left-hand side. Frogs 4 of 5 on 3rd down when they've needed 5 or fewer. They need 4 here. Battles in the backfield. Hoover with 10 on the play clock. Snap comes back, looks right, fired an out, catch made, first down. McAllister breaks a tackle. Here goes Eric down the right-hand side, down to the 30, down to the 20, to the 10. Touchdown, Big E. 70 yards. Hit the horn. Horned Frogs retake the lead just like that with 9:18 to play in this fourth quarter.
Oh, yeah, by the way, he is pretty big and strong and runs really well. My goodness. Pretty cool deal. Send the tailback in a couple of motions to try and determine if it's man or zone. Determine that it's zone, and Hoover knew exactly where to go with the ball. Straight to McAllister, breaks a tackle, and then Tecmo Bowl weaves his way into the end zone.
6 catches, 180 yards, and 2 scores for Eric McAllister. McCashlin for the point after to make it a 4-point lead with 9:18 left. Good snap, hold us down. Here's the kick from McCashlin. It is good. Elvis Gallegos, you talked about it in our cover 3. It's breakout day for Eric McAllister. I think he was listening to you, my man.
Boy, what a time to break through right when your team needed it. I was watching Eric on that play. I was really close to him. He set the guy up really well to get inside, but Hoover threw it before he even broke. Hoover knew where he wanted to go with the ball. I'm sure they talked about, hey, it's coming to you. You think about plays late in the game. You think about players, I should say, over plays. Where you want to go, you go to your guy. He makes a big-time play in a big-time moment.
Horned Frogs back up by 4. 28-24, they lead it here on SMU with 9:18 to play. Back we come after this local timeout here on the Horned Frog Sports Network from Learfield.
TCU athletics goes beyond the field and court. It fuels Fort Worth's economy. Game days bring a flood of fans and fresh eyes to our city, boosting local businesses, creating jobs, and cultivating community spirit. TCU Athletics supports over 2,000 jobs and brings over $400 million to our state each year. It's more than a game. It's a driving force for economic growth. Support the Horned Frogs and witness the power of purple. TCU. Lead on with impact.
Imagine blowing the frog horn, or getting exclusive pregame Moncrief Field access, or touring the press box, plus snapping photos with the Spirit members. Well, these are all part of the TCU game day experiences. To grab these premier opportunities, download the Riff Ram app or head to gofrogs.com/experiences. Remember, they go on sale every Monday of game week. Don't get that FOMO feeling. Be right in the middle of game day and bleed purple.
Horned Frogs retake the lead on SMU 28-24 with just over 9 minutes left to play in the ball game. Dave Shook with you here inside the Marit Studios with a quick check of the Coors Light scoreboard. The other big game in the Big 12 ongoing right now, featuring 17th ranked Texas Tech on the road in Utah against 16th ranked Utah. The Utes and the Red Raiders both unbeaten so far this season. This one's been what you would refer to as a slobber knocker. 5 total turnovers between the two teams, but Texas Tech holding their own. They've got a 10-3 lead right now, just started the fourth quarter, with the Red Raiders inside the Utah 5.
Here, Dave, with 9:18 to play. It's 28-24. TCU leading it on SMU thanks to Eric McAllister's 70-yard reception. Takes a grab from Josh Hoover, races down the right-hand sideline. 3 plays, 75 yards on the drive, 1:12 off the clock. Back out in front goes TCU. 28-24. When your child is sick or injured, it's a team effort to get them back in the game. That's where Cook Children's comes in, with locations all across North Texas. They've got a whole roster of doctors ready to tackle any challenge. CookChildren's.org to find the right care and help your little MVP get back to a winning season of health, happiness, touchdowns. Out to kick it off now. Again is Easton Black. Did a pretty good job of the last one. Little Horned Frogs. Back deep for SMU goes Link Rose. Love that name. Link stands back in the end zone. Right at the end line. Easton Black with a tee up at the 35. Frogs up by 4 here in this fourth quarter. This one he mishits, but he hits at the 10 and rolls into the end zone. No one will ever know.
Looks like a line drive in the book. Is that what they say?
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, we talked about the gut check, and TCU certainly passed it. But I have this feeling that won't be the last one in this game.
Yeah, SMU with a chance to respond now. Frogs offensively, 433 yards of total offense. SMU with 345. Time of possession. How about this? SMU 25-41, TCU 25-01.
You know, I was thinking about this real quick. I was thinking it feels like both defenses have been on the field the whole game.
It really does.
You know,
it really does. Because the time of possession is dead even. TJ Harden in the backfield to throw it here. Deep ball, middle of the field, breaking free, but too much on it. He was looking for Brinson, who had worked himself behind Channing Canada. Threw that one off his back foot. Boy, did he heave it up in the air. Then Kevin Jennings Frogs got to him again. You feel like this defense starting to tee off a little bit, Elvis.
Well, it looks like they're trying to attack it again, double moves, and that was again to Channing Canada. Good thing he didn't have enough time to put that on the money, and I believe it was linebacker got on him, right?
Yep, Kelly Elarm's order was there.
That's right.
4 wides, 2 to either side. Now to throw it again. Pressure from the edge. Jennings steps up, fired it right, knocked away, almost picked off. Almost intercepted there by Vernon Glover. Stood in front of it, got 2 hands on it, Justin.
Ooh, it was close. Great pass breakup. Still managing to get a little pressure on Jennings. Elvis, you were right. On first down, that's a touchdown. If TCU doesn't apply that pressure, make him get rid of it. And then a great job on second down with the pass breakup. Got him behind the chains for 3rd and long.
3rd down and 10.
Got to get off the
25-yard line. Darren McFall in the backfield. Frog faithful on their feet, decked out in all white. Frogs again showing pressure. They back out of it. Deep ball right side. There's a man there, and it's incomplete. Thought the official was reaching in his pocket. I don't think he could dig it out in time. He wanted to throw it. Jordan Hudson was the intended target. Frogs were with him with Vernon Glover, who had a great series there, Elvis.
Yep, I was just about to say that, Brian. Back-to-back great plays by 2-6. Vernon Glover. We hadn't called his name much, but boy, when we needed him, he stepped up.
Sophomore out of Dickinson. Same high school as Andre Ware. He's used to play a little pass defense. Wade McSparron, by the way. Out to punt it away now. That drive lasted all of 19 seconds for SMU. Jordan Dwyer stands back at the 31-yard line. Here's Dwyer climbing underneath it at the 26-yard line. Steps up and down he'll go there. 4.1 on the hang time. McSparron, that left-footed punter, got rid of that one. 50-yarder. Nothing on the return. Timeout on the field. 8:48 left. 28-24 Frogs. Back after this from Albertsons.
When you shop Tom Thumb online or in our app, you can count on us to shop your order with the same care you would and have it ready for pickup or delivery in as little as 30 minutes. Plus, save $30 off your first online order and let Tom Thumb take the hassle out of shopping while racking up the savings. With free pickup or delivery, you will always get the same great prices, deals, and rewards as in-store. Shop online at TomThumb.com or in the app. Tom Thumb, DFW's local grocer since 1948.
Hey, Horned Frog fans, it's college football season, and SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of Hail Marys and walk-on heroes. SeatGeek makes it easy to find tickets so you can be a part of all the action this season. Whether you're buying or selling tickets to TCU football games or to any other live event in your area, SeatGeek is the place to do it. SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of the TCU Horned Frogs. Let's go, Horned Frogs! SeatGeek.
Surprise! Your expenses this month were way higher than you expected. Also, you forgot to renew your website domain, and now you're in a bidding war.
You should see the look on your face. At Progressive, we know small business owners don't usually like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money? Getting a commercial auto quote from Progressive.
Plus, the fridge died in the break room, and now everything smells weird. All right.
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 8 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
8:48 to play in this one. 28-24. TCU leading it on SMU stations. Before we go a step further, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification here on the Horned Frog Sports Network from Learfield. Josh Hoover takes over with a football, 305 yards and 4 touchdowns. Sonny Dykes talked this week about the difference between Josh this year as opposed to years past.
Yeah, you know, the more snaps you play, the faster you process everything. You know, you have an ability to see things pre-snap that you didn't see before, and there's all these little tells. As a quarterback gets more snaps and more experience, you know, he learns to see these things and he learns to anticipate things, and then all of a sudden now, you know, he has a pretty good idea before the ball snapped. Okay, I think this is the picture that I'm going to see. It may not be what I see now, but this is what I think it's going to look like when I'm ready to throw the football. And that is the key, really. And I think it helps him speed up his processing and his ability to go through his reads and you know, and make decisions with the ball.
I think we've seen that a couple of times here in this ball game where he's released a football before the receiver breaks, knowing what the defense is going to do. He's anticipated well.
Oh, there's no question. He's at a high level of quarterback understanding and anticipation, and has made a bunch of plays that he's needed it so far today.
Jeremy Payne in the backfield. They're going to hand it off to him, and Jeremy's going to get to the 25-yard line of scrimmage, and that's all. D&M Leasing partnering with Hope Farm this year. TCU Athletics to recognize a young man who's had a great week both in the classroom and at Hope Farm's after-school program. At D&M Leasing, they believe in giving back to the community, making family memories. Thank you to all the recipients for being a responsible student and achieving your personal goals from D&M Leasing with Hope Farm. 2nd down and 10 at the 25. Here's Hoover, flushed out, rolling to his right. Lookin's going to try to fire this one on the run and almost intercepted. He was looking for Jeremy Payne, tried to force that one. Payne was matched up on the linebacker, Miazano out of Frisco. was with him step for step. Got a couple of inches on him as well.
Man coverage for SMU. Hoover gets flushed out, and Payne does a great job becoming a defensive back right there and going up and essentially making it very difficult for SMU to intercept that ball.
Frogs with 93 yards on their last 3 third-down plays. They need 10 here to keep this drive alive. Another penalty.
Oh, that hurts. I think he was going to McAllister. They had one-on-one coverage.
Yes, they did.
Full start offense, number 70. 5-yard penalty, third down.
That's Ryan Hughes, the left tackle. All 5 penalties here in the second half have been committed by TCU.
SMU was coming after him right there on that 3rd and long. I wouldn't be surprised to see him show it and then bail out on this one.
All right, here we go. 3rd and 15 now. Back at the 20-yard line. Again, it's a 4-point lead. 28-24. Frogs lead it on SMU. 8:14 to play. Trent Battle in the backfield. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left-hand side. 4 down linemen come. Hoover with time. Look at hit. Is he? Oh, this is trouble. Hit as he let go of it. Frogs come after it. He's caught. McAllister comes back at the 50. That was a jump ball, and McAllister just simply cleared everyone out and said, I got it. He looked like Charles Barkley pulling a rebound in.
I mean, it's just a massive humanity down there. Hoover gets hit as he throws the ball, again, late over the middle, trying to push it farther down the field. Obviously, it takes 20 yards off the distance of the throw. Ends up just as a jump ball. Next thing you know, McAllister standing there all by himself, goes up and catches it.
That one goes for 30 yards, and Elvis, 200 yards plus now for McAllister, 210 to be exact.
Man, that's big time. That kind of reminded me a little of Jalen Rager. Didn't he ever play like that against SMU?
Yes, he did. Yes, Denman's in the backfield. The freshman John Denman tracked down from behind. Tackle here by Keviante Spears, who's come in and given him some nice minutes here. Out of Memphis transfer.
Where the last couple first down runs have just not been very productive. And I mean, obviously SMU knows that TCU would like to be able to run the ball a little bit better. I wouldn't be surprised if TCU can get a first down, if the next 1st and 10 is play action and Kendall decides to go away from the run game.
Strickland is in at left guard right now for Cade Bennett. 2nd and 11 for the Frogs. 2 back in. They'll hand it off again. This time running right with it across the 45 to the 44 goes Trent Battle. Nice job there on a gain of 7.
That's what they have been able to do, is on 2nd and long be able to get a large portion of it back, because they've been in several of those 2nd and 10s, been able to hand the ball off and get back on track.
Here's the other thing, Elvis. The Frogs have not been able to rotate a ton of offensive linemen here today.
Great point. Yeah, I mean, Strickland and it's probably been the guy I've seen in the most rotate at left guard. But, yeah, they're not playing a lot of guys up front.
Hoover left alone in the backfield, 5 wide, 3rd down and 5 now. Operating out of the shotgun, 6:14 to go. Frogs by 4. Pressure for the edge. Let's go of it quickly. Caught McAllister. Brings another tackle. Spread it. Take it to the house. Eric with another score. 44-yard sprint for McAllister. Hit the horn with 6:03 to go. And the Frogs open it up here, 34-24 on SMU.
Well, they go 4 wide receivers to the left and McAllister to the right all by himself. And SMU has a team picture to the left and 1-on-1 to the right. And another slant route from McAllister. We talked a little bit about that outside leverage. They've been playing a little bit of outside leverage. McAllister gets inside, and it's to the house.
I'm not going to do it again. Elvis wants me to give him credit for pointing out Eric McAllister's going to have a big day. I'm not doing it again. I've done it twice. Here's McCashlin now for the point after. Nate's kick is up and good. 254 yards receiving for Eric McAllister. 2nd only to 267 from a guy named Josh Dotson.
Pretty good company.
Game. Yes. 6:03 to go. 35-24. The Horned Frogs leading it here by 11 now on SMU. Quick strike there for the offense. TCU back up. Today's game brought to you by Kohl's. Kohl's has the back-to-school styles that spoil them at prices that spoil you, from jeans and tees to sneakers and more, which means you can do it all without overdoing your budget when you shop at Kohl's, Kohl's.com, and by Ideal Partners, improving the places we live, work, and play. Out to kick it off now for the Horned Frogs is Easton Black again.
Well, that student section is rocking and rolling. They're having fun.
With good reason. It has been that kind of day here. 35-24. Here's the kick. Angles this one left. It's going to be taken at the 2-yard line by Link Rhodes to the 10, 15, outside of the 20. On his feet, punched out of bounds at the 25-yard line.
Good job by the coverage team. Those kicks, as a coach, scare you when they're returnable and they're low. You just don't get your coverage team quite down there as far as you do when there's good hang time.
5:56 left, 11-point TCU lead. Proud sponsor of the TCU Spirit Team. The West Wellness Massage helps you recover, recharge, and relax right here in Fort Worth Cultural District. Book your next massage. Facial or IV at the westwellnesstx.com. First down now. 1st and 10 for SMU at the 27-yard line. Horned Frogs lead at 35-24, and it's an 11-point lead for SMU. One back in. They're going to hand it to Harden, and TJ is going to take it up to the 29-yard line. It's a gain of a couple. It'll bring up second down, and 8. Marcus Deal on the tackle for TCU. We haven't called Marcus's name a ton here today.
I don't want to speak too early, but the TCU defense has been really, really good in the second half.
Yeah, we talked about the adjustments. You know, we saw that in that North Carolina game. Here you see it as well. Adjustments made in the second half. Swing it out in the flat right. Catches made here at the 30, 35-40. Still on his feet across the 40 and stumbling to the 43-yard line goes Chris Johnson out of the backfield. And that's going to be enough for a first down. That play has been there all day, though, Elvis. That back out of the backfield in the flat just uncovered by TCU.
Well, these guys are so explosive. You see what they can do with yards after the catch. That's a big-time play for them. But you talked about the TCU defense. Third down defense has been really good. I know that was a key for Coach.
Yeah, better than last week. Here's Jennings, knocked down, and down he'll go. Frogs get to him this time back at the 37-yard line. That's a loss of 6 on the play. Devin Deal was there for the Horned Frogs along with Austin Jordan, who came in. We got an injured offensive lineman down. This might be the center. Let's take a look. Is it? Yep, that's Joshua Bates, a good one. Sophomore out of Durango, Colorado, transfer from Oklahoma.
You know, Brian, part of that, the check downs being open, is I think Coach Avalos is picking and choosing his times to play man coverage.
Okay.
He's leaning towards playing zone, so there's more eyes on Kevin Jennings when he gets out of the pocket. And because of that, it's just a little bit softer out there on the flanks.
It looks more open than it probably is.
Right? And it's just, you know, it's just more guys standing there. There's nobody matched up exactly with him. There's more guys in zone so they can keep an eye on Jennings when he breaks out of there.
Yeah. 2nd and 16 now from the 37. 2 receivers to the right, one to the left-hand side. Johnson in the backfield. Stands to the left of Jennings. Snap comes back. Jennings again. Went time over the middle of the field, and it is tipped up in the air and almost picked off. Bud got a hand on it, racing over to try to grab it. Jameer Knight was the intended target, was Jamel Johnson. Johnson couldn't quite get there. Bud with the good timing that time, Elvis.
It was really good timing, but I want to see Bud stay with the play. He broke it up. Look around, keep playing.
Trying to find that ball that was up in the air for a while. 3rd and 16 for SMU with 4:20 to go. Frogs up by 11. 4 wides, 2 to either side. Jennings out of the shotgun, he'll work. Snap comes back. Jennings pressured for the edge off his back foot, fires it upfield. This time it's picked off. Racing down the right-hand side with it is Jamel Johnson. Johnson out of bounds at the 30-yard line. Great return after the interception. Frogs with great field position. And with 4:10 to go, the Frogs starting to celebrate a little bit here in Cowtown.
Great design by Coach Avalos, showing a 2-shell bringing pressure off the edge, but still dropping guys out of the inside in order to play a too high coverage, forcing Jennings to throw the ball well before he wanted to throw it. Kind of up for grabs there, gets intercepted, and a big play.
That's exactly what I was about to say, Coach. Did he panic too? I mean, did Jennings just get rid of it when he didn't need to?
Well, I couldn't tell. I know there were some people back there in the backfield, but I think that Jennings might have thought it was cover 0 blitz to start with, and it was not. You know, it was a zone 2 shell look.
Frogs start this one at the 35-yard line. It's the first time TCU's done that all year long. They'll start at the 35-yard line after the interception. Jeremy Payne stands to the left of the quarterback, Hoover. 2 tights in the backfield, handed off to Payne. Payne cuts it back. Jeremy down to the 33-yard line. Clock runs with 4:03 to go. Rhett Lashley's got all 3 timeouts in his pocket. It's an 11-point TCU lead right now. They're going to stop the clock here. Takes his first one right here with 3:58 to go. We'll take it with him. Time out of the field. Back after this from T-Mobile.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 and monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End the friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you're planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill.
Celebrate responsibly. 2025 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
Second down run here for John Denman off left tackle. It's just a couple and brings us to third down. Rhett Lashley's going to take another timeout. He'll have 1 left with 3:52 to go. Horned Frogs leading it here 35-24 over SMU. Been a beautiful Saturday here in Fort Worth, capping off an amazing week. Hall of Fame class that features some of TCU's all-time greats honored here at halftime. Now the Frogs, after this game, still 3:52 to go, start thinking Big 12 conference play. But right now it's still SMU and their second longest rival. Last time these 2 teams will meet. 2 receivers go left, 1 to the right-hand side. 3rd down and 7. Do you dare put it in the air here, Justin?
Well, I don't think it's a bad idea with their quarterback.
Here's Hoover to throw it. Flushed out. Now he's going to tuck it. Going to try to run for it. Takes on 1 hit. Leans out here on the second effort. It's going to be close to the 25-yard line. I did not like that hit that he took, I'll be honest.
Are we going for it here, fellas?
4th down and a foot here at the 25-yard line. You're up 11. Field goal makes it a 14-point ball game.
It looks like they're bringing big people onto the field to go for it to me. Well, looks like we got a timeout.
Yeah, the timeout for the injury. I do believe there was an injured Mustang on the play. On the tackle, it was Brandon Maizano who made the tackle on Hoover. Yep, here's the timeout.
You know, calling a pass play right there is, with Hoover at quarterback, you feel great about it.
Okay.
You know, like I just haven't watched him play several games this season. He's just very trustworthy with the ball. I like the aggressive nature. He does a good job. Now they're in 4th down, and they got a chance to, if they're going to go for it, they got a chance to essentially end the game right here. the one thing you do think about is if we kick a field goal, then it's a 14-point lead. So
it's 2 touchdowns at that point. But you got to believe in your offensive line here that you can get a yard. You would hope.
I like what they've done in their big sets. I do believe they have big people in the game right now.
Yeah, Kawhi's the extra tight end. Chase Curtis out there as well. They'll be lined up to the right-hand side. Full-on eye backfield. Hoover under center. Toss it left on the head-down run is Denman, the freshman. He'll get the first down. To the 24-yard line. Mano a mano. Frog and Pony there, and the Frog wins. With a first down here for TCU with 3:27 to go, and SMU can no longer stop the clock.
Credit for Coach Dykes there to have the courage to do that. It's a little bit of a coin toss decision. He probably would say he liked that decision the entire way. They stick it up in there and get the first down. Now they can do whatever they want, essentially.
Well, and Elvis, he said from day one that this was going to be the most physical team wins it, and that's what you have to do in that situation.
That sure did. They went for the win. No kick, especially without Limmerman, and you've already missed the field goal too, right?
Yep, here's a handoff to Denman, and Denman, not much there.
Now, this is a situation where it's going to be interesting. Like, it's almost impossible to run the ball into these looks.
Yep.
Okay? Like, they have everybody in there. This is where the temptation is to call a naked or a bootleg and see if you can catch one SMU defender with their eyes in the wrong place and slip a guy out there wide open. It'll be interesting to see if they do it. I'm not advocating for it. I'm just saying, if I was calling the plays, that's what I'd be thinking about.
All right, you're going to put 3 receivers to the left-hand side. Denman, the lone setback. High snap. Hoover brings it down, hands it off to Denman. That ball popped out. The freshman dropped it. Hoover dives after it. And let's see. There's a pile here at the 26. SMU says they have it, but no, it's TCU's football. Now to 2 minutes left. Clock continues to run. TCU with the football. And that's going to bring us to the 2-minute timeout. The only time this clock could stop for SMU right now. 2 minutes left, 35-24. TCU leads it here on SMU, trying to close it out of the 104th edition of the Battle for the Iron Skillet. Final 2 after this from the Moritz Auto Dealerships.
Moritz Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram invites you to shop our incredible inventory of Ram trucks. From the Ram 1500 to the heavy-duty Ram 2500 and 3500, you'll find the power you need to move the big stuff. Whether you're hauling horses or loaded up with equipment for your next big job, Moritz has the truck that's right for you and your operation. If you've shopped the rest, buy from the best. Moritz Chevrolet Jeep Dodge Ram. Big on hospitality, low on prices. Conveniently located in West Fort Worth or MoritzChryslerJeep.com.
You hear that? That's the sound of Pepsi Zero Sugar. The better tasting, more refreshing Zero Sugar Cola. Listen to that endless pour. Pure refreshment. If it sounds this good, just imagine how it tastes. Oh yeah, so good. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Let your taste decide.
He's got the speed. He's got room. He's going to score.
No one gets you closer to the game than Sirius XM College Sports Radio.
For the win. Got it! Let's go!
Tune in for news, talk, and analysis from the offseason through regular season and into the postseason. We've got your team covered anywhere you go.
Deep to center field. Oh, it's gone!
Get a free trial at SiriusXM.com/College Sports Radio 2025.
Welcome back to Fort Worth for the final 2 minutes of this one. Brian Eskridge, Justin Fuente, along with Elvis Gallegos. Make your next game day or any day extra special at Bob's Steak and Chop House, located in the Omni Fort Worth Hotel, just minutes from the TCU campus. Whether you're celebrating a win or gathering with fellow fans, Bob's legendary prime steaks, fine wines, and warm hospitality make it a Fort Worth tradition we're cheering for. Once you dine at Bob's, you'll be a fan for life. Bob's Steak and Chop House. Today's game also brought to you by EECU. Proud to be the official credit union of the Horned Frogs, and by Texas Health. Here to help every fan be their healthiest self, no matter their stage of life. Learn more at texashealth.org/TCU. All right, you got 2 minutes left here, facing third down at 13. For the Horned Frogs. But a special day here. These fans got together. Great crowd. See what TCU does now. Fullback Joe Pitchford is out there right now. We don't call his name very much. I had to double check that, Justin. That's what the pause was about. He wears number 24. And he stands to the right of the quarterback Hoover, along with Chase Curtis. One back. It's Denman. Snap back. Give to Denman, trying to run it on the outside edge. Denman down at the 29-yard line with 1:53 to go, and now it's fourth down. Pitchford got the block on the outside. Now the officials are going to stop play. Because you had a defender lose a helmet. Well, this serves as a timeout for
the
SMU.
ruling on the field. There was a defensive player, number 48, helmet came off. That qualifies for a 10-second runoff. The game clock was at 1:50. Please set it at 1:40, and it will start on my signal. It's fourth down. Please.
Now we're set. 1:40 left in this one.
Extra 10 seconds, they get off the clock.
Yep. So the Frogs don't have to snap this one until 1 minute left in the game. You're facing 4th and 15 at the SMU 29-yard line. You assume you're going to keep it on the ground again, right?
I think so. You know, these are these weird situations that you get into when you're trying to finish out a ball game with kind of an odd number victory. But I do believe they'll keep it on the ground here. They've still got big people in the game. Look for them to hand it off.
Frogs are up 11. Still in the muddle huddle, down to 8 on the play clock.
Maybe run it down and then take a timeout, then hand it off.
Yep. 2-1. There's a timeout taken by Sonny Dykes with 59 seconds left. Pretty good management here.
Yeah, the only thing you may be able to do, and people are catching on to this, is line up with 10 seconds to go on the play clock and see if you can get a free 5 yards, knowing you're going to take a timeout.
Yeah. So they'll actually reset it to 1:01. And the Frogs facing 4th and 15 to the 29-yard line of SMU, leading at 35-24. Well, if the Frogs hold on here, we talked about the emotion of this game coming off of last year's disappointment in Dallas. You knew this was going to be a physical. I think the Frogs responded really to every call that SMU threw out.
Well, they really did. And this is assuming they hold on and win the game. This is a hard, tough, physical, obviously rivalry game. But there were ebbs and flows in this. They had things go against.
Sure.
And they found a way to respond and make the plays they needed down the stretch.
Play clock starts. 1:01 to go. Frogs will have Hoover out of the shotgun. 2 receivers to the left. Wide right goes McAllister. 1 back in. It's Jeremy Payne. Hoover's going to throw it here on 4th down. Throws it left, incomplete. Hoover took a shot as he let go of it.
Oh.
And he's okay. Yeah, I think he's down. Holding his right leg a bit. He's going to hobble off.
I'm hoping that was a cramp. Like, I feel like there's a chance that was not a bad injury, but
yeah, he just kind of fell awkwardly. Yeah. We'll get an update from Elvis at some point. He looks like he's okay.
He is saying, I'm good, but I'll walk over there.
All right, Frog defense out there, 57 seconds left, 35-24, an 11-point TCU lead. SMU with it. They have no timeouts remaining. Frogs trying to hang on here. Chris Johnson in the backfield. Stands to the right of Jennings, a quarterback. Jennings out of the shotgun. Dumps it over the middle. Wide open catch by Brinson. Avoids one tackler. Sidesteps him and gets up to the 35-yard line. It's a gain of 6. It'll bring up 2nd down and 4. Clock runs with 45 seconds to go. OBO Izor on the tackle.
Obviously, everything is keep the ball in front of you and keep it in bounds.
3 receivers right for the Horned Frog defense to face. This one tipped over the middle. Catch is made for the first down across the 45. And up near the 50 goes Jameer Knight with 30 seconds to work with. Stops the clock periodically. They'll move the chains, get them set. 14-yard reception that time for Jameer Knight.
Coach Avalos coming after him in the 2-minute drill.
Yes. Snap comes back again to throw the football. Pressured on the edge. Jennings steps up, whips it in the flat. Catch is made and out of bounds at the 43 with 18 seconds left for Chris Johnson. Stops the clock here.
A little bit of a tired pass rush right there.
Yeah, you could tell. Oyewale's played well at defensive end tonight, though. Today,
Absolutely.
I should say, number 97. He's out there, as is Jonathan Bax of the 2 end spots. 3 down linemen for the Horned Frogs. 18 seconds left. 2nd and 2. Jennings all kinds of time underneath, picked off again. One more time here for the Frogs. Jamel Johnson racing it down the left-hand side, and he'll step out of bounds with 7 seconds to go.
Jamel doesn't like touchdowns, huh?
I guess not.
He's exhausted. He looks tired.
Too tired.
Jamel with his 2nd pick, and the Horned Frogs will preserve the victory there with 7 seconds left in this ball game, and the lead at 11. Frog offense has to just take one more snap here.
What a response on 3rd down. The last time I looked, TCU had held SMU to 4 of 13. I don't know if that's changed in the last series, but what a vastly different performance that was than a week ago, facing, quite honestly, a much better and more explosive offense.
Josh Hoover back out there, quarterback. Down to 7 seconds left. Frogs in their victory celebration. And the victory formation as the celebration starts right now. Josh Hoover and company with an 11-point victory, 35-24 over SMU in the 104th battle for the Iron Skillet that will now permanently reside in America's greatest city, Fort Worth, Texas. Your final score here from Amon Carter Stadium today: TCU 35, SMU 24. Our wrap-up show starts next after this timeout. And a word from Frost Bank.
At Frost, we believe in going the extra mile, like opening more locations to be a part of more communities. Overdraft grace, which means no fee if you overdraw your Frost Personal or Frost Plus account by $100 or less. And the little things like cookies, coffee, or that time when there was a fire at a Fort Worth daycare and Frost Bankers entertained 26 kids with snacks and games until their parents could pick them up. That actually happened. Frost, exactly what you unexpected.
Big trip on the horizon? The parking spot gets you going faster. The parking spot is a simpler, easier way to navigate airport parking. When you book online, you save money and are guaranteed a spot. We'll pick you up at your trunk in our yellow and black spotted shuttles, help you with your bags, and take you straight to the terminal. Parking and saving come full circle at the parking spot. Get going faster with the parking spot. Visit theparkingspot.com to reserve your spot.
Moritz has served this community for over 50 years. We're family owned and have been since 1973. We take your business seriously and continue to be committed to providing you with the best selection of Chevy cars, trucks, and SUVs at the very best price. Stop by for a test drive today. From the Chevy Silverado to the new EV Blazer, let us help you find the car that's right for you and your family. Moritz Chevrolet is big on hospitality and low on prices. Conveniently located in West Fort Worth, or visit MoritzChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
On the Horned Frog Sports Network from Learfield. Welcome to the Capital Title Postgame Show, brought to you by Fort Worth-owned La Pulga, the official tequila of the Horned Frogs, made with 100% agave and zero additives. Now let's go back to the stadium. Here's Brian Estridge.
35-24, the final score on a glorious day in Fort Worth today. An 11-point win for the Horned Frogs over the SMU Mustangs in this battle for the Iron Skillet that now will permanently reside here on the campus of TCU. It was a hard-fought, physical, back-and-forth kind of game as the Horned Frog players to a man now in a single file line, high-five in the student body that came out in mass for this one in front of a great crowd. The Frogs come up with the victory, and they do it with an impressive defense on third down, holding SMU offensively to just 4 of 13 on third down conversions while their offense was churning. Eric McAllister with a breakout day today. 8 receptions, 254 yards, and 3 touchdowns in this ball game. And the defense turning SMU over late. Jamel Johnson with a pair of interceptions to preserve the victory. An 11-point win, 35-24. And you got to feel good for Sonny Dykes. This is an emotional game for a lot of folks. None bigger emotionally than what Coach Dykes and his family have to go through for this one. And he wanted this one all week long, you could tell.
Well, it's an uncomfortable game.
Yes.
To say the least, for Coach Dykes and his family. But that doesn't mean he doesn't want to win it really, really bad.
Yeah.
And it's good to see him have the success in this one. And his team find a way to go get the victory, because it doesn't happen like this very often.
Right.
You just don't see this very much in college football, and really happy for him. He does a great job of making this about the game and the players, taking all that other stuff, basically nipping all that other stuff in the bud and turning it to the players and the schools and keeping the focus where it should be.
The Horned Frogs have now won 7 games in a row if you go back to last year. I mean, this program right now is playing some pretty good football.
No, they are, and they're playing good football all the way around.